won't be as bad as today. Hey, welcome to the Wilyverse, everybody. Where on Sundays we play Dungeons and Dragons in the 5th edition, usually in the Sword Coast somewhere, but not today. And actually, Spelljammer hasn't been in the Sword Coast either, right?
It's still in Realm space, but yeah, this is not in the Sword Coast.
Yeah.
So
It's in
anyway,
the Forgotten Realms.
on Sundays we use the 5th edition rules usually.
Yeah.
Except
We do
for,
5th edition.
We do 5th edition, yes. Except for L5R next week, which is not.
Which will be 5th edition.
It is 5th
edition.
edition.
Yeah,
5th edition.
yeah.
Okay, never mind.
It's just we're not in the Sword Coast.
Right, okay, there you go.
the
So
It's
Forgotten
also
Realms.
the 5th edition of
L5R.
Yeah.
Welcome to a weird month of the Wilyverse, where just because of scheduling errors and just the way life works with adults, we have a bunch of one-shots coming up. Last week we played a one-shot set in Galen's campaign area.
Sanguar event.
Sanguar, thank you. I
Yeah.
don't remember the name of it. I was going to say Sanguine. And then next week we were playing L5R because I'll be out of town, just like Galen's out of town this week, just like Rob was out of town last week. So this week we will be having an intro to a campaign I will be starting maybe in December, hopefully a one big long day or two of D&D, but we're going to be introing into the Strahd campaign today. Curse of Strahd is a
Revamped.
revamped. You can tell it's revamped
So
because
vampy.
it's paperback now instead of hardback.
That's so weird.
It is, right? It's pretty shitty, but it's okay. The card deck is cool. Anyway, so the Curse of Strahd is an old module that was put together back in the 70s, actually. The story behind it's really interesting, where the original writers knew Gygax and some of the other people, and they were involved with Wizards of the Coast, and they sat down to a
TSR
campaign.
at that.
Or TSR at that point, excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
But they sat down in a campaign that somebody was doing, and in that days it was mostly just dungeon crawls and killing enemies and stuff like that. And then right in the middle of all of it, there was just a vampire, and they killed him and moved on. And the guy that wrote the story with his wife was like, that vampire got done dirty. Like, what's he doing in here? Like, vampires have stories, they live forever, and like when something happened, it's a curse and all this shit. And he's like, I just didn't see it down there with those gelatinous cubes and those skeletons. Like, what?
Right.
And we just killed him and walked off. So I set out to like make something new, and so Curse of Strahd is actually one of the first like really story-heavy modules that was put together for TSR as well too. At least that's what they say in the book. Whether that's true or not, but that's one of the things that they decided to go kind of let's go more story-wise, and that's kind of the way D&D is now is more RP and things like that. So this is one of those things for it. So Curse of Strahd's very well known. So I decided what we'll do is just butcher it.
Yeah, I can't wait to kill a vampire in a room and walk off.
Actually, what really happened was
there a gelatinous cube?
I was really into boats for a bit, and we got Ghost of Saltmarsh, and I've started the campaign like 3 times, and what we ended up liking was the stuff that I wrote in the town and not the boat stuff. So we're going to revisit Ghost of Saltmarsh probably again in the summer, and we'll just play my campaigns. Will take place in the dark and dirty place like that. But in the meantime, we are going to play Curse of Strahd. We have plans, hopefully in December, to play one big long session, or maybe 2 that's the entirety of this from level 3 to 10, something like that. We'll see how it goes. But in the meantime, we're going to play a one-shot set in Barovia, which is the lands of Castle Ravenloft, where Strahd is supposed to reside. So, yeah. So
The castle's called Ravenloft?
Yeah, it's Castle Ravenloft.
It's named after his...
I think that's the original adventure is Castle Ravenloft. That's what it was called.
Strahd's...
So is the Dread Mist also called Ravenloft, or do we just coin the campaign setting Ravenloft?
The campaign setting is Ravenloft, but everything is called... We're talking about the full thing.
Yeah. And so, I was going to say that this being a one-shot, I have the answers to a lot of those questions, but I'm not going to give them to you because when we play the campaign, if you already know all that stuff, that won't be any fun.
Oh, well, right.
But the campaign setting is called Ravenloft because the first setting in the campaign was Castle Ravenloft and Strahd.
And Strahd runs Barovia from the top. Yeah. And it's named
And again,
after,
when we're talking about Ravenloft, we're talking about the Dread Mists and the entire land, which is multiple domains. Because, there's more than just Barovia.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So Barovia is the land surrounding Castle Ravenloft directly.
And the campaign setting is called Ravenloft. And it has tons of domains, each with its Dread Lord.
We're not going to those Dread Lord places.
No.
We're going to stay
You're in
specifically
yours, which is Barovia with... And their Dread Lord is...
And so when we do get there, Barovia is a small, close gathering of some villages and towns and things like that don't have a whole lot of contact And then they do a lot of the stuff here does follow. If you know any Bram Stoker's Dracula, it follows a lot of those kind of tropes. So if you've ever seen the Keanu Reeves and Gary Oldman Bram Stoker Dracula, it follows the book really well. I'm a big fan of the book. I love the book, and that movie follows it almost page for page with some weird add-ins and takes out stuff like that. But it's very, very close to the original source material. So that's what I like, and that's kind of what's coming from here. But to add something from me and to kind of change up the accents and stuff, and not just go with boring, vampire accent again. We're going to be down more in the southern parts, kind of closer to Georgia, places where my family is from. So
Southern Gothic.
So it's going to be Southern Gothic. Strahd's going to have a bit of change, more like an Anne Ryan vampire than anything else. So I will be butchering some Southern accents here. My family is from Arkansas, but it's been 30 years. I do go see it, and it's hard to affect it without being there.
Do you mean Anne Rice?
Ayn Rand?
Yeah, Ayn Rand is the...
Ayn Rand's the philosopher.
The economic...
Oh, Anne Rice. Sorry, yes.
Anne Rice
like
is
Atlas
the interview with the
Shrugged.
vampire. I was like,
Who's the one
Ayn
that
Rand wrote
wrote-
vampires?
who wrote
They must have
Interview-
been shitty.
Who wrote Interview with a Vampire?
Anne Rice.
Oh, Anne Rice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like really, really droll vampires, though.
Yeah.
Very long-winded.
What dogs? Leave that man alone.
Yeah, Eric's back. All right, so, but go ahead.
So we're not. Our characters are not from here, but we are also from a southern.
I like that. It's a
Southern region.
Yeah.
So the
It's
guys,
souther than most.
the guys have been working on their southern draws as well, and I can't wait to hear them. So where we are starting, what this one shot is all about, is that Primrose and Groin
John.
Capoeira.
Capoeira.
Sorry. Groin
Capoeira.
Capoeira.
We do dancing
Capoeira.
fighting.
There you go.
Yeah.
Speaking of anime
John
tropes, Groin Capoeira is a
Capoeira.
great professional wrestler, Groin Capoeira. No, Primrose and John Capoeira.
Capodoria.
Recently lost their father, and when dealing with his estate and interring his body and things like that, came across his will and some old paperwork and things like that. And it turns out that he did have some sort of hidden inheritance locked away in a crypt that was related to his family's side of the family. Or sorry, his mother, his wife, their mother.
Our mother,
their father's wife's part of the family that they didn't have a whole lot of contact with. That you guys
just
weren't
heard the
super familiar.
stories,
You heard
but
some
never.
stories and some things about. But Dad had kind of made his own
Hid it
fortune
from us.
and kind of kept that side of the family as they are what they are, and there wasn't a whole lot of interaction there. But this paperwork and going through the estate led them to an old crypt, part of their mother's family's estate. The
Cantomir.
Canomeres. Thank you. The Canomeres.
Exclamation P.
Definitely beat me to it. Yeah. Anyway, the Cantomir side of the family had a large estate that's been destitute for quite some time. It's fallen apart and gone down, but the crypt was still intact, and these twin, just brother and sister, Primrose and John, decided to go in there and try to get that inheritance. But both of them see themselves as primary inheritor of the estate. Correct? That father would have left both of you, or you are the principal person.
Well, I am the eldest of the two. So.
He's the eldest. You're the most educated.
Sure.
Whatever it is, like brothers and sisters are wont to do. They're fighting over the inheritance, and so
I was going after the Cantomir stuff. Like, you have father stuff. You
Oh,
have the
so
money.
that's
I
it.
want the Cantomir. I want that legacy.
John's wife, whose name
Anissa,
was kind of goaded into searching for that inheritance.
She was the
by
brains.
Her sister-in-law, Primrose. Primrose got Anissa to basically research this stuff, find where it was, and then lead John to it. All the while, Primrose was kind of trailing behind and following in their footsteps and making it so that she could try to get that inheritance first, or at least see if the Cantomir side of the family had anything better than the Capoeira side did that was worth kind of investigating. When they got to the crypt, it was still sealed, and when they made their way in, found that it was protected by some supernatural forces, and they fought their way in, making it as far down into the crypt as they could before kind of reaching an impasse where decisions had to be made. that's where Primrose saw her chance to kind of jump on the inheritance and get it before John did, and in her haste caused Anissa to fall to the supernatural forces protecting that inheritance. And in his grief, John kind of acquiesced, gave the inheritance up to Primrose. Unfortunately, Primrose found that inheritance was mostly useless, being mostly papers and maps of some unknown origin, paperwork that mostly molded scrolls that were illegible at this point, suffering time and disuse. But there was a platinum amulet, about this big around, and it has the relief of a sun pressed into it. And then in the center of the sun is a divot or a small cup. It's just in the middle of it. And Primrose decided that she would take that, if nothing else, grabbing the papers as well, see if there was anything of note, and left the crypt, and John followed soon after with his dead bride. Sobby.
Yeah. We had to find out what the hell this was all about.
Well,
what was it for?
Well, I also was cursed down there with the Cantamir.
Primrose found out upon donning her ill-gotten inheritance, or at least ill-fated inheritance, received the Hexblade curse.
Dampirism.
Dampirism infected her body, giving her the thirst. You do thirst for blood? Do you partake in human blood?
I
have
a rat drinker? Not yet.
I don't
need to.
Don't need to.
No.
Dampier just feel it.
They just feel it.
Gotcha.
It just draws them. And if I bite someone, it does heal me. I do get benefit from it. But I have not succumbed yet to those instincts.
So things have kind of taken a turn for the worse for the Caballeros. The Caballeros have lost a new member, and another has become cursed. And in an attempt to kind of see if that can be lifted or to kind of rectify the bad blood that's kind of recently occurred between the two of you, they have decided to re-investigate the crypt to see if maybe they missed something, if there was another answer to why Primrose was infected with Dampirism upon donning this, this relic or this, medallion of some kind. You're going in to see if maybe there's some sort of answer to all of this.
Yeah,
there was
something to kill to pay for all this. That is my sister.
That is my sister.
There's some funeral costs or something. But unfortunately, upon re-entering the crypt, they are met with an eerie stillness that wasn't there the first time. The crypt has a new air of emptiness, something that doesn't serve a purpose anymore, as if it's been drained of its usefulness. So it's just a silent hole in the ground now. In her earnest, Primrose finds another 40 gold worth of random rings and jewels, things that have been left
things
behind.
of value.
You might have gotten them off a corpse hand or two. There's some bodies down here.
On this neat wedding ring, you'd probably bring a pretty penny.
I already melted her ring down to a bullet just for me.
Having found nothing of any note beyond what they found before, the two make their way back up to the entrance of the crypt, where upon kind of entering the alcove, the vestibule before opening the door again, which always kind of seems to shut behind you, you notice right away that the temperature is different, that the light spilling in through the doorway, maybe stone, it's not going to close perfectly, is darker, more muted. It shouldn't be this dark outside unless there was like a storm or it's much, much later. And so it feels like you've lost some time. And the air coming through is damp, cooler than you would expect this time of year for this area.
It feels damp and cool for this time of the year.
As a smooth jazz wafts through the air.
Smooth jazz guitar, steel
Very
guitar.
cool. So where are we?
You're still in the crypt, in basically the alcove that leads into where you would bury the bodies.
And there's a path in front of us, right? That goes
so if you want me to just go ahead and say that, as you push open the door of the crypt,
I don't believe we're in Canestre anymore.
God damn it. It's a one-shot character. You're not getting your edition.
Nope.
Yeah, you are not in Canestre anymore, obviously. Where you find yourself
now is a playoff of Sinestri.
Yeah.
Because we're from Sinestri.
Yeah.
Canestre.
We're not in Canestre anymore. I saw that in a play once.
I play Canasta.
Not with that card, you not.
This is my daddy's car. He wanted me to have this card.
He didn't. In fact, it was not in the estate.
Yeah.
Remember, that stuff had to be sent to you.
Yeah.
Probably trying to keep it away from you, just like the silver fucking medallion.
Yeah.
Either way, you open the door and find that it does not look like where it was before. You do not find yourself behind the Cantemir estate any longer. You find yourself instead in a thickly wooded area with a small path leading basically just to a larger path. So the crypt just has one single path, leads out to a larger path. You're in a very thick, dark wood. As you look up, you can see that it is dark outside from cloud cover. Looks like it may have just rained or is going to rain. In fact, it smells very damp out here right now. And in the forest, you can only see maybe 3-4 trees worth of distance in before it's obscured completely by mist. And as you look off to the left of the path, you don't see farther than 5-10 feet before it's pretty much just white and swirly. And then off to the right, you see the path leading farther, with the trees leaning over just a little bit and actually curved at the top as if they're kind of leaning over, watching the path. Yeah. Perceptions, I guess.
What in the 9 hells is going on? Wolves.
It's not wolves.
Oh shit! It was that way.
It was a 4.
Ah, sick. All right, so perception, right? New characters, new me.
I know, right? This is the first roll. Let's get it out of the way. Look at your character sheet real quick.
Let's see here. Okay, so that is a dirty 20.
Ooh.
17.
17. Okay, so
Oh, yeah.
with a dirty 20, and that's an owl, not a wolf. You would know that. But you've been out in the woods a little bit. You're a hunter. You got guns and stuff like that. The animals that you kind of hear the sounds and stuff are normal for woods, although it's much quieter than you would expect for like daylight hours, that sort of thing. But what you both really get the most of is the stillness. That the mist is cleared through this pathway, but not on the other side. There's no stirring of wind. There shouldn't be any kind of like openings or clearings of mist like this. You know, despite you being nowhere near where you think you're going to be, this forest is also odd as well.
Did we activate a portal or something coming out there? I pick up a rock and I'm just going to throw it to the side. It's damn magic.
Sure. So it goes through the mist and it reacts like you would expect, you know, low-lying cloud to work. You can see where it goes through it, and you hear the rock thud softly into the dirt and undergrowth.
Are you seeing the same thing?
Well, I don't know what you're seeing.
Right.
I'm seeing a path and some woods that aren't where our home was.
I'm going back inside. This is not good for what.
Do you think if we just shut the door and open it again, it'll be somewhere else?
I think it's worth a shot.
So as you do shut the door, you notice the mist is already kind of slowly making its way in, despite that lack of wind or movement or anything. So closing the door does work. The door closes, but the mist is creeping in as well.
Great. Now we're both cursed.
This whole family's cursed, it seems.
I'm trying to think. Do we have any stories from Papa about this happening? Days like this?
Given that you didn't know that your dad even had any information about a family crypt.
Dad was a businessman. Mom was the witch hunter.
Mom might have had some secrets, even if they weren't her own.
Well,
it looks like we only got one choice to ourselves.
all right. Let's go face our demise, I suppose. I give a little kiss on a ring that I have on a chain around my neck, and I get out my whip and my gun.
Do you have a key around your neck or a ring?
A ring.
So it's a knee. So
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right, so when you go back out, the mist now, it seems a little more apparent that is coming in more from oops.
You keep hitting this.
Oh, I wonder what you kept looking at it as I was adjusting. Oh, man, I really moved it.
Yeah, like
there you go. Okay.
every time you push that thing back, it was hitting this, which was hitting this.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right, so you head back out, and now you can see that mist is coming from the left. west if you wanted to say that in front of you was north, but you have no idea.
Mm.
That mist is moving, kind of almost ushering you off to the right, where the clearing is in the road.
Well, I definitely don't want to get trapped out here at night in that mist.
Yeah, what does the sky look like?
It's cloud covered. It's
Yeah.
hard to tell what time of day it is. It's so gray.
Well, all right.
And our assuming packs and pack animals and all that stuff are not here
Yeah.
that we came out to the crypt with.
Yeah, you have what you brought, so your dungeoneering and backpacks and things like that you brought in to go look at the crypt in case it had extra rooms.
Oh,
Let's
man.
get moving.
Unless you want to
keep
say
an
that you
ear
didn't
out.
have your packs. You had nothing when you got here.
If we were exploring a crypt, we probably had our...
Yeah, of course. I mean, you've been there once before, but
Yeah.
yeah, of course you would bring
Mm.
your backpack and adventuring equipment down into your adventure.
All right.
I'm going on an adventure.
Just keep your eyes out. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Will do.
So, you make your way out of the crypt and off to the right, following the path through the clearing, I'm assuming. So, as you start to walk in, you're not more than 100 yards before you turn around and look back the first time and realize you can't see much back farther than where you were. Looking out to the mist is kind of closing in behind you. You can still see the path quite a ways longer, but it's more obscured, it felt like, than when you were walking through it. I don't know if you ever walked through fog before, but that is kind of how it feels. You can see around you better than you can 20, 30 feet out, but you don't see any evidence of that crypt anymore, and now it just looks like you're on a path walking forward. It's nice and quiet. You do hear the occasional, sound of an insect or something moving around out in the woods, but just regular animal sounds. Just a quiet, cold forest.
I really wish I didn't leave my whiskey with the mules.
You notice again, as like I said earlier, the quietness out here is odd. Your footsteps in the dirt seem to be the most loud sound that's out here. The road too is old, so you can tell that this is it's been very packed down at one point. So this was a road. It hasn't seen a lot of use lately.
I don't recognize this road.
I don't recognize these trees.
Hmm.
Survival. Brought up the trees, right?
Yeah. 11.
11. Yeah. Good trees, yeah.
What'd you make of those trees?
He did recognize that they're not
from around
not
where we're from.
Yeah, you're right. This, well, we did come in to find more to that crypt, and I guess this is it. I just don't know what it means, if this is real.
It's a lot more than we were bargaining for, though.
We're probably still back down in that bottom chamber, and there's some tentacle thing sucking our brains out right now. We just think this is happening.
You have a delightful imagination, brother.
That thing's real.
So you make your way down this path for some while. Sounds don't seem to change much. The air remains oppressive, but there's no wind. There doesn't seem to be any change in the daylight either. It's just gray and nasty out here. And so I am going to make you perceive one more time.
Trying to tell how much time is probably passing too.
Yeah. There we go. No, never mind.
Oh no. My good perception rolls. 5 plus 4 for 9.
16.
16.
I'm getting a little frustrated with trying to wait, how do I figure out how much time has gone by?
Yeah. Can't see the sun.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. What did you roll? I'm sorry.
16.
Hey, what are you doing on there? Get out of there.
Ooh. Sorry, say it one more time. 19?
16.
16. Okay.
Oh no.
So you probably wouldn't have heard this if it wasn't so quiet and you weren't so nervous, but something's moving, kind of in step with you guys, just outside of you into the woods to your left. So you basically left the crypt and you made a right. So on what I said was the north side of the street.
So my left.
Your left. As you make your way down the road, something is moving in step with you off to the left. Yeah.
You hear my voice in your head.
Ah!
I do believe we're being tailed.
Where?
Off on your left-hand side.
Do you
put the
creepy sound of my voice coming in?
Yeah.
That's a new thing I can do.
Right. I'm still getting used to that. I'll just trade the whip for a sword.
Do you stop and look?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so
I'm gonna reach back and pull out my hunting crossbow.
you stop for a moment and face the direction that you thought you heard movement out into the woods. And nothing happens for a few moments. And then all of a sudden, mist stirs just enough and just long enough for you to see two red eyes come out initiative.
The red eyes!
The hell? Oh, boy.
Red eyes? It's already happening.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Eight.
Also 8.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
We were not prepared.
Initiative, that come from your decks?
Yes.
Wow. All right.
You need the blue can of Red Bull. It's on the
All
top
right,
shelf.
so leaping from the woods, you see a large white beast caked and matted in the face and chest with what looks like dried blood, and probably one of the biggest wolves you've ever seen is upon you. Having rolled a 21, he goes first.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Which one of you was on the left?
I was
Hey,
checking
hey.
it out.
Roar.
Is
Here
that how
comes the
you've
bite.
been reading?
He gnashes at you
Yeah, men
for
on your
a
right?
16.
Or women on your right?
16 hits me. Shit. It sure does. I'm a light armor fighter.
Me too.
Takes 6 damage.
Ow.
So,
What kind of damage? Biting wolf damage?
Piercing teeth. So from the mists comes a huge wolf, head about shoulder height on him, and it's already got him.
Ow!
You guys both rolled an 8. I'll let you choose who goes first.
I'm gonna try to wrestle this thing. Is it like jerking me around? Is it like?
Oh, sorry, it does. Yeah, use
Oh,
DC 13 strength or be pulled
tripped.
to the ground.
Strength? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Why do we make Dex characters? All right.
No
I
one
haven't been a
suspects.
strength character.
No
in
one
so
suspects
long.
a dire wolf in the woods of a vampire. Wait, everyone does.
16.
Literally
16,
everyone does
you
that.
survive. So you are up on your feet still, but this wolf's got you by the body somewhere.
All right. It's a big ass wolf, huh?
It's a dire wolf.
Oh boy.
Large, scary, pale.
Hang
Yeah.
on, brother. I'll throw the crossbow on the ground and.
Ooh, a mysterious appears from nowhere. It hasn't seemed to catch the dire wolf's attention, but who's going first?
That's taken action for me to do, so that's
Oh,
my,
so
that's
your
my
action.
action.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
You don't have a bonus or anything like that?
I don't have one that I want to use right
Okay,
now.
so you used up your action. Jeez.
Uh-huh.
All
It
right.
wasn't enough. Yeah, it's funny because it's stealth. It got a 16.
Oh, yeah.
You got a 16.
And I
was
should
like,
have
if
I
you
should
had
have
beaten-
drawn my sword, but I wanted the sword to come out like look cool.
No, you
It
did.
does. You look really cool, sis.
Ow!
Yeah.
It's a fun way to start a horror campaign. Is that you get attacked by a wolf from the mist.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do
I wanna be so loosey goosey with this hammer. That probably got this better of me, and I just try to jam my pistol just right up into his side. And
Get it up in there. I would give you advantage for being that close and have the pistol on it, but it's got a hold of you and it's shaking you.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're fighting back and trying to deal with that. So no.
All
So
right.
I'll cancel it out. Give you a regular roll.
okay. So my actions.
Oh, well, you wouldn't have had disadvantage anyway because you passed your strength test.
Aha. All right. Now hold on.
Oh, not centered again. It's weird.
It's me. I talk with my hands and knock everything around. How is it moving? And it's moving in weird spots. There we go. I'm gonna.
Like it should be. That's not it. Huh.
Does a 5 + 8 13 hit a wolf?
No.
Oh man, just glances off its fur. It's mostly fur. It's one of those skinny types with the big.
That's funny you say that. So you're finding out now this wolf is thinner than you thought. It's mangy. The hair was in the way.
Ugh.
Yeah. So you
It's
basically just
loud,
fired
by
to
the
the
way.
air. Yeah.
And I'm gonna bonus action. I'm gonna try to just stick it with my rapier.
You had 2 actions?
I have a bonus action. You can use your second weapon, but I don't get to add my dexterity bonus.
Yeah. Well,
to
it's
that
offhand
thing.
weapon. Right?
Yeah.
So, all right.
That will be a dirty 20.
20 will
Are
hit.
what is your off weapon?
Rapier.
Finesse weapon offhand. Nice.
Wait,
Can you have a rapier on?
no.
Light weapon is 3rd edition.
No, it's light weapon. Yeah, in 5th edition, you have to have a light weapon in
'cause
both hands.
Rapier is a finesse weapon.
It's finesse, and it's not light. Dagger is light and finesse.
That's what I'm saying. So you
Short
can't
sword is
use
light
you
and
can't
finesse.
use a rapier as an offhand weapon because it's not
Correct.
light.
It's not light.
Yeah, it's just
Wait, what?
you have to be slick with a rapier.
Yeah,
You got to be able to like deflect and get it. You don't do that with offhand.
My whole jam. All
right, like you needed a short sword.
Uh,
You're off. Like so, there's 2 ways to do it now. But the original way, the rules as written,
I'm learning.
a light weapon has to be in your offhand to use it with a 2 weapon action.
I'm glad you said that because I was like,
Yeah, I'm
that's
like, that's
cool.
not right.
I was like, that's cool. You're like, that's not right. I'm like, that's probably why it's so cool.
And the pistol, I'm assuming, is light. So you could have attacked with your sword first.
Oh, that's what I did. It got slid over, and we're slowly adjusting for that. This needs to be over here and then turned that way a little bit.
light.
There
Oh,
we
wow.
go.
Okay.
So short sword will work.
So
it has
just use a
similar,
short
Yeah,
sword
it has
instead.
similar stats. It doesn't. I mean, it's not finesse. You don't get all that fun stuff. But
It's still finesse.
is it really? Oh,
Short swords
go
are
for it.
it's a rogue weapon, man. Like, and if we're using the playtest rules, which I think we should, then it's not a bonus action. Light weapons just give you an extra attack if you have 2 light weapons.
Okay. All right. So
It's a d6.
yeah. So assuming so it's just gonna be
You got your dirty 20,
D6.
your d6 damage.
Okay. So I stick it for 5.
Just 5.
Yeah,
Because you don't add it, right?
Right.
Right. That's groin.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
What?
I took. Wait, no, get this dice off here. Hold on.
You took
I took archery.
+2 to hit with range.
So why do I have the same attack for my gun and my?
Because it's...
Oh, it probably doesn't know. It's like it says say ranged weapon. Oh no, it is a. It's a +6. Okay, the difference is there. So I'm sorry, I got a dirty 18.
It just went, 18 hits.
Okay,
That's
so-
okay. So we did the damage.
just
5
5.
damage. Cool.
Okay.
Groin's over. Wolf's turn. You're in his jaws. He's going to bite you again.
Get off me.
How about an 11?
11 does not get through
So,
my
yeah,
jacket.
that first firing of the gun in these lands
Yeah.
released some birds from the trees and made this thing think twice. So you've distracted him enough to kind of get out of his mouth for a moment. Primrose, you're up. Your Hexblade is out.
Hexblade's out, so I can actually take
dire
it.
wolf is preoccupied with your brother's blood.
I'm gonna slide in next to him and strike. I'm also,
Familial protection.
as I'm going over, I maybe as I go Cantomir and curse him, Hexblade curse him.
Oh, you're like, are you leaning into the Candomir name?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Because
right.
I'm, this is the Cantomir legacy.
Curse, yeah. It is the family. What did you just say? Probably heard you say it before.
I mean, you would have the Candomirs. That would have been a new thing since your father's death. That you guys would have been really starting to talk about.
Yeah,
Candomir. You might have
Mom. We
found
knew
about it and
Mom's
stuff, but
name,
she might have
but
even been tight-lipped
she
because of
didn't
Dad.
want us to know.
Yeah.
I have 20
They didn't. No one wanted us to get the curse.
So it
And
might have
yet
been weird to
here
hear
we
your
are.
sister yell Candomir at somebody. You're like, is that your surname now? You know Mitch likes surnames. Ooh.
That's not good. 9. Oh, sorry, it's 11.
Yeah, that's not good.
How about 16?
Yep.
No. Fuck me. 12.
12 will not get him.
Yeah.
All right.
Hmm.
Anything else?
Nope, that was my bonus and regular action.
All right, groin. John, sorry. John.
Groin.
How do you get groin out of jump?
Because it's G and O and I.
Yeah, and it
It's just missing the R.
It's John.
It's Jarn.
John. There's no ah.
J-R-O-I-N. Jarn.
Oh god, is whip light?
No.
Ah,
It's just
my
whip.
cool
Whip
kid.
is definitely not an offhand weapon. Are you kidding? The control required.
No,
Indiana Jones
with
does it.
normal.
With his on hand.
Yeah, exactly. With normal attacks, if you want to use it as your bonus action to do the offhand, you can attack with the whip first, and then attack with your short sword or pistol.
Oh, I see.
See, but you're not going to get your added bonus. Like I wouldn't like shooting your pistol.
Pistol's not light.
Oh, it's not light.
No. Wait. Oh, so does that mean
So-
I couldn't get the
No,
short
you're-
sword? Or...
I'm gonna
Maybe.
give it to you. Of course, you can hold a gun in one hand and a sword in the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
But don't
But
try
so-
to game it too much more.
No.
Oh.
So
You're
for
like,
this-
how can I get 6 attacks?
Basically, the way to run it is this: if both of them are light, then you get attacks with both of them. If one of them is light, you have to attack with the other one first as your primary,
Oh, okay.
and then you use your bonus action to attack with the light.
Oh, okay.
It's funny that after we played Galen's game where I'm like, damn it, I've become that Reddit rogue where I'm like, how can I get 6 dice?
What was I just?
No, I was making fun of me
No.
because I was sitting next to him and it was Galen and him and I playing and like he had to listen to me talk off character over and over again and I kept being like, can I do this? And he's like, no. I'm like, would this be considered a sneak? Like, that's not a sneak attack. And I'm like, can I? What if I did? You're like, you can't do. Shh. Galen's talking. I'm trying to listen to Galen, but I'm also trying to game. So I'm like, every time I roll, I want it to be 9 dice.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh, man.
So what
What are you
are
doing?
you?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to kill this
You
thing.
gonna fire on it again?
I'm going to try a vicious shot. This thing, it's a big old boy.
Yeah, he's a big dog, but you found he's a little more emaciated than you thought he was going to be. But yeah, he's
Yeah.
definitely still the biggest.
Like
wolf
he's
you've
still,
ever fucking seen.
yeah. I mean, I haven't seen a dog get stabbed and still try to get you. But the skinny is probably just really
Well, I
hungry.
mean, you had to have a strength saving throw to even stand up under its bite.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to actions here, and we are going to spin it. Just one grip point. And try to shoot this thing again. Be gone, long one. This is +8. Kapow! That's gonna be 18 plus
Oh, yeah.
8.
That hits for sure.
So that's going to be, since I used one grip point, that's going to be 2d10 plus 4 damage.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
no
gun,
joke.
right? Yeah. Here.
Yeah, there we go.
Using Galen's stats. Where's Galen anyway? He's chartered.
Yeah, Galen's
Club
not watching.
charter, dude.
What the hell?
Text that fucker.
Alright.
You watched every second of his game.
I did. That's a 10. Wait,
That's a
that's
one.
a 1. That's so disappointing.
That's why I hate rolling
That's
those.
a
I never
3
roll
plus 4.
those.
So a 3
Mhm.
plus 4 for 7 damage.
8. You rolled a 1 on the first roll.
3 plus. I rolled a 1 and a 3, so it's 4. Oh yeah, 8. Yeah.
Math is hard.
It is.
Especially when the numbers are that small. Alright, my turn. Biting on you again.
Look, they have zeros attached to them. It's tricky. Oh, here's it.
This is like the... My luck sucks so much that it's fun for RP when I'm a PC. When I'm the GM, my animals can't do anything. I miss you horribly, so...
Damn
I'm
right.
gonna tell you what I rolled. Yeah,
I'm
it was so bad.
a wiry for you.
Yeah, so
You got the first jump on me.
It seems to have. It seems like what really happened is that its senses are kind of thrown off by the gunshot. That was weird. Yeah, so
They're really, I mean,
that's new to these lands. Primrose. Shing!
Oh, great.
God, this thing just lost 2 turns in a row. Like you
There
guys
we
are super
go.
lucky.
Oh, am I? Sorry.
22 to hit.
Yeah, that'll work. He's preoccupied.
Two-handed.
Oh, longsword versatility.
Yep. D10 plus 4.
Nice.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Yeah, 13.
Yeah, so you you get it nice and solid. That two-handed chop just goes down, and it just happens to catch it, just neck and shoulder, and it just gives on your sword and just slides off and falls to the ground.
Nice kill, sister. That's a big dog.
Do either of you have survival?
Yeah, I'm like super good at survival.
Roll a survival real quick. Though.
Okay. Well, super good. I had a D4
It's okay.
and I'm proficient.
This is the perfect time for a survival roll.
Okay. But I think my wisdom sucks. I took intelligence instead. Whatever. Yeah. Survival.
I just know your survival was nothing.
It's 5.
Plus 5?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, roll a survival too? Both of you roll a survival.
Wait, I'm not proficient in survival? What the
Remember, you switched to that human.
Roll your survival anyway. Just
okay, survival, so I got +2, plus D4, so... Alright, 4.
Okay,
+4 for 8, +2 for 10.
9.
So you can tell by the size of this and the fact that you thought it was bigger by its fur and the skin and stuff like that, that this one's hungry. That these things are probably much bigger than this one.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. This is a sick, big ass wolf. So just a heads up.
Makes sense too, because like I gave myself a magic tattoo that gave me like these hunter abilities, but like I'm just a rich kid. I spend most of my time in taverns and shit.
You're one of those guys that thinks if you went to Ukraine, you could definitely help.
Yeah,
you play so much Call of Duty that you understand tactics now.
I paid a gnome to teach me how to make that gun.
Yeah, you paid a gnome. You're not really a gunslinger. You're a fighter who got a gun.
Yeah. I eventually got good.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so while you guys kind of look at the body and clean up, lick your own wounds and stuff, and
pull out some. You made a mess of your sleeves.
You notice right away that your survival rolls are terrible, but the forest goes back to quiet, just like it was before that thing showed up. In fact, you barely noticed it was there in the first place.
So we occasionally hear animal sounds, but
you do hear normal animal flora and fauna. You hear birds occasionally, you hear a flapping here and there, you hear a crack in the woods sort of thing, but not the normal, like I said, if it was daytime, especially right after a rain or something like that, you'd be hearing animals moving around. You'd hear chittering, and you'd hear, maybe this is the season for mating of some kind of animal. You hear roar in the backgrounds and stuff. You just hear stuff. And all you're hearing is like the occasional owl, maybe like one bird flying away as you get too close or something like that, but This is pretty quiet for a forest this thick, especially for a wolf to just walk up. Unless the wolf was what was making it quiet.
Well, this little ball of mange was out here during the day. I don't want to be around at night when the real pack comes out.
Is it day? Let's sort around. I'm gonna reload my gun.
Question. Oh, and when the fight was over, like in wounds, I just I literally just throw the sword. It goes.
Does it
turns into just like a shadow.
When you let go of it, does it start to float, or does it look like it's got weight? And then
it's like if it's in the fight, if it's still part of like the thing going on.
When you're all done, you just let go of it, and it floats away, dissipates. Yeah, that's cool.
It's
not like it would scare somebody like cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna look for a larger tree, and I kind of want to use my whip to kind of acrobat it up.
So, as you look for a larger tree. You realize right away as you investigate this forest that there is no young growth here. Pretty much everything you're looking at is old growth. And these are very kind of almost a purpley pine, and they're branchless for 40, 50 feet before they have a thin canopy and begin to lean over.
Dude, they had trees like that where there's like no branches for the most over in Alabama.
Really?
Yeah,
in the South?
Is that? I don't know, man. I've never been there before.
These are unclimbable pines. Yeah, these are something you find in the Ozarks. Yeah,
it looks so weird to me. I've never seen trees like that before.
So I see you looking up at this tree.
No. I'm sorry.
No, you can.
Let me, brother.
Pine. Yeah,
spider climb.
I'm a dampier.
Fuck yeah.
That's natural.
Spider climb. Do it. Yeah, spider climb is awesome. So you make your way up to the top of the tree, and you can tell that you're kind of in the middle of a forested area. That forest area is fucking thick. Like it's just trees as far as you can go. to what I'm going to now call the south, but as you're kind of looking and you can see up into the sky, you can start to see better that the sun was just farther north, that you guys are fairly south now, and that it is coming up towards dusk, so the way that you were headed was west. So to the north of where you are now, you can see that there's a very large area where the trees are gone. So there's an opening out there somewhere. Farther down the path from the direction you came, there's an opening that might have led into that.
Okay.
And then farther out, you see another empty area that's even maybe larger or longer, but it's got wisps of smoke and things like that, and it's most likely a town way off in the distance. Sticking above the mists and such, you do see mountains on the northern edges, beyond the forests. And at the very, very base, you can't tell. It might be like a piece of the mountain poking out, or a large structure or something, but it's so far away. Who knows?
You can't know this, but I want you to know, as the playing GM, that right now I think I have a telepathic link to you,
And you're
I'm
just
thinking
thinking
shit
to me.
you, and I'm wondering why you're snubbing me right now.
Bitch. You create this whole she hates me, she doesn't talk to me, all this stuff.
I'm still in mourning. This dude's been drinking a whole lot. He's kind of gone on. This past month has just been a real bad place for him.
Have you been drinking a lot?
Oh yeah.
So he even said about the whiskey on the mule.
That's right. You did say
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Also, the rest of my ammunition. I only got 18 shots left.
Right. So it looks like there's a town at the end of the road.
Oh, sorry.
That
And
we're
then,
going.
And then off to the south. Let me make sure I've got that right too. I'm sorry. It's off to the south. Way. Am I wrong about that? No, I am right. It was in the north. Yeah. Way off to the south, you're finding more craggy and areas. It's basically the foothills of another mountainous area. So it almost looks like you guys are in like a winding ravine between two mountains, where the southern ones are more like starting and the northern ones are huge. So these might even be foothills for these very large mountains to the north.
We're in a valley.
Yeah, you are.
All right. But it looks like this road goes somewhere. This road goes to a town.
It looks like it's leading towards a town.
How
Yes.
far off does it?
I'd say maybe another hour.
Okay, so we're gonna get to safety.
yeah, that sounded way farther in my head too.
Me too. I'm like,
What it is
like,
the
whoa.
tree covers are old growth. They're tall, they're pointy, and they're everywhere. All you can really see is where there aren't
There's
trees.
not trees,
Yeah, you can only see where there's not trees. Because even when you climb to the top of these, they're all the same height.
The way you said this one, it sounded like it was days out.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I'm thinking
we
like,
have to stay out in the fucking woods.
Yeah, we gotta find shelter and
Right.
hope it's not some
So I just
warged den.
But you, like I said,
Crawl
the
down.
sun shows that it's about third bell. This would be early evening. People would start getting ready for dinner in another hour or two, that sort of thing. It's coming up on dusk.
nice, skinny, all that.
Well, that's good. We need to find shelter soon.
We do. We need to find out where we are.
Is that also a new thing? What you just did?
Well, no, I could always climb like that.
Yeah, but
I was always a better climber
no,
than
that
you.
looked. I don't know if it was strange as the way it looked or the way that it seemed to make no damn sound. That is kind of. Anyway, let's get out of here. I hope that thing wasn't infected. All right. Right. Shit. I'm just going through oh fuck. All my bullet making equipment was on the
You
path.
probably have
The
your tinker
mules.
tools with you.
Yeah.
Your belt would have you would have to have your oil and your screwdriver and shit like that. You have to.
Yeah, because you need the tinker tools to fix your
to
jams.
fix my gun.
Not
Yeah.
to mention after about
Yeah, you absolutely have that
and
stuff.
not to mention in real life, after about 3 or 4 rotations through your chamber, you need to clean that fucking thing.
Yeah.
And we're talking ye olden times first guns.
Right. Yeah.
Also, you're bleeding.
No, not again.
That dire wolf
It's
got
the
you.
damn wolf.
Yeah.
I'll just have an itch and I'll forget this.
Dude, so
Go wash that.
flipping through this book, we were saying the older books aren't as good as the new ones where they give you a nice rundown and shit. Nothing has saved my life more than this fucking map. Being able to just have this open while I'm writing and go back and be like, where is it? Okay, cool. And then this one that doesn't have anything on there. Oh god, this is gonna be so much better than Ghost of Saltmarsh when we actually play. And I've got it written down. I haven't written it yet, but I've got it broken into 4 distinct good chapters that we can level up after each one. and those levels can be plot hooks even. So I think I can make this into one big ass game. Like this, that's why I got too much into this yesterday, where I was like, I don't know how much of this shit we're going to see today, but we are. Get out of here with that tourniquet.
You bound me up. This is a prop.
You didn't get enough.
I did not get enough. Hey!
You know, I like props.
There we go. I'll just put it in the book.
Yeah. So, not to pigeonhole you too much, but you've seen where you've gone.
Yeah.
You could go. You have this path. You could try to circumvent the path and go into the forest.
Yeah,
It's
and
thick.
with all the wolves. No,
because there is that opening to the north as well, and you haven't heard any other wolves.
This is not going to work.
no.
Sorry, the attempt.
buy it.
The attempt. Cisco wants my. We have a corn muffin sitting here for reserve.
There's no irritation, but you can get a corn muffin if you play your card right.
No, that's mine. That's the
Oh.
GM. Nobody gets that corn muffin. All right. So what are you doing? He's skinning the lay of the land to you.
We
Right.
could go to the north, but I think we should just stay on the path.
Yeah, and by path, is it like cobbled? Is it just a dirt path?
Dirt,
Is it?
right?
It's just like it was packed pretty hard. It was used for a long time. This is an old road, but it looks like it hasn't been used in a while. So weeds are starting to overgrow. Here and there, sticks, branches, larger things than a cart would be able to push out of the way are kind of falling onto the road. Nothing major requiring repairs yet, but no one's been here in a while.
Okay, we'll probably be safe from bandits then. Yeah, but I think we should. What else can we do but trust this to lead to some kind of civilization, right?
We need to find out where we are so we can know how to get home.
No sooner do you say home than the soft roll of thunder somewhere off in the distance.
Yeah, that figures. All right. You didn't bring your umbrella with your parasol, did you?
I'm sorry, I left that on
You
the
didn't
stand.
You think you'd need that in the crypt, huh?
If you didn't get the erudition, if you didn't get the inspiration for the prop, you would have gotten it for parasol.
Parasols.
Hell yeah!
All right. So
Throw it
we
in there.
continue down the path, a little bit more wary this time.
Sure.
I'm gonna keep my sword in hand.
Gun unsheathed.
Yeah.
All right. So you walk down the path quietly, talking to each other a little less, maybe keeping your eyes on the woods a little more. But you run into nothing else as you walk about. Maybe another 30 minutes goes by where you think maybe you're halfway, maybe a third of the way to where that town would be, when you see up ahead that the trees do break again, and there's a little path off to the right up ahead, about 100, 200 feet or so.
To the left. So that's going to go
Would be
north.
your right, yeah. Would be your right.
Oh,
so
my
the north, yes. Because remember that I was saying the north for your left earlier. When you came out of the crypt, I was just saying that was north. But now that you've had the lay of the land and you've seen where the sun is, as you follow this road west, your right would be north now. Yeah.
Right. It is north. So this goes off.
It goes off to the north a little bit, kind of towards where that other thing is, but
Yep.
it looks small. It looks like maybe 4 or 5 trees have been chopped out right there, but you can't tell from where you are. There's mist and such. But you do smell something good.
Huh.
It smells very much like I don't know, coming home after a long day out in the fields.
Well, that sounds like
if you're
witchery.
tired. Yeah. Sounds like what?
Witchery.
Witchery? Oh, well, I should say comparatively, a good smell is welcomed, in this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that came out too ominous. In the darkness and horrors of what you've already witnessed in this unfamiliar land, this smells like a slice of home coming from that direction.
Well, we don't know if either of these ones would go anywhere.
Well, this one goes to places where I saw some wood smoke coming up. The main road.
Do you want to go up a little farther and see what's off to the right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So when you get up there, it's very close. It's only, like I said, only 2 or 3 trees have been chopped out. Looks like it's only been about 6 or 7 back, just obscured from the road by the mist. But there is a small hut there.
Oh.
2 windows on the front, door. Looks like there's maybe a garden up front that's pretty tangled, like overgrown, but fresh. Looks like it's got some use.
Well, I don't want to bother anyone on the road. Let's keep going.
Right, yeah. There's surely nothing. No, I'm getting.
Surely nothing interesting.
I'm looking for pies on windowsills, like
There's nothing on the windowsill. Light is coming from here, and there is smoke coming from the chimney. If you wait here for a few moments because of the stillness in the air, you can hear movement inside. There's no pie on the windowsill, but this is where that smell is coming from.
Well, might be able to get some information.
We don't really have any authority in this land.
You're not serving a warrant.
But, you know, people would... I'm not a very charismatic guy, but people would listen to me because I was the scion of the...
And this
little
Salvadorian is...
And as weird as where you are is, it wouldn't be uncommon for houses to be some way outside of town, for, you know, cottages to be not that far from where a town would be, out in the woods where people don't want to necessarily be beholden to the, you know, the rules of the land and stuff like that. So this isn't like an unusual spot for a cabin to be. It's not like hidden or anything. It's on the main road, it looks like.
Well...
I know I've scared you. Let's drop that you know where Strahd is.
Well, let's just go up and knock then. Just,
Indeed.
yeah, put your face on.
I throw up my hood.
Sure, you probably could. Are you doing your false life? Are you trying to look like
I was going to
human?
save that for getting into town.
I just say you're sick.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep the hood low.
Okay, sure.
For now,
Yeah.
if I have to do talking, then I'll do it. But
Don't worry, sister. Leave all the talking to me.
So yeah, as you walk up,
Band-Aids in my bathroom.
Are there?
Yeah.
Okay. 'Cause this doesn't seem to be.
The medicine cabinet.
Wait, it's all right. Get your healing potion. Come on back.
Hemophilia.
The medicine cabinet next to the sink.
Yeah. So far, so good. I hope I'm not making it too oppressive, because I was trying to say that smell was nice, and you're like, I don't trust it, it's witchery, and I was like,
He
oh,
said
I said that. I know, but I said it wrong, so I gotta adjust what I'm saying. But this is practice for the actual Strahd. It's gonna. I'm really excited for today. Like, hey, Fishchin.
Oh, what's up?
Hey, we're playing one shot tonight, which will lead into a campaign for later. I don't know. Wait, he was here last week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were here last week. So we're doing our one shots in a row still. So last week Galen ran one that was in a world that he built. This week I'm doing one that is from Curse of Strahd, which is a really old module from D&D that they revamped. Haha, it's vampire. And then we might revisit this later in December and make like one big module out of it, like one big huge day where we get from level 3 to 10. And then next week, I will be out of town because Galen's out of town this week and Rob is out of town last week. Next week, Rob is doing L5R, which is kind of like an Asian warfare sort of thing, right?
Asian fantasy.
Asian fantasy themed thing that's set in 5e rules as well. So check out that one too. Thanks for coming back, by the way. It's good to see you kind of regularly again. That's nice. But these guys are in vampire country. They don't know that yet. They were brother and sister whose father died, and they fought over an inheritance. And when they went into the crypt to kind of resolve some issues, and when they found the inheritance the first time, Primrose, Wiley's character, was cursed. So they went back to kind of investigate and see if they could find some way to lift it. And instead, when they left the crypt, found themselves in a foreign land. And now they have just walked up to what looks like a cheery cottage outside of the nearby town.
Yeah.
And as you walk up to it, like I said with the garden, although it looks overgrown, it looks fresh. And you're realizing that, you know, for how like oppressive and misty and kind of thick everything is here, this cottage looks pretty well maintained. It doesn't have all the moss that you would see on everything else. It looks cleaned. The thatch is fresh, you know, it's dried, but it's newer, you know, that sort of thing. And when you come up, you're knocking on the door?
Yeah.
So you walk up, and as soon as you... until you're doing your hair and stuff.
Just
I was
prestidigitation
so ready.
to clean some of
Yeah,
the blood
so-
off the side.
Oh, thank you.
You knock on the door, but it's open.
Oh,
And
wow.
it falls open, and inside you see what looks like basically a room that's really revolved around just a giant dining room is what it looks like. The walls are filled with knickknacks here and there that are spices and jars of jams and jellies and honeys, and there's pots and pans and doodads for mixing and sifters and bags of flour and everything. And then over off to the right, as it wraps around, the door's kind of opening to the left and you're looking out. To the right, there's a short, kind of squat woman who's just baking away, throwing flour up in the air. Her hair is pulled back in a kind of in a messy bun, and she's wearing kind of a very drab yellow dress. And you can see from behind that an apron's tied around it, and she's just kind of humming to herself. cooking away and making noise to herself, kind of moving stuff around and hitting things and cooking away, having a good time.
What was that fairy tale where the brother and sister got put in the bread and eaten?
I never heard of it. Excuse
That was in
me.
your head.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, sorry.
Guests! Oh, I've been waiting for so long. My goodness, I've been cooking up a storm. Please have a seat. Have a seat. And she ushers at the table and then kind of turns back around to what she's doing.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah. So as you look at the chairs and stuff, this now that you are looking a little closer and she's already gotten your attention and brought it to the table is set for 3. She's ushered at 2 chairs that look comfortable. Everything in here is kind of wood. That gray sprucey pine that's probably outside, everything's made out of wood. Anything that's not in here that's not wooden is stone. The floor has got, flat flagstone as the ground and things like that. But it's warm in here, and that smell is definitely coming from the hearth where you see several pots hanging up. And as she goes back to her cooking and stuff, she says, "Oh my goodness, it's been a few minutes since anybody's come out this far away from Vallaki. What brings you in? What brings you in?"
But it seems like you were waiting for us. I was gonna look at the 2 place settings set for us.
Oh, no, not just for you. No. It's Southern hospitality. Be ready at any moment for a guest and perhaps maybe wife?
Sister.
Oh, sister, yeah. It's always a group when, you don't just welcome one guest, you welcome all the guests. And I got to sit down too. It just so happens there's 3 of us and I don't have to set another table. Please, by all means, Beast will be up in just a moment. Please have a seat. Oh, where are my manners? You're Janaya?
Janaya?
Yuva.
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 Janaya.
Janaya.
Well,
no need for a family name out here. We's all friends out this far.
Well, in that case, then, I'm Primrose.
Oh, Primrose.
And this is John.
John, and y'all's brother and sister. Ken out this far, huh? Not from Vallaki.
No, we're from Sinister.
Oh, so please, Sinistry. Jeez. Well, please. And then she sets down a couple of goblets of wine and sets a big decanter down. And you hear it slosh when she sets it down. There's already liquid in there. So help yourself. I'll have some too if you don't mind. She slides the cup back and she goes right back to cooking. And she's just humming away and making herself known. She's, please, help yourself. We'll talk at dinner.
Thank you kindly.
She's offered you wine and you can look around the house. She's just humming and singing, but yeah, that's where you find yourself, at a table outside of a place she calls Vallaki.
Friendly folks.
Vallaki?
Vallaki, she said.
Vallaki?
Is that...
That's a real word.
B-L-A-K-E?
V-A-L-L-A-K-I.
Vallaki?
Oh, Balake. Balake. Do you mean Blake? Oh, you done messed up, A.A. Rod.
So this is Block? Vallaki?
Yeah.
Man, I helped myself to some wine.
I am not going to partake.
The wine is...
rude now.
The wine is...
I do pour it for her, though.
Sure, yeah. The moment you pour that wine or you hold it up or set it down, whatever you do that makes it apparent that it's for her, she just leans back and grabs it and says, "It'll be done in just a moment. I just got to throw in these last little puffs. They only cook for a moment or 2, but please, look about. Help yourself. I have some honey from last season, I think. In the back's a bit darker than the others. Help yourself.
Is there honey?
There's
is there
honey.
bread
She
or
pointed
anything
out,
on it?
no, there's no bread, but that looks like probably what is cooking. Those pots and things
Yeah.
are out there on the hearth. There is bread on the hearth. Pots are moving and jiggling and stuff. And she's saying she's making puffs, and there's flour and things. So this is probably something she's baking, but she says it only takes a moment. But she did gesture, and up in that corner there are jams and jellies and honeys and things like that. When you taste the wine, it's spicy. It's warming.
Oh.
It's very delicious. It's a mulled wine. Yeah, and it's probably 3, 4, maybe 6 years old.
Huh.
It's nice.
Holy moly. I'm enjoying that. I got my hat on the table and I'm just kind
It's
of...
very warm.
Now, did she say we were waiting on the beast?
Did she say
Roast beast. I'm sorry. No. It's a suckling hog. This
Sorry for, Hey, look who it is, finally.
Hey,
Hey.
And he gave you...
Inspiration for me?
Yeah. It's Galen.
Some of us prefer to one shot. Some of us did it real fast in a couple of days. Thank you, Turpin. Yeah.
Roast beast.
Oh, I didn't see Fish Chan come in.
No, it's Razorback, Hog. They're native to some of these areas around here.
Well, you'll have to excuse me for being a little bit concerned because we just had our own encounter with a beast down the way. My brother's shirt here was never going to be the same.
Oh. She looks over. Wolf, I'm assuming.
Big one.
Yeah,
Those skinny.
Well, they've been hunting them extra hard this week. For some reason, right outside of Valaki, they've been running out scared on a regular basis. Usually hunt these parts at night, but they've been coming out in the day these last couple of days. I'm not sure why. I don't make it into Valaki much myself, but people do come out this way occasionally. I haven't heard any word about it in the last 3 days. But
It
those
might be
wolves,
the smell of your fine cooking.
you know, that has been a problem in the past, but they don't usually come out for Razorback. They prefer things a little bit more fresh.
Oh.
Anyway, and then she takes what she's been kind of folding. They're little tiny balls of dough, probably 24 of them, and they're really separated out on a big copper plate, and she sets them literally right on top of the fire. All right, dinner's just about done. Oh, it's about done now. And she reaches back in and pulls the pan out. It's barely hot at this point, but those things have puffed right up. They've gotten big, and as soon as she takes them away from the fire, they start to deflate. And she sets them back down, but takes one of the other pots off and reaches in and pulls out a big hunk of meat on the bone and kind of throws it down on a big plate. Says, please, please. Oh, it has been a while since I've had a fine young man in here. Would you do the honors?
Oh,
and she hands you a very large, sharp knife and 2-pronged fork to carve the beast with.
I've done this before. Yeah.
Grace, please, Grace.
Ah, right. Well, sinister. I start naming some local.
Around here, it's so kind of you to say that. Around here, we usually do drink to home or say something about home.
We definitely do long for that place.
Yes, yeah. Say grace. I don't. How do you say grace?
You don't say grace. You say something about home.
Ah,
this isn't true.
Right. Yeah. Well, gosh, home. All that place we detailed out so finely, and get my memory with this tall.
Just, you don't have to describe your home, but what sort of story would you tell her about home? Like a memory of something nice, a time, a place, your wife, something like that. What are you sharing with her?
Just how people came together after an invasion. Well, that's kind of old history.
Like the history of town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Memory runs deep where you're from. You'd fit in right around these parts, I bet. The roots run deep like the trees. How about you?
I'm his sister. I got the same deep memory as him.
True, but everyone's memory's a little different. Tell me something at home before we sup. That's what it was for. Inviting us to supper so we could talk about Southern hospitality and Strahd. I was trying really hard to remember what it was. Then I just told us, before we sup, you have to say grace. And I was like, wait a second, that's what it was. You invited us to supper the other day, so.
Supper.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just mention the balls.
The balls?
Yep, the balls. Just the big, in your face, just the big balls, the parties that we used to have.
The
bell of the ball.
Festivities. Sounds like a wonderful place to be there. I mostly remember the creak of the windmills nearby. Grew up not too far from here, just up the road. But anyway, please. So she digs right in and starts kind of chattering about the woods, but nothing of any kind of import. You're not learning anything from her. It doesn't feel like double speak. It feels more like simpleness, if that makes sense. There's no malice in what she's saying. It's just more like, hey, the trees grow tall around here. You can usually find a bird nest at the end of the season when they fall down too high to get up there and get them yourselves, but a robin egg will drop every so often and make a nice stew. Just stuff like that. Most of what she's talking about seems to be about food or collecting knickknacks that get dropped along the road on the way from Valaki to wherever people are going. But, it seems like she's talking about people not making it out recently, especially in the last 3 or 4 days in particular. People have not been kind of coming out in the days
And if you don't mind, we are a bit wayward from. Where exactly would you say this home is at?
Well, the country around this part's called Barovia, underneath the Castle Ravenloft's shadow. Unfortunately, wasn't always there, but it has been a while, and the blight on our eyes time to time. Some folk thinks it's beautiful, but maybe me being one, but I know what goes on around there. Not always the best things, but Barovia is a little bit out, and then she kind of describes the greater land areas, but you don't recognize any of
Right,
the
yeah.
landmarks. She names.
I'm looking at you because you're the one who went to school.
she mentions Valaki a couple times as the nearby town that when you kind of corroborate that it's up the road a bit, that she would say that's the name of it, Valaki. Barovia is a town quite a bit the ways back east up the road, the way you came, but it would have been outside of the woods and a little farther down in its own copse. But most of what she talks about, as far as her knowledge is concerned, is from Lake Zorovia is up north, and that's where that big hole in the trees would have just been the frozen Lake Zorovia. They call it the frozen lake, but it's not frozen. It's just too chill to swim in. Not much good out in these southern parts. But the air falls down off the mountaintops and will chill the northern edge from time to time. But you can find some deep fish in there. Cats don't much like it, but catfish. We call them cats. But cats don't much like it, and you can find those in the creek still. But there's none of those around here. Maybe out by Old Bone Grinder, where my family's from, but that's been a while since I've been down there.
The Bone Grinder.
Windmill.
The mills.
Yeah, oh, did you know that from the book?
No, you just said it.
Oh, did I really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure. No, I didn't know Mitch didn't mention it. I didn't know if
No,
Mitch
you
mentioned it.
for the
Creek of the Windmills.
Yep.
Yeah. Damn, good.
I pay attention.
Yeah. Southern
Solved so fast.
But other than that, it's just, like I said, stories about the forest surrounding, mostly about food, and asking you questions about home. You guys can share whatever you want or don't share, being happy skin.
Yeah, John's like, it just makes him think about Odessa right now. So it's kind of.
I will talk a lot just about geography and the area around, because I want to see if anything I say triggers anything from her.
Smart.
Like,
Sure. Sinister, she seems to have heard about, but only in stories. And what she knows about it seems to be like the dark stuff, like battles lost there. Almost like she read a book of someone that had like fought Sinister but lost or something like that. It's weird. Her knowledge of it is like what you would think of from an enemy's perspective, not in a hateful way, more in like they were the losers.
Right.
Does that make sense? I know it's hard to say.
Sure,
like,
yeah.
Like if you read Civil War manuscripts from the South side, it won't necessarily mention like slavery or anything like that, just more the losses and the sadness that go along with it. That's what she knows as Sinister, is the people that were forced from those lands and that sort of stuff. And she's like, oh, she's really excited to hear the positive aspects of it. That's all she knew of Sinister yet.
well,
Right,
and
so-
I have never heard of this Barovia, so
Well, it's pretty far out here, and mists tend to keep people out of Ravenloft.
do you know which direction Sinistry is from here?
Oh man, can't say I've made it much farther than the Bone Grinder. Settled out here with my husband a spell ago, but he passed maybe, gotta be 12 moons, or 12 seasons at this point.
Sorry for your loss.
And that would make sense with the way that she's been talking about, she kind of knows Valaki, but most of what she knows is cooking and surrounding areas and keeping a garden and things like that. But as dinner kind of wraps up with your conversation, and she leans back in the chair a little bit and says, just leave the dishes. But, man, it's been a while since I had a guest.
Oh, we appreciate it. We weren't
I
sure.
wish she'd brought a gift or something. Set everything up. Usually people come with something. Could have wrote me a card or something, maybe.
Right. A card? No, not that card. I'm not giving you that
Did you
card.
pull that card out?
I did. And just I think
that'd
it.
do just
Well, that's
interesting. Wow. I was just thinking about one of these the other day. Where did it go? And she finds herself you find her under the table immediately. This is gone.
Oh.
It's in her possession at this point, walking around the house. Clatter begins as she starts digging in shelves and opening things up, and then immediately produces a loose deck of cards with a piece of twine around it. And they have this back. But they're not damaged like this one. Seen a couple days, been out across the creek a couple times. Maybe what happened here? It's not important. I can see him right on the front. And I know where he goes, right here at the bottom. But I haven't dealt the rest of the cards yet. They won't tell me nothing. So she starts taking the cards out and starts saying stuff to herself. Oh, interesting. Gold coin, this here and that one. And then she picks this one back up and slides it into the deck again. Starts pulling out cards, setting them down, and they start to make a cross. And at the very end, she sets this one down and says, "Ah, now I know what you're doing here, buddy. The donjon." People don't call him donjon anymore. Some people say king of clubs. That's why he's holding this big stick. This wasn't originally a Taroka deck. But donjon usually means, Hall of Bones? Y'all looking for something?
We now seem to be looking for home, but we were looking for.
I wouldn't say it's home. Keep in mind that nothing's free around here. Oh, this thing has worked every time I've done it except for right now.
Oh, what is?
It's a green light. So as soon as she says nothing's for free, she holds up the card and it catches the rest of the way on fire, but it's green. The room is immediately filled with thick, yellow, greenish smokes. Constitution.
Oh, shit.
Oh, are you?
I don't breathe.
Then
Oh,
don't
that's
do
right.
it. That's good. Wow. Constitution saving
Oh,
throw.
I definitely.
You
I
Dampier.
definitely
Don't
breathe.
even look for it. I forgot you're Dampier. Forget it.
All right. Save. I am efficient in that. Still technically a fighter.
You don't need to breathe. Deathless nature.
All right. I got my like big collar and hook that over. Oh boy. I get a 24.
Sure. So you cough and you wave away and you hear that laughter, but as soon as that laughter fades off into the distance, you notice a change around you immediately. The light is different, and that mist that she just caused all around you and everything starts to heavily settle and just kind of join the mist around you, and you find that you are not in a house. You are not off the side of the road.
Are we back in the crypt?
There's nothing here. No, you're on that road.
There's just nothing.
Just like you never left it.
Oh.
Like you're still walking west. You can tell that you're probably right where you were. That didn't even happen. You are full. You feel warmth from your mulled wine. Your card is gone. She did say Hall of Bones. And on the ground right at your feet is a small sack. It's a coin purse about that big. You poke it, it falls open, and about 15 gold coins are in it.
I'm going to set my little red mist upon it, which picks it up. Mage hand.
Oh, Mage Hand. Okay, sorry.
And it picks up and comes over to me.
That's fun for me because I don't play with you as a player, and like you always just, what does your Mage Hand look like? What does your armor look like? But you don't say it. You just describe it. I'm like, what is that? Yeah. So your Mage Hand picks it up, brings it to you.
Bring it over and kind of like just manipulate it open and look at what the coins look like.
The coins are gold coins. If you want to touch them, you can, but if you don't want to, they're stamped. With the stamp is unfamiliar, but these are. I mean, they're the same size as yours. They look like they're gold coins that you would spend anywhere else in the kingdom. They just have a Barovian stamp on them. They say Barovia, and then they say something else underneath, and maybe a language that's either dead or a name that you don't recognize. The face that's on the coin is just a generic kind of relief of someone's head, a woman, but you don't recognize it. But it's a coin. You would be surprised if you took these coins elsewhere and they didn't spend.
Did that witch just pay us for that card?
I don't like taking things from people that take things from us.
You can keep that, by the way, but it's gone. Yeah.
Right, yeah, it's a cool prop, man.
All that prop just for 30 seconds of dialogue.
Oh, man.
Hall of
Might have
Bones
pissed it
in a
up.
dungeon.
Yeah, and she did, I will say, just so you know, because you said you were paying attention, but a lot happened in that last couple of seconds. She did say it's not a regular Taroka card.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys probably haven't ever heard the word Taroka before, but it was definitely a deck. She called it the Donjon,
Yeah.
but said that it's the Hall of Bones, and then asked you immediately if you were looking for something. Like that might have been where it was.
Right,
Like,
right.
The Hall of Bones, are you looking for something?
Right, right.
Also, I would remember, the reason I gave that back to you is possibly because she said she doesn't know where that card goes. I will tell you, just as GM knowledge, that the cards' meanings change in a Taroka deck based on their location. So the fact that that card has that number and that face and stuff on it is something you're might want to remember.
Huh.
Even though the card is no longer in your possession, I would just assume that you remember that it's the King of
Sure,
Clubs.
yeah. I
King of
kept it,
Clubs,
weirdly
Don
kept this
John.
piece of basically trash on me for
Well,
a
it
month.
fell out of that.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just forgot about it, and
Yeah.
then she just happened to say you didn't bring me a card or nothing, and you were like, "Card."
Yeah.
I love that you started looking through your inventory, and I was like, "Did you pull that out though?" And you're like, "Yeah." And she snatched it out of your hand. There was no way you were not going to give that to her. That's what she was doing here. So yeah, you are back on the road. You do notice right away though that even though you feel like you're standing in the same place that you were last time, that it's hard to tell. The trees are all the same things. That farther up the road, you do see what looks like it's cleared, and in the mist, something kind of behind. You are much closer to the town than you thought you were.
Okay.
Much closer. I will say, though, that the light outside has gotten much darker. You have probably been in there 4 hours?
I was hoping we
And
could
it
stay the
is
night, but now I'm glad we
very
didn't.
beginning of evening right now.
Let us get into that town and out of the darkness.
And as the darkness has creeped in and you are kind of looking around and noticing that, like, shit, stuff's changed, the town's closer, that girl's gone. The forest is still having that same kind of quietness and things, but there's a new sound laying over the top of it. A very hushed kind of groan in the trees, like wind moving them. But the mist isn't moving. So that
Yeah.
you hear wind and movement, but the mist
Nothing's
remains.
moving.
Yeah.
Let's
I put the pouch away.
let's
Did you take the pouch?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
while we're moving,
If we meet her again, I think we should have to repay her.
yeah, let's not forget that we did just give. I mean, that did belong to Father. We did just give what I'm pretty certain was a witch a personal possession of our family line, and with this whole place seems to be connected to.
You also told her a whole bunch of stories about home.
Uh-huh. So let's keep that in our mind. At least the wine was good.
Head to the town?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Post haze.
Post haste. So you pick up the pace a little bit. Your footsteps are a little bit louder in your ears, but that wind sound, it's almost comforting because now it's not silent out here anymore. But at the same time disconcerting because the mist won't seem to dissipate because of the wind. And usually you would think when the wind would pass through trees there'd be some bird movement or something, but it's not. It's just ambient. But you find yourself at the edge of that forest where the road kind of opens up and gets thicker, and you find kind of a cleared area where tree stumps kind of dot land before you get to a walled town. Smoke's coming out from it, and periodically you see guard towers, possibly 4 of them, and then a gate right in front of you, basically, that's been closed, most likely barred from the inside. There are 2 men up at the top, and the moment they see you come out of the woods, both of them start to make their way down to the gate. Out front of the gate, there are several people dressed very plainly, most likely peasants, but they're erecting pikes, and you can see that there's several dozen pikes. Fresh wood's been cut, and they're being kind of shoved into the ground. They're all sharpened on top. The ones that are the closest, kind of the older ones, because they're building them kind of that way, it looks like, the closest ones have wolf heads on them of various stages of decay.
I almost took that damn wolf's head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
Probably
it looks
should.
like you are what would appear to be Valakian, although there's no signage, but everything that you've heard or pointed towards so far, the only word you've heard is Valaki. But this is the town you think you saw at the top of the trees. The location is correct.
And I'm sorry, the gates are closed.
The gates are
But
closed,
people are coming down.
and guards have already seemed to have seen you. They immediately kind of came back down, but there are peasants and such out front that are erecting pikes. Some of them already have wolf heads on.
No, in the front of the gates. Okay.
Now, on all sides of this town, this little village, it is surrounded by a wall of basically trees, basically
logs.
tall logs. They've got all the way around it, and the road that you're on appears to go through this town. Like it goes into the gates, which means that it probably either this is the end of the road or the road goes through the other side.
Right.
To the north of this area is probably also, you can see that there's a clearing out into the woods just around it where the trees have been cut back. That probably leads to the lake, and that's probably where they do some of their subsistence and stuff like that. But other than those logs that are cut up very close to the edges of the things, all of the trees are the same height and grown up, old growth all around this town. Like if you were to walk past this 6 or 7 trees deep in the forest, you probably wouldn't even have seen it.
Wow.
So these trees kind of just look like silent witness over whatever's going on in this town. And then the wind slowly blows their cowls and a few ravens blow out. You find yourself in front of quiet little Valaki, a wooden town.
Hello. These gates are opening, I'm sure.
They're still a couple hundred feet up the road. You guys have just come out of the
walking that way.
Yeah.
So as you make your way up there, and those guys that were up in the posts definitely saw you and came down. The gates open a bit, and the people that are outside kind of look at the gate for a second, turn your way, and then kind of rush in. Yeah. The 2 guys that came down, one of them remains outside, and the gate closes again.
Walk up to him.
Sure. Mm-hmm. All right. I have to keep telling myself too that I'm going straight into my Dungeons and Dragons voice, where I'm like, "Oi, that's far enough." You know, like these guys.
Sometimes you gotta.
Tell you what, you stop right there.
Oh.
I think that's quite enough. It is a bit late to be entering.
I'm gonna false life on myself.
Sure. Does that make any kind of? Did you want to do that as soon as you saw the town?
Basically,
okay,
once one guy's staying out here, I do that, so I look human.
Does that make anything happen? Like, I don't see that occur.
No,
there's no somatic. Or...
there probably is. Let's see.
We would have made it on time, but we got.
He's right here now. You don't have to yell at him.
We would have been here earlier, but we got one of those wolves attack. I point to my bandaged up arm, my band-aid.
Catch any?
We got one, but we had to go before others came.
Just the 2 of you out hunting wolves this late? Seems a bit.
Oh, don't get it confused. The wolves were hunting us.
Like I said, it's a little too late. Maybe y'all ought to head on back where you came from. I'm assuming there was shelter where he's from.
Too far to get before nightfall. You wouldn't allow us to trudge through these wolf-begotten woods all alone, would you?
Well, there ain't anything on the other side either. You'll be wanting to stay here tonight, you're saying.
Indeed I am.
And what business brings you out this way? He does a whistle like that, and you see the other guard kind of make his way up to the top, and he's looking down over. In other words, these guys won't go anywhere.
Yeah.
I hunt criminals by trade, if that's the sort of thing that...
We wasn't having any problem out here, maybe a little farther south in that vicinity camp, but nothing up in these parts.
Now, can we get there before nightfall?
I don't reckon you can get anywhere much before nightfall than where you came
then
from.
We must stay here then. Because if you think we just set out an hour ago, you'll be wrong.
Well, where did you come from?
We came from Sinistry.
Where the hell's that?
Indeed.
Oi, the other guy yells down. Maybe they just lost in the mist. Just lost in the mist?
Is that a thing here?
Well, that's a thing everywhere around here. Look at the fucking mist.
What is the... Yes, that is the case.
Just too dumb to fucking admit it. Alright, get in here. Be gone by morning, unless the burgomaster says otherwise. They open the gate enough for like one body at a time to go through.
Okay.
When you guys walk in, the people that were outside are huddled off to the right of the door. And as soon as you guys come in and kind of make space, they file back out immediately and get back to what they were doing. Or you would assume that.
Right.
No cursing.
Oh, yeah. Damn, I did. I said fuck a couple times. Yeah, I know.
You just did it again.
I know. I got to watch out there. Thank you. That's a good reminder.
I mean, this is an adult stream.
I know, but...
He paid piano points for it.
I should be saying fucking, I should be saying something else clever. I got to come up with a better vernacular. All right, so...
We are a family-friendly stream.
True.
We're siblings. We're out here for a nice family outing.
All right, let me find that picture. So, you walk in, and this place is a little larger and a little more densely packed than you would expect for something out in the woods out here. There's houses that are all kind of up against each other. It does seem like you correct that this road does wind through. It doesn't go directly through, but it does kind of curve and move around a little bit like that. Just from the estimation of this being the entrance to the place, maybe 200-300 people live here. So it's a little bit bigger than, like I said, you expected from that little hole. Everything's very close. And now what you're kind of getting is that feeling that old growth kind of limits where people build. The areas that you've seen where there are houses and stuff are probably where they can put houses. But it's very cool here. Despite the fact that, it's still daytime and it is getting early night, it does feel cooler for the season. That's probably the wind coming off the lake, even though the mists are surrounding everywhere. You do notice here in the town, the mists are abated by that gate. They're not coming over, they're not building up, so in here is probably the clearest you've ever seen anything. Pretty sleepy looking, everything's very drab. There are some decorations up here and there, flyers that have pictures of wolf heads on them, and they have a date on them that's about 3 days from today, if today is the day that you left the crypt. If it's the same day you went into the crypt and you came out, then that date that's on those posters will be about 3 days from now. But people are kind of doing their sleepy town business. Every time you look, eye contact is immediately broken. Windows are kind of being drawn. The most common sound you hear is doors closing right now.
Well, fine.
The guy that lets you in says, make your way up, straight down this road, into the bend, find yourself the Blue Water Inn.
And thank you. I appreciate your letting us in. Come on, sister.
I best admit, I'm gonna be letting others know you's here. Don't be straying too far.
Oh, you can almost always
He's not
find
even
me.
listening anymore.
All right, be well. Son of a biscuit.
So he doesn't go back up into his post. He walks off in another direction down along the wall, presumably to start
Tell
letting people know that you're here, or at least sound the word so that it can be passed around that there's strangers in here. And it's nighttime.
Okay.
So it is early evening. Light is coming out of people's windows and doors, and there are no street torches. So it's getting pretty dark in here pretty quick. There are occasionally ones here and there outside of houses and stuff, but as far as like the road being lit, doesn't look like people are using these roads at night that much.
Well, fortunately, I think we both have dark vision. Mine from my marking, and you from yeah.
Even in that quick 10-minute walk up to the Blue Water Inn, it's night. You guys just barely made it, and unfortunately, with your dark vision, this place is just looking even more and more drab.
Right, it's just great.
Why
would this place not have torches? I mean, I understand the severity against the outside forces, but you don't want campfires attracting hungry predators. But then again, we just did see a witch, so who knows?
You think if they were trying to keep wolves out, they would light this place up?
So after a couple minutes walk, you do come to the edge of the bend, and the blue.
Sorry,
Blue Water Inn.
I believe it's Blue Water. Let me check though. That's literally what I was looking for.
Oh,
because this is the out of all the module books I've read, this one's the most difficult.
Oh wow!
Because it's like, okay, first off, this is 15 pages on how to read the Taroka deck. It's only like 6 pages.
Oh,
and then all of the maps are just room by room. Everything in this. These are all dungeons. Every single room, every single dungeon, everything. This was a really old Dungeoneers book. So trying to find the stuff they shoved in here in the spots that I want are kind of difficult. So I should have labeled it a little better. But, oh, I know why. Because it's a different chapter. Blue Water Inn, yes. So gray smoke issues from the chimney of this large 2-story wooden building with a stone foundation and sagging tile roof, which is basically what you're seeing everywhere around here. The majority of what you're seeing structure-wise is stone base with old growth wood. Things are molding a lot. You see green on the bricks and rocks and things because, despite the fact that there's no mist here in the town, it's cloudy a lot, it's wet. You're just getting this. The lake's not far away, so you're getting this kind of damp smell everywhere. It looks like it probably rained yesterday or the day before. The ground is kind of sloggy and muddy. But the road is still hard packed here like it was elsewhere. It just gets more use in the town, and so you are muddying your boots and such and capes would be picking up some dirt. But on top of the roof, there are several ravens perched there, and there's a painted wooden sign hanging above the main entrance that depicts a blue waterfall.
Blue waterfall.
Hanging from that sign is another poster, and that shows another wolf's head looking real angry on a pike. And it says, "Celebrate the Wolf's Bane Festival." And it has that same date, 3 days in advance. 3 days hence, excuse me.
The same date?
The date, in other words, the festival's in 3 days.
Okay. They have a bard in here.
I don't know.
Well, they might have some kind of sad minstrel in here.
Head in.
But you do hear you hear people inside talking. It seems fairly busy, and as you were walking up and it was becoming darker, people were heading in there.
Yeah.
But as you approached, the people that weren't quite in turned and left. And when you set foot inside the Blue Water Inn, you get that feeling that everyone stopped and looked right at you.
I tip my hat on them back, and I go to the dang bar. Where's that bag of coins?
Now let's save that. I don't want to spend too
So,
much
as you walk
witches' money.
There are
Ah,
a
probably
table
not.
immediately to the left under the window, and then 2 more on the right. And then there is behind that a bigger table, and then 2 larger round tables, and another bigger table, and then a very long bar that has seats at it. All of the bar seats are taken, and most of the tables have people at them now too. But the ones near the door windows are vacant at the moment. But the place looks like it would be pretty loud a few minutes ago, but it is
No.
deathly quiet. There is some whispering happening a little farther away from you, but it's no secret that every person in this place is looking right at you.
Well, let's head over to a window seat.
Sounds good to me. Listen, folks, we don't mean to be any bother, but we do have coin if you got drink.
Are you addressing the crowd?
I'm addressing the bar. Whoever's at behind the bar.
If you address the bartender, that's one thing. But if you're addressing, you said folks.
I did say folks, but
Okay.
I'm looking at the.
When you do address saying folks and look at the bartender, the people sitting at the tables closest to you do get up and leave. So a man is behind the bar, younger, dark black hair, kind of dressed plainly. He's obviously the barkeep. He's got his leather apron on. He comes back around. He's got his little towel and a tankard and maid.
Almost for a start, for sure.
So he pours you a little bit. Y'all you don't need a room, are you?
We will be needing accommodations.
It's true.
I think maybe y'all could come back a little bit later when the patrons aren't around. Kind of scared folk up a little bit. It's late to be walking in as strangers around here.
Well, it'd be even stranger if we were just wandering around the streets.
You don't have to wander, but I gotta tell you what, there's a well out back. Bring you out some tankards. Why don't y'all sit up there for a little bit, wait for it to get a little darker, wait for some of my patrons to leave, come on back in, I got space for you.
Why is everyone so scared? Isn't there a festival coming?
I don't know if you saw what it looks like out in the forest. I'm assuming you came from there.
Yeah, but we ain't on 4 legs with blood dripping out of our mouths or anything like that.
Did you see the forest you came out of?
Yeah, okay. You know what?
You just came out of that forest. So, until these locals...
You're so right.
He's basically saying, go outside for a little bit.
Yeah.
Would it be better if we just descended from the sky? Where do people normally come from if not out of the forest?
It's rare to get a guest around here, which is why I've got rooms. But you gotta remember, this is also the tavern as well. If you're looking for someplace to kill time, you could head out a little farther north. There is a bar up a little farther where you could kill some time, but they don't have rooms like I do. I'm just trying to, make a living here. If you guys are gonna scare off my patrons, I'm not gonna make any money.
Sorry for making a scene.
Out by the well, it seems.
So, do you want to ask where that other bar is?
Yeah, sure.
What is it? So, he gives you directions, basically just behind where he is. Go up the street a little bit farther, and there is a bar there called the Wolf's Den.
Picking up on a theme here, sister.
I have some theories, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be content with giving us any alone time to have a proper conversation.
So we're just gonna be hanging around with this well, then, I suppose. I don't know about.
You're not going to the other bar?
Well,
sorry.
we're talking about it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So you go outside, but the well is there. You can sit by it. As you go outside, a serving girl is kind of dropping those 2 tankards off and going back inside. So you have been served there if you want to.
Hmm.
So the guy that was giving you alcohol is not turning you away. He's just asking you to be a little more tactful than wandering in out of the mists and then straight
wandering into the public house.
Mm-hmm.
Again, where do people come from if not out of the woods?
He'll explain it, but it's not right now.
There's literally no other way to get to this town.
We haven't been to the other side yet.
I do.
It's more forest.
I would like a place where I can crack open a book and maybe look at my tools and.
You can do that here, but
on the well in the middle of where people are
it's
wandering. I don't know.
It's a little odd.
This is in the back of the.
It is in the back.
Right.
It's right behind this building. It's like
yeah.
basically the well is underneath like a shed where he keeps donkeys and stuff like that. The water is also the watering hole. So.
How long do you reckon we need to wait?
He would have, if you did what he said, he probably would have said, like, give me 2 hours, let dinner happen. Because this is, you're getting an idea, this is probably where most people use.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the inn, like, this is the main restaurant of town, not the hotel.
Maybe I kind of do want to peek in the other establishment.
Yeah, let's head down to that wolf's den.
Sure. So you walk down the street, and it is more of the same. At this point, it's dark outside. The only light that you're getting is spilling out from any of the windows that are open still. And you distinctly get that feeling that as you walk past those windows, they are drawn shut. If anyone seems to notice you, yeah. But occasionally you do see out front of people's houses some very, very nice flowers. They seem to blossom very well here in this kind of low light. So you've seen a couple of varieties that you wouldn't see back home, and a couple of them that are adding a splash of color here and there to the streets, which is nice. But soon, right, like you said, you come up to an old wooden structure like many of the other ones here, maybe a little more stone halfway up rather than being wood all the way up. Yeah, it's a little more permanent. You see a place with a big sign that says the Wolf's Den on it, but right now it has a piece of parchment hammered into it and says bats instead of wolf.
Bat's Den?
Bat's Den, yeah. It looks like nobody's here.
Perfect.
Go in.
You walk in and you don't interrupt it.
What?
I don't know your point yet.
Do you want the muffin?
No, the thing that's in front of it.
Candies.
Oh.
The big
You walk
pink
in
bag.
and this place is a lot.
Candy blind.
You know, this place is a lot
I don't see candy.
lower. It's lower than the blue water. You take a couple steps down to the wooden floor, so this looks like it was probably maybe the basement to a larger thing at some point. Maybe this was even like a tower, a watchtower or something, but it's not anymore. Now it's a little hovel that's been turned into a bar, and what looks like possibly a small store. There's some knickknacks on the shelves, mostly some potions and some, it looks like farming tools, some adventure stuff, maybe, like fishing gear, dungeoneer things, pythons, that kind of junk. No one's here except for kind of an older man sitting behind the bar reading with his feet up on the bar, and as soon as he sees you, he puts his paper down and looks over, and it's like, he starts for a second, and then kind of he gets over it, and he's like, well, welcome to the Bat's Den. Have a seat, I'll be right with you. And he starts folding up his paper, and you have run the place. The bar has 4 seats, and there's 2 tables.
Sit at the bar.
You sit right up at the bar. All right. What can I do you for?
Well, right now, we're just waiting for things to calm down before we can get some rooms. We're hoping to...
Sure found the right place to calm shit down, or calm down.
What's your name, sir?
Dargos.
Dargos. Well, I'm...
Gravinsky family.
The Lewinsky.
Gravinsky. Most people around here don't know the Gravinskys, though. So I just go by Dargos. Not a name and note.
Well, I'm John, and this is my sister Primrose here. We are...
Both women's names, huh? Joan and Primrose. Nice to meet you, Joan.
It's
I know Joan.
Jean.
Hey, Joan. Oh, Valaki got it, Joan. No, it's not Montreal, Valaki. Yeah, so he just introduced himself, calls himself Dargos. Yeah, and this place is empty. There's wolf stuff piled up in a corner. What looks like wolf reliefs, things that were probably like wolf teeth,
heads and stuff like that.
Not wolf heads so much, but more like tapestries of like wolves and like swords with like a wolf crest on a shield in the middle, but it's all kind of packed in the corners.
So, what has prompted this sudden change of theme?
It's that dang Burgomaster. He's making another festival. Oh, it's your first festival in Vallaki? Welcome to the week of Wolfsbane. Here at the Bat's Den. Last week was the Rolling Stones. This week's Wolfsbane, which
I love the Rolling Stones.
Which has been great for the Wolf's Den, as you can clearly see. The only folks going to come in here, strangers, out to mist on a night like this.
Yeah,
To himself. Eating?
Well, I'm more thirsty than hungry right now.
I'll take a look at your fare.
Sure. So he gives
I'm
you
like still full from the witches.
I didn't eat there.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah. So the fare is on a sad piece of paper that has been handwritten to say, like, bat kebabs and, like, bat morsels and stuff like that. But he assures you it's all venison. He just seems very like, just what is it you want? It's venison on a stick.
It's venison revamped.
Venison in a yeah, it's venison revamped. It's venison in a stew or a venison on a stick. Basically, there's nobody here, so business has been slow. Fare's a little low.
Venison on a stick, please.
Sure. So he goes into the back for a bit, and you have the bar to yourself.
We get him a drink first.
Yeah. So he serves you drinks, and you get what you want. Mulled wine seems to be what it is that they have around here for the most part, but they have whiskeys, they have alcohol. This is a bar.
Yeah.
There's distillery here and stuff, so you can definitely get whatever you need. If there's anything in Vallaki, it's alcohol.
Yeah. I'll try one of each.
So you have a couple drinks. He makes your food. He comes back out, and
so
he looks like he tries to kind of make himself busy, but he doesn't
see what he was reading.
Sorry.
Can I see what he was reading when we came in?
It looks like it was just like maybe the books for where he works. Like he's basically commiserating over his books. Basically.
Oh,
like, business sucks.
Man, yeah, I gotta tell you, those books could be a big source of.
Yeah.
All right. Well, wait for him to basically go off.
Yeah, so if you want to like talk on your own, you can go sit off. You don't have to sit at the bar in front of him. You can go sit. He doesn't seem like he cares that you're in here.
Yeah,
he's made your.
I don't seem like I'm moving. I got a little slider thing.
He does say you got to pay first, though.
Yeah, I'll pay.
So are you paying him with?
No,
Barovian
I'm not paying with the Barovian coins. I'm paying with the coins that we got.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm curious what the reaction.
Already have.
Yeah.
Where are these from?
They're from Sinistry. I guarantee they will spin just as well as any Barovian mint.
That bite actually comes from way back when we traded gold because you can scratch it. So it's gold. He got it.
Expensive drinks. I did get a lot. All right.
Well, it's all you had was
yeah.
gold.
I just drop a gold down and that's what
he
we pay for
he
all
doesn't
night.
seem to. Yeah, he doesn't seem to ask for change or if you want change or nothing. You seem to have paid him a gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stranger danger, right? So yeah, he seems to make himself busy. You can ask him questions if you want. Otherwise, you have the time to yourself. So.
Well, I've been thinking about our predicament, and I don't really think I like the conclusions that I may have come to.
I figure that these people are either just a bunch of dumb moron bumpkin folk, or they're very scared of something, or both.
Right. The bumpkins aside, I'm talking about
Water.
Yeah, there should be on top.
There is indeed agua.
Just one, please. Is there another Red Bull?
There is another Red Bull.
I'll take another Red Bull too.
The last one.
Let's just get liquid.
The final bowl. Get liquefied. Rating.
I would like to hear your insights on what you think is going on.
I'm talking about more of our overall predicament.
Right, so now let's see that first encounter, and again, I'm not putting outside the concept that this is all just an illusion created by the crypt that we may still currently be in.
I'm so sad about this.
Oh, the green light.
See how it's like it's trying and everything.
It ran out of battery.
I practiced it. So basically, what it was it's there
with the green fire.
Almost,
yeah,
it would have it would have just.
You know, I really appreciate the effort. It does help that you have like green fire effect behind you on the wall.
I was like, it's gonna be so cool. Whatever. I like props.
Like this thing.
The only reason...
see, there it is. Yeah, see, it's so
sick.
bright. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you just have to push it down.
You didn't practice enough.
Push it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
And then it would have it.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. I relied too heavily on my technology. All right.
So
Now, the only reason that we are here at all is because we wanted to find out what in the God's realms happened to you when we found our little family secret.
indeed, and I think we are finding it. I believe that we have either been transported in time back to the time of this curse, or this is the test that this curse puts on folk.
As long as there ain't some kind of technically thing sucking my brain out back home right now, I'm willing to...
I do have one test I can run on the locals here to see if
they believe.
my theory is true. But I've been refraining so far because it could get us in some trouble.
What's that?
Speaking the name of my family line.
Your family line. You know, I have more mother's traits than you do. I hope you realize that. I know that you got it, and so you think that the whole legacy of the monster hunters fell upon your loins. But anyway, I know what you mean, and you might be onto something there.
You came from the same loins, by the way.
No, I know, but like, yeah.
Her loins? They fell on her loins?
For her to pass down, like the
yeah, things sprout from loins. They don't fall on loins.
I mean, things come in, things come out, man.
This fell on my loins. Now it's up to me. Why'd it fall on your loins?
Listen. The death of my wife has been a very
confusing for my vocabulary. All right, so yeah, continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just your loin misuse got me.
Well, sir, it seems that you've been having a right amount of trouble with your Burgomeister.
It ain't the Burgomeister's fault.
Is it the Meister Burger?
Oh, he's just doing his best. These parts have had some dark times, as I'm sure you can see. The mist been surrounding us. People get lost going out, find their way back in. People coming in don't make their way back out. That's why we don't get many guests around here. That's why everybody's a little uneasy about you, I'm sure. That's why you's here right now.
I think that'd be a good promise for business to be had.
Anyway, the Burgomaster says the reason he throws these festivals is try to keep the darkness at bay. Last week was rolling rocks, hoping to keep out anything might be hiding underneath them symbolically. So we spent time rolling rocks around town as a big parade. This week's parade is Wolf's Bane, so people been hunting all night, trying to show they ain't afraid of the dark, even though they aren't going much farther than the edge of the mist. And hunting wolves like crazy, bringing them up. There's a pile out near the west gate. We'll be hanging their heads up on pikes to scare away the darkness, like the rocks was supposed to do last week, and I'm sure the week after they'll have something else. It just so happens that the Wolf's Den isn't having a great week, since this is Wolf's Bane.
You would think that this would be the place that everyone came to slay their woes and fears.
You've never run a restaurant before, have you?
Been in many of them, but no, can't say I have either.
You know, all I wish he'd done was told me he'd planning this a couple weeks ahead of time, so I could have changed the name to the Bat's Den beforehand, instead of trying to save face and do it as an embarrassment the night before.
Not a close touch with the community.
They'll be back.
I'll just wait for the bat hunting festival that comes up next.
What I'm really hoping for is Drain the Water Festival, so Blue Ends stuff comes down here. And with that, he kind of throws his towel down and goes back to working on the bar again and stuff. But
what did you just say?
Basically, he wants
blue.
Blue Water Bane.
Yeah, that's the competition.
He wants him to get screwed over.
Yeah, why can't it be Blue Water Bane? You know, why's it gotta be fucking Wolf Bane?
That wasn't a clue. That was just sass.
Now tell me, why do all these people need all this cheering up? What has happened in the darkness here when there isn't a festival going?
Well, I'm sure you noticed that the guards is on edge, and people have been kind of nervous at outsiders. These parts have had dark times. We're in the shadow of Castle Ravenlaw. Not much joy in these parts.
Who's the steward of that castle?
No clue.
You
A
don't.
bit out of my pay grade. We haven't had an emperor or a benefactor in some time, but these mists have been here for several years. Keep making it hard to leave, making it hard to come. The Stannies say they can make it in and out, but I don't got any proof of that. Their encampment's been south of town as long as I've been here.
You don't know the lord of this land.
I mean, the Burgomaster runs Valaki, and I'm sure Barovia down the road's got its own Burgomaster. Maybe even Brest, a little farther up the road's got a Burgomaster. As far as who's running all this, Barovia in general, like I said, we haven't had a person I know off the top of my head. Strahd's been dead a generation, I think. Strahd was a warrior some time back, maybe 100, 150 years ago. Did some conquering around here, organized the peoples and folks into kind of a cohesive area. Barovia was already a place, but he named the castle after his wife. Yeah. Like I said, I think they've been gone a generation or two. Don't know who took over the mantle after that, if anyone did. Might explain why the mists are in such a disarray, why the towns are so separated now. No one's running it. Hard to say.
Now, what are these folk you said are down south of the gate?
There's some Valaki, there's some travelers. Vistani, sorry. Valaki. Vistani, yeah. The Vistani are these dusk elves. Darker crew elves. Got them knife ears.
You mean like drow?
No. Nothing so dark and important as that. Still technically working until 5? Did DM use the inspiration?
Mm-hmm.
Not yet. No.
Not yet. Stop it.
Yeah. But I did set it down. No, nothing so sinister as that. I mean, not that I know. I don't think they have any connection. They just from different parts. Not allowed in town. Outsiders. No one
Like
walking.
almost we were.
Yeah, but if you walking around in them mists at night and stuff, you don't rightly trust anything like that. Got some dark ties, if you ask me.
And they say that they can get in and out of these mists?
They say they travel. They do some of the trade around here. Most of the stuff we get that's not skins and pelts we can't farm nearby and get from them. That's where spices, some of my mold come from them.
Well, it looks like if we want to know where we are and where we need to go, then that might be who we have to talk to.
Does Barovia hold similar festivals to what you got going on here?
News to me if they did. I don't know much what's going on in Barovia up the road. And like I said, I haven't heard nothing from Krez in quite a while.
Well enough for me. Oh, you got a
But I'd say, based on the fact that we keep doing these festivals and the fact that he didn't give me any heads up, makes me think that he's doing this on a whim and that it's not what's happening everywhere else. But who knows? You'd have to ask him directly if you want.
Does the Burgermeister stay here in town?
Does the mayor stay in that town?
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
They might have a manor off somewhere.
Yeah, the Burgomaster's got himself a little mansion not too far up the road. I don't know if you'd call on him in the evening, but you could probably speak to him in the daytime if you want.
Just trying to understand where we are. I think that party says I can't give it again for some reason.
Hmm? Yeah, whatever. What was I saying? So yeah, Burgomaster lives here. Yeah, it's been up here. Not too far away. I will tell you, the Stanley's not real friendly.
Oh, not like here.
No, unlike the hospitality that you're brimming with.
You've been real nice. I'm sorry. That was untoward. We're just a little stressed from wolf attacks and not knowing where the hell this mist is and why we're here.
Don't know why you're here. Why are you here? I guess he would ask you, why are you here anyway? Then you would tell him the mist brought you in. Lost in the mist. Told you.
We were following up on a family lead.
Yeah. And brought you out here.
And brought us out here.
Well, family lead was you following all the way out here, bro? Yeah.
Well, we come from a long line of monster hunters, and maybe this place has something to do with having monsters around with your wolf heads and your dark warding festivals and whatnot.
They ain't got wolves where you come from?
Oh, not like, well, yeah.
Not as big as the ones we saw here.
Well, we definitely hear stories coming out of the woods around here. Most folks stay inside the walls. Ever since the mist crept in, been seeing large birds, and hearing grunts out in the woods, laughter occasionally, yellowing of the fogs. It's strange. Unnatural, you ask me. It's why we stay in here. It's why we don't trust outsiders. If I'm being honest, if I wasn't hurting for business, I probably wouldn't have let you in.
Well, I'm glad. I'm ready for another round.
You're saying you're proving me wrong. Well, I've been wrong before.
Thank you. Oh. Do inn rooms have fires usually? Do they have their own hearths?
Generally, no.
Do what rooms? In rooms?
Yeah.
They don't have their own hearth. No, normally, no.
That would be kind of crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Some of them will have braziers that you can take coals up to keep things warm.
Generally, you would have that real big fire right in the middle of everything.
The hearth and the...
Here, it looks like... Nothing like that. Yeah,
I never took his damn inspiration. What are you talking about?
No, he's doing weird stuff. So...
Oh, because I said, for the party.
Because he's trying to give it to multiples, and it's not letting him. It's blocking him from giving it.
Oh.
So he gave it to me, and he's like, no, make that the party. And now he's giving one to you.
Hey.
There we go.
Thanks.
Okay.
Well, is supper time around coming to an end now? We
can say that you passed that time for the couple of hours that the Blue Inn told you to wait. If you want to do that.
Is there anything else you want to ask?
You do seem to have at least a sympathetic ear. So
Yeah.
we'll answer these questions.
You don't have any spare rooms in here?
He basically just shows you a big room that you're standing in.
Just
Like,
dark.
yeah.
Right.
I don't even stay here.
Where do you stay?
At the house. Yeah. I live up the road, man.
You got a spare room in that house, sir?
Not for you.
All right.
Not to be rude, but I just came out the mist and just met you.
Worth a shot. I don't know how much I trust that place.
See how you feel after a little bit of a tan on you. Insight.
Because it's so bright and sunny here.
Oh, never mind. You don't need an insight then. Yeah, in other words, we'll see what a couple days in town does for you.
Right. Yeah,
Like,
I get you.
Just got here.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that because we were getting kicked out in the morning.
Seems right. Unless you got business here, there ain't no reason to stay anyways. Ain't anything going on in here unless you want to stay for the Festival of the Wolves. Or Wolfsbane, excuse me.
I'm all right on festivals for the time being. I kind of just want to find out how we can get back out of everyone's hair.
Well, if you're looking for the Vistani, I told you they're out to the southwest a little bit, so you're going to have to go out that western gate, not the way you came in the eastern gate. Sorry, so I said that backwards earlier. I said there's a pile of wolves at the western gate, not the eastern gate. Came in the eastern gate.
There wasn't a pile of wolves.
That's what I meant. It should have been at the western gate.
You said
I said western?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect then. Yeah, you're going to have to go out the western gate and then south off the road, and that's pretty obvious what he says. But they don't much like company. I know that...
What do they like to trade?
Well, they do like trade, so...
They do like trade, but you guys didn't bring a whole lot. Your pack horses and stuff were outside your...
Yeah.
I know Father Petrovich has been down there to talk to him once or twice. He might be a good place to start. He runs the abbey here in town. St. Andrew's.
Father Petroville?
Petrovich.
Petrovich. And what's the...
St. Andrew's. A-N-D-R-A-L. St. Andrew.
Well, I appreciate the information. I suppose we should get going. I don't know, one last thing. You know anything about a place called Hollow Bones?
Hollow Bones? You mean like what, like a crypt?
Yeah.
A mausoleum? I mean, St. Andrew will be the only place to bury people around here.
Well, I think that settles that.
Well, one more question, I guess.
I'm never giving you information ever again because I was like, well, he never asked any question about Hollow Bones. So I gave you the answer. I couldn't think about St. Angelo. You're like, one more thing. Where's that Hollow Bones? I'm like, St. Angelo, fucking asshole. I was like, how are you guys going to find St. Angelo if you don't say anything about the bones?
You know anything about a family Cantomir.
Cantomir. Can't say, dude. Sounds Barovian, but don't recognize it myself. Doesn't mean it's not from around here.
Maybe Father Petrovich would know.
Maybe. He's been here quite a spell. Older than most folk around here. Probably didn't go out much. Speaking of which, don't leave town with the mist out about. It's full dark out now. Watch your step on the way to the Blue Water Inn.
Indeed.
If we hear anything about watery curses, we'll send a line.
All right, head back to the Blue Water.
All right, you head back to the Blue Water. It is considerably emptier in here, so it sounds like this is the gathering spot for the evening. Night had just fallen, work is done for the day. It's not cool for you guys to just wander in after the mist and stuff. So the gentleman that waited on you before kind of jogs over to you and introduces himself as Milivosh. Milivosh, which is perfect for a vampire game, but not so much for that southern one, Milivosh. You can call me Mill.
Hello, Mill.
Sorry to seem unhospitable earlier. It's just some of these folk are rightly scared what's out there in the mist, as well as, me as well. But I mean, if the guard let you in, it makes sense to me. Just, it's hard to explain that to folk, and business has been a little weird, so I just want to make sure. I appreciate you. So don't worry about that first round out by the well.
Oh, all right.
Take care of you, though. You guys are looking for a room for the night, right? No more? Definitely get you a space. No one sleeps up in here, and if you want, he can just usher you there now. He's kind of basically saying, let's go to your room.
Okay.
And he shows you the room, and it's a long room that takes up part of basically the 1/4 of the second top of the house. It's got 4 beds in it that are lined up. It's just a real long room, and each of them has like a foot locker. It's like some place where like a traveling party would stay. It's just the 2 of you, but he's like, it is a gold. There's 4 beds, and you are taking the whole space. So he's asking for a whole gold.
We can get you
for
that.
A single night.
I'll give him a whole gold.
Barovian or regular?
Regular.
Right. He takes the regular gold, doesn't look at it twice, and puts it in his little pocket. Can't imagine you'd be needing anything, but if you do, just out back's where the well is. You already found it, and guard posts are at the corners of the walls if you need help with anything. I'll be in the back. He's got a room basically underneath the stairs. I'll be back there, but usually turn in for the evening. So you won't find anything in here. Basically,
Yeah.
Do y'all do breakfast or?
That always eats it in. Yeah, he'll say that there's definitely breakfast in the morning, that sort of thing. But you should be on your way after that.
Okay.
In perception.
Okay.
Just real quick.
Or insight? Perception or insight?
No, this will be perception. We'll get to the insight in a second, but perception.
I don't want to damage your car with these heavy metal bits.
It's your card, isn't it?
Let's see.
Damages 99-cent store card.
I know, right?
But no, it's not a 99-cent store card. This is a work of crafted art. Alright, dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
11.
I do like the little free guidance you get on all these.
This gentleman's features are kind of unnaturally sharp for the surrounding people. He doesn't look like everyone else. His eyes are very black.
Yeah?
Other than that, there's no distinguishing thing that would make him anything other. You just happen to kind of notice that.
Yeah.
It's just sharper on the edges.
It sounded like he had a different accent.
Like I said, too, that could be, he could have been from Keswick up the road, or he could have been from Barovia, or maybe even,
right.
you don't
We don't know any of those.
Yeah.
Does he sound like he had a different accent from the other people we've talked to?
Not really.
Like
He's a little gentler, is all it was.
Oh, okay.
He was picking up his softer palate, that's all it was.
Oh, okay.
It's just, he's being a little more understanding. It's not a different accent, it's just a different person. He's just, sorry about that. I didn't mean to be less hospitable, but you guys are staying for the evening, and then you're moving your way on. So, yeah, he gives you that room, that whole room. It's expensive, but, you get that. If you wanted to do an insight roll, go for the insight roll.
No.
Okay.
I kind of want to do one too, just because I notice he looks weird, and people are so freaking weird here. I don't know. Is that a? That's what I'm skilled in. I don't get a D4 for that though. That is a 23.
Cool. So you're realizing now that you're really putting some thought into it. One of those, that guard that let you in, looks like this guy. They're probably related.
Oh, okay.
So he looks like his family lives and works here. Like he's probably been Valaki his whole life, kind of thing. Yeah. Which would also explain why the room is so expensive. Because that guy is literally like, come on in, go straight for the Blue Water Inn.
Go work
Why
at
don't you come after dinner and then I'll take a gold off you and then you get the fuck out the next day. So it feels like you might have been bracketed a little bit. You put 2 and 2 together with that guy's face. Yeah.
Foreigner tax, I get it.
Foreigner tax. Yeah. You just happened to put. You figured out where the tax money went.
Yeah.
Who got 5 silver and who got 5 silver?
Well, no, I'm not going to ask any weird questions before he goes. Not until we talk some more.
Yeah, so it's the evening. It's night. You have your room. You've had your dinner. You've spent your money for the day. You have a lead. You know St. Andrews has a an ossuary or a mausoleum or something. There's a burgomeister if you really wanted to go figure out what's going on with the wolves and things, and you also know there's a Vistani camp not too far away, but that they're not very friendly.
Mm-hmm.
But you have the evening. You're in your room. You feel relatively safe. It is creepingly dark in here. There's nothing coming in from the windows. No, light from across the street or a street lamp or anything like that right now. It is what it is.
I'm gonna stay standing over by the windows looking out.
You don't need sleep, do you?
I do, yeah. I do need sleep.
I'm just going to get my tools out and start working and cleaning that, see what I need, see what things I may be missing. I need a heating element for sure to smelt the damn bullets, eh? To make bullets? No, I can just do that.
I don't think you're casting bullets. I think you have your materials, your slugs and your powder, and you just need to packet them up.
Oh, is that how guns work? I don't know.
So if you're making a bullet from scratch, yes, you need something with a cone shape that's hard enough to be ejected out of the bullet. Those are cast. But it's usually low temperature. You just need a fire and a crucible made out of like clay or something that can hold up to the heat. And then you just melt brass, silver, whatever low temp.
I should have researched this before this game.
Then you pour that into a mold that you have. And you would have a bullet mold. And it might even be like 3 or 4. You just pour it in there, clamp it. Or you clamp it, pour it, open it, break them away from their spool, file them. And then what they need to do is you have basically a case. You put gunpowder in it, and then there's a 2-tamp system. The first one tamps the gunpowder hard. Then you place the bullet into the shell, and the second tamp pushes it down, but also pushes the bullet casing up into the tamper and wraps it around the bullet head.
I don't think he has shells, though.
I'm just saying, but all of that equipment, everything I just said, would fit in a space about the size of this book and this microphone.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So you could do this very easily in a pack. Cowboys did this every fucking day.
Right.
So
okay.
This is That's why I was like when they put this in, and I was like, what are the guns like for D&D? And I looked this up when you said you're gonna make a gunslinger, and I was like, fucking cowboys. We're in the South. Fuck yeah, let's do it.
You ever hear my what we call it shots? I don't know if this is a true story.
Oh, why do we call them shots?
Well, we call them shots because in the Wild West gunslinger, there's gunslinger days, you could, because they weren't, if you're a gunfighter, if that was like your trade, like you didn't have a lot of steady income, and so you could trade a
bullet for a shot,
bullet for a small amount of alcohol.
I heard that in parts of the West that it was just called a shot because you could just do that anywhere. Like bullets were expensive enough with gunpowder and putting them together, and they were useful. You could trade someone like 6 shots would be a beer and 3 drinks, that kind of stuff. But I also heard that shots are one and done, like a bullet. So
that makes sense too. Yeah. I kind of like not knowing. I don't know. I like.
We can make it up. We can make it part of our things. But yeah. But there you go. You
sit down and make your stuff.
I feel that way about 40K's Horus Heresy too.
I will never read those books.
It's way better to not know.
It's weird because I don't know anything about 40K lore really, and Horus Heresy is the one thing that comes up the most.
Yeah,
I Reddit, everyone talks about it
over the place.
I guess the community must have just dove on it, like, oh, finally answers, and but ignorance is the big theme.
Whole point.
Yeah.
The whole point is whatever happened is so distorted, redacted, retold.
Yeah, across billions of worlds that
Yeah.
can't communicate to each other underneath an oppressive church. Anyway.
I'm just gonna keep an eye outside the window, watch down over wherever this window looks out, over the street or what have you. And
Sure. Are you just going to do 2 shifts?
yeah, figure, get some shut eye and I'll keep an eye out.
I'm a little drunk right now.
That's why I'm telling you to get some shut eye.
I got work to do.
You can do that when you wake up.
If I do it when I wake up, I'm not going to feel right to do it. I need to... Something might come in right now. I'm fine. You get some rest. You need to think about what we need to find here, because this connected web is going on you. So you call your sword and find out what it is the hell they want here, because I don't know what's going on.
I really like that you have the inheritance, but he got the card.
Yeah.
And then now the card holder basically was like, "What are y'all looking for?" Now you're like, "Yeah, she's looking."
Yeah,
It's like you keep passing this inheritance off. It's mine. It's yours. No, it's yours. It's mine. No, it's yours.
The whole
I like that.
backstory.
Yeah, I like it. You guys are RPing it very well. I like it.
Anyway, we eventually come to some decision about...
Sure. So you take your shifts. Who's going first shift?
Damn it. All right. It'll be me, because I am drunk, and you're very charismatic and persuasive.
Yep. All right. So you're taking the first shift, half drunk, making your...
No, I am. He's going to sleep.
Oh, sorry, you're going to sleep. Taking your first shift, perception. You're looking out the window, you're listening for sounds.
And do you know, I have dark vision to 120 feet.
Sweet.
Do we have a name for it, by the way? Do we just call it the inheritance?
It's called the inheritance.
It's a pewter medallion, but you don't like... Was
platinum.
that the... Platinum, sorry. Was that the inheritance? Was it the papers? Was it the... Like, what the fuck? And that was a secret. It wasn't really an inheritance. It was something you found in your dad's paperwork.
Right,
It turned out being evidence of like a rich family that's passed. You're like, yeah.
Yeah, it's more... Yeah. It was,
I want whatever's in the crypt. Oh, no,
it was an inheritance that pretty much like, our family's hiding some shit. We're going to take it.
Those stories that mom wouldn't tell us.
In fact, as soon as dad died, you got stuff that other people were like, yeah, okay, he's dead here. The next person, watch this shit. I don't want this stuff anymore.
Oh my.
And what happened, the first thing you did was pull it out, and a witch took it from you?
Yeah.
Cool bloodline, guys.
Yeah.
Welcome to Barovia. So your first, what was your 10? Sure. You do see...
Yeah, I'll use...
Okay.
I'm sorry?
It's dark outside.
I was thinking about something.
16.
All right. So you look back and forth down the road throughout your shift of the night. You do see guards occasionally, and they do have torches. So obviously they don't have the dark vision. They're walking around like normal people, but they have they walk in twos.
Humans.
Yeah. Well, I just found out like Dampier's like all the way vampire, but yeah, they're walking around. What you do notice from that perception check is that there's less guards than you would expect for people that are this terrified of like the surrounding woods and the mists and things like that. So either they're shorthanded on guards, or they don't feel like there's anything to look for inside the town, maybe? It's especially odd that they're carrying around torches when they could just light the streets.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That's all you notice, that your shift goes by without event.
This whole fucking place is weird. Like, I expected the village in Ravenloft to be weird, but like, I can't quite make sense of any of this shit. Like, why not torches? I don't know.
Why don't they have this place lit up like Christmas to keep wolves at bay, and the darkness and the mists? But no.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's not them. So, later in the evening, so you're not noticing, there's nobody there. Hunters left.
Oh, yeah.
Later in the evenings. Yeah, sorry. There were some of the... You did notice 2 or 3 hunters. Not like what was his name? Gregosov? Did you write his name down? Dargos. No, not like Dargos. Said he was like saying that, hunters and Lurleen, the woman that was out in the woods that you ran into.
I'm sorry, Darlene?
No.
Wait. Yuva?
Yuva sorry.
Yuva.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to go with a different name besides Lurleen, because that's somebody different. But anyway, Yuva Janaya, she said that hunters were coming out all night. Hunters were coming out all night, and that was why the wolves were coming out in the day. Now you're seeing a couple at night leaving, so some of that, there is some truth to that. Yeah. Dargos and Yuva were telling you the truth. Hunters are going out at night to look for wolves, because this is probably when you hunt wolves for Wolf's Bane.
I figure the big hunting probably in a couple days for that festival. Anyway, I wake you up.
Alright. Oh. No, another shift, please. Don't you have any? You have night powers now.
Alright. You wake up on your shift. Are you just watching or are you working on your bullets too?
I gotta watch. I don't. None of this is.
You guys are in it. Like it's hard to. I know that it's nice to like kind of be like, oh, there's these places you can go and talk to and things, but like it's hard for me to keep in mind that you guys are like brand new. Like this morning you were in a crypt in a different land, and now you're surrounded by mists in a town where people are not friendly.
I start working on my stuff, and I'm just like pissed off, and I'm confused, and I'm just like I'm making no progress. I just
You just stop.
go
Okay,
to
so
watch.
just a perception, then not a disadvantage.
I will not take a natural one. I refuse. Not on
Galen, you ruined the first natural one. Oh wait, natural. Oh, you're not taking it. Never mind.
Yeah. Not that's much better, but let's see, an 11 plus this is perception. 15.
15. All right. So kind of like what he told you, you are seeing an occasional hunter go out, which is a little weird, and very few guard. But this night here in town seems as still as the day was on the road out here.
A hunter here and there. Are they going different ways, or
They all seem to be heading for the west gate.
the west gate? Okay.
Where they said that pile of
Right.
tools were, and also where like the Strahd camp and stuff like that. It almost feels like you. If you're now that you've insight. Fuck that insight.
Okay. It's going to be insight.
No.
Survival and perception. Okay. Insight would be.
Survival will work here too, if that's higher than your insight.
Actually, my insight's better than my survival.
Okay, then do your insight then.
That's going to be a 16.
Okay. You've noticed that, like, people are talking about stuff. Oh, the Vistani's at the west gate. The pile of wolves is at the west gate. You're going to have to travel through here to the west gate.
Right.
The mists were in the east. It seems like you're kind of, I don't want to say you're being ushered west, but everything is west here. Like,
Yeah.
the western side of town seems to be where things are happening. Like, hunting is happening, and festival preparations are happening, and you're being told to go to the Blue Water and then leave, like that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
everything's been Western so far. That might just be, with 16, you might just be putting that together.
Yeah.
Because it's weird outside.
Yeah.
But as the day rises, as the sun begins to fill the sky with a cloudy murk, you notice that the people that you saw go out and hunt have returned, so they didn't lose anybody. Several of them have like muddied boots, and a couple of them have like bloodied sleeves and things, so they've probably been preparing wolves somewhere.
On their way back, what kind of gear are they sporting here?
It's hunting.
Yeah.
It's very basic. This is very peasantry. So
Okay, so we're like hunting bows and traps and stuff like that.
very little traps because this is wolf. So it looks like they're probably got
Right.
bait, and they probably already set the traps out in the woods, and they're going out to like deal with dire wolves. What they've got is large enough to take out a dire wolf, but probably nothing else. So it looks like there's no other threat that they're looking for. Like, they don't have specialized weapons. They're not carrying they're looking for stakes and
Nothing
rifles and stuff.
that gets my monster hunter tinglies.
No.
Yeah.
It looks like that's why I was saying they're hunters. So
Yeah.
what you're seeing on them gear wise, especially in the daytime, this is wolf hunting gear.
Okay.
You are noticing though, like I said earlier, it's very drab here. The peasantry is not wearing colors. Everything's just brown and tan. There doesn't seem to be a lot of joy here. Yeah, the flowers are so it's so dreary here. The flowers poke out and really kind of struck you. Where you're like, oh wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, you find yourself the new day. You're awakened a little earlier than you expected, and Millie's kind of asking you if y'all gonna eat. It would be nice if you came down now.
We're coming down to eat. Okay.
Basically, he's hinting at my breakfast crowd is coming. So it would be cool if you guys ate and got the fuck out.
Understood. We'll be right down.
Milo.
Millie.
Yeah, it's me.
Well, Mills.
It's Milovish or whatever, but Milo. M-I-L-O. Milo.
Milo's
But it's
good.
not- it's like-
Yeah.
It's like
Milo works.
Milokoj.
Milico, it's Milivoshi or Milivish.
Milivoj.
Milivoj.
Let me check real quick. Milivoj. Milivoj.
Yeah.
So it's like Millie was work for.
Millie.
Mill or Millie. Milo was nice. I should have just said Milo. Milo
Okay.
fits his house. We'll call him Milo from now on.
Milo. Well, let's go get our gold's worth, I guess.
So, when you head down, he's already got a couple of large corn muffins ready for you to go. They're in
I'll take mine now.
they're in ceramic cups, which look like you baked them in until you get a hold of them and realize these cups are cracked. And he probably took them out of a good cup and put them in here so that you can take them with you. But they smell great. Corn's one of those few things that'll grow up in that rainy, shitty, or crappy. Why? My southern accent's making me swear. But yeah, the corn will grow in those mists. So that's what they got for flavor around here.
Sweet, sweet corn. Now that he's gone, what do you think's going on here? Oh, man.
What did he just...
These tongues.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I'm having some sinus issues that I went to the doctor never got resolved. So we're not sure what it is. So I get some stuff caught in there sometimes. Occasionally, like when I come here, we just rode in the car with a bunch of dogs.
Yeah.
I have allergy medicine and it'll kick in a little bit. It's just right now.
Do you want to take our break?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing that'll change it. What it is, it's just weird because it's pressure here, but then my nose runs. So it's completely clogged. So I don't feel any kind of like running, and then all of a sudden it's like on the edge of my nose and in my mustache, and so I'm like, God damn it, I have to like go. So I look like a coke addict from my nose issue, but it's already, it is already feeling better, and I'm already getting there, so it'll be fine.
We got a long rest.
But yeah, you got your long rest for sure. You got your corn muffins, and the door's open.
Get out.
Did we find out where the Saint Andrews was?
He said it's the only cathedral in town. It'll be pretty easy to
Just
find.
look for the tall building.
So basically, you walked through town, right through the middle road to Blue Water Inn. If you continue on that main road, you'll find St. Andrews closer to the west gate.
Hey, everything's in the west.
Oh yeah, skinny on that, by the way.
That you noticed that, even though you weren't sure if it's a real notice or not. Yeah, sure. But yeah, as you walk outside of the Blue Water Inn this morning, now that it's like daytime, it's early. Notice quite a few more ravens on the roof during the daytime. You know, some of them are quite large too.
Like, okay, it's D&D. When you say quite large, do we
not like
are they kenkus or
no? Like large for a raven, but
Okay.
not like
right?
yeah, not like what?
Yeah. Okay.
More like enough to say that's a big old bird. Not big enough to be like I think that's a rock. You know,
Would it seem like the same kind of size difference between the wolf we saw last night to wolves we understand, or
These dire ravens.
No. Have you seen dire wolves before? Have you ever seen a dire wolf?
I mean,
Before that one
they
that
do
attacked you?
exist.
They do exist. They're not an uncommon monster.
So
Yeah.
so then you would have heard
Monstrous
about it and seen pictures and stuff, so that you probably would tell people that was a dire wolf. This is not like a dire raven.
okay?
But it is. They're big, like healthy ravens in a place
Right.
where you've seen everything be kind of sickly and
They're eating good here.
honest. And they look nice and clean. Their features are sharp. Their feathers are black.
They have three eyes.
They don't have three eyes. No,
Okay.
just nice and just jet black, nice and sharp. They look like very excellent raven specimens. Yeah, they're cool.
Top ravens in this.
Top
place.
ravens.
That is so-
Top
That's what-
ravens.
So that's one thing I wanted to do last night. I forgot to do.
What was that?
I want to summon Abel.
Excuse me.
Who's Abel?
He's my servant.
No. No. What? Have I met him?
You might have met him before.
Oh God.
Who's Abel?
So I have
you
unseen
find
servant,
familiar or unseen servant? Okay.
and I would have summoned
So I
Abel.
haven't seen him.
Abel, of course, you
Yeah.
would have seen him, but
Sure.
you would have seen him as to clean and stitch up his clothes.
Gotcha.
You went and
Is
learned magic.
Abel around when?
No, it only
okay.
lasts an hour.
Gotcha.
You're
Okay.
Magic
'cause-
initiate. Like, did you know? Did I know you to know some magic
I tried
before?
really hard, but it
Yeah.
was really bad magic.
He did say that.
I failed.
He was a jack of no trades.
Yeah.
Right.
Like he was not. She couldn't figure out what
I
her
probably-
life was for.
Yeah, I probably met Anissa like trying to learn magic.
Yeah, because Anissa was like
Yeah.
a wizard or
And
something.
I failed, but now
Yeah.
it's so much stronger. It's
Oh.
so good.
That's
My magic
nothing.
is so
Nothing
good
but
now.
good has come
It's-
from this.
It's funny that you're like trying to figure out how to make it stop, but in my brain now, I think what you're looking for is how to make it not make me want blood.
Yeah,
I want power, but
I'm
not
like,
blood.
I don't want to get rid of this, and
Yeah.
he's like, he needs closure. He wants closure, so that's
Yeah.
why I'm here. But I want all of this power.
Yeah.
So,
And if there's a way I can find closure and have you keep your power, that'd be great. But mostly, I'm looking for a bullet to make.
that's not me.
That's not you. Yeah, preferably not you.
All right. So yeah, let's head towards that Abbey.
I don't know, all this drinking lately.
I just wanted to make sure I'm not giving the wrong. You know what? Fuck it, that's not going to come up for a while. Yeah, so you make your way down. Your presence seems to be causing more of a distraction today because it's daytime.
Mm-hmm.
And visitors don't usually show up in the night and are let in. So now it's crack of dawn, people are coming out of their houses, and there are strangers walking down the street already. So those distractions that you were noticing yesterday, like drawing of curtains and like breaking of gaze, have turned into like gasps, and like people are just going back into their door, like they're opening it up and seeing you and like kind of coming in. It's much more unwelcoming in the daytime because you guys showed up at night.
Right.
So
Right.
who knows who you are?
Yeah.
You know, and like even Dargos kind of gave you that hint where he's like, "Let's give you a couple more days." Like, this is that. Are you spirits? Are you vampires? What are you? You know, who knows?
Right.
You know,
He likes spirits, and I'm a vampire.
yeah. Well, think about what just happened on the front, like what happened on the front porch of Alaki yesterday. I mean, who knows what these people have seen or what they expect from you, and so avoidance seems to be what's happening. But as you do get closer to the west gate, this is not a very big town. It does have a lot of people in it. 200-300 people is a lot, but very, very tight farmland. It's mostly just corn and wheat, things that can be turned into other stuff, grains and things.
Maize.
Livestock is probably out by the lake, I guess, because you don't see any evidence of it here. But the
God, they have hogs and corn here. Like, we could probably get some nice like chorizo fucking tortilla wraps right here, man.
not in the south, unfortunately. But you can find some good ass barbecue
The barbecue was
and
good.
corn muffins.
Corn muffins.
He had it right. He was like, "Let's get some barbecue," and I'm like, "Yeah, this is gonna be great." So, as you get closer to St. Andrews, which is poking out of the houses, St. Andrews is clearly the largest structure here in town, besides the Blue Water Inn or the guard towers and the walls, if you consider those. It is poking out, but farther down, closer to that gate, you do see what looks like a considerable pile of wolf carcasses. Probably
On the
20
inside?
on the inside.
Ugh.
Probably 20 or 30 that have been dragged in. Looks like there's two piles. One's got heads, one doesn't. So they're basically removing the heads, and who knows what they're doing with the rest of the bodies. But that's happening some distance from the cathedral. But you do find yourself at the cathedral. Out in the grounds, there are... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna make a joke. It's like, gosh, I'm so sad we might miss this. What's sure to be a beautiful festival.
Right.
There's two younger men outside tending to the cathedral's grounds. One's a little bit older, maybe like in his late teens, early 20s, tanner, bigger, kind of brawnier, and then a very thin guy, very thin and a little bit younger. And the thinner one is down in the garden, kind of picking at stuff, and the older one is standing there with his rake, and basically he's cleared something. This kid is digging it up, but he notices you, and he's kind of standing there, not moving. He's kind of holding his position.
Slightly, because like, especially like, I mean, you get like a full rest, but like, really, like when you take shifts, you're not getting like,
Yeah, and we woke up early. So.
Yeah, and I was drinking. I'm just like, yeah. So I'm just kind of just a little bit gruff, just kind of like, we're looking for Father Petrovich. Father Petrovich, is he? We need an audience if you could be so kind.
Oh yeah, he's inside, but I don't know if he's going to see you. So it's early. What are you doing here so early?
We're being ushered out of the town and need guidance.
Go on.
Enjoying our delicious breakfast, and the hospitality of this place is what we're doing.
So while you're talking, and just while you're doing that, he's ushering the younger one. You know, get in there. So he's ushering the younger kid who runs into the cloister. Yeah. No, I've already eaten. I appreciate that hospitality, but
No. I was saying he asked what we were doing out here.
Oh,
I said, enjoying
yeah.
our breakfast and fine hospitality.
Well, you'll find services on what's Sunday? What's the 10th day in D&D?
I don't know.
Oh,
In
that's
Barovia,
right.
it's whatever.
Oh, that's right.
Dimension, yeah.
So yeah, you'll find services on 5th and 10 days. For the most part, ain't much business going on in here. It's a sleepy place. Only one man manning the place besides me and Anthony over here.
Well, we're here not to seek solace in services. We're here to speak to Father Petrovich.
Well,
Purse.
Anthony's in there talking to him. We'll see if he comes out or not. Meantime,
that scared little boy, you mean?
The one he pointed at and said, yeah. You're more than welcome to sit up there on the wall, a spell. But, if you don't come out in a few minutes, I'm going to have to ask you to move along.
What's the area around here look like? Is it like a garden? Is it like...
So it's ringed by a graveyard.
Cool.
The thing that they're tending is a small herb garden that's right up a butt to the church, but it looks like Anthony's garden. Like a 9-year-old is running this garden.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing in here.
Cute.
Yeah. The graveyard is the only thing in here that you've seen that's not like buildings or a road, and it's not very big. Like the graveyard, it seems fairly fresher. Like this doesn't have like old graves in it. It's more of like a newer sort of, but it doesn't make any sense for there to be this few bodies in a place that seems to be this old in this old growth of a forest. Evidence of like felling and things. So.
All right, well, we'll wait for deliberation then. I'm just gonna go pay my respects.
And I haven't described it very well either.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's okay. But St. Andrew's has a stone structure with a facade that's a little bit taller than 2 stories, ending in a metal cross that comes up to show religion of some kind. D&D, I don't know much cross religion is there, no? So let's take that cross out of there.
Cuthbert is the only one I can think of.
No, you know what? I'm gonna say that it's in the shape of...
So it's like,
yeah.
I think theirs is, just the big wide cross.
Yeah, that's what. So it's like there's not like a tall, not like a T. It's more like a lowercase,
like a plus sign.
Lowercase, like a plus sign. But there is that shape on the roof of it, indicating fealty to some god of some kind. But it's
not a god that we recognize, though. Completely different.
I mean, you tell me, do you recognize that symbol?
No, okay. Well, I guess we don't. All right.
Yeah. So it could be older. It could have been repurposed, or it might just be for decorative purposes. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
I should know. We're both from different made-up places, so.
Right? But St. Andrew's does seem to have a fair bit of upkeep. It does have 2 torches out front of it, which means it's probably lit at night, or at least lit during services, that sort of thing, or services take place at night.
It might be Cuthbert then. I mean, wasn't he like pre-helm, proto-helm, the Greyhawk helm?
Sort of.
Yeah. The stones here show the telltale moss that you would see on most of them, but probably about this tall on one side by the garden. It looks like there's been some attempt to scrub that moss off to clean up a little bit, but they can't reach very high.
Well, I'm looking at ways of infiltrating this place if they're not going to let us in.
Sure. So as you start to walk around the property, are you staying inside the fence, or are you going outside the fence? Like basically, it's walled with gravestones in the middle of it. And then there's property on all sides, like people's houses and stuff have been.
Well, I did say I was going to pay my respects, so probably where.
All right, so inside the wall. So as you walk inside to the graveyard, are you sitting on the wall still?
Yep, I'm gonna sit on the wall.
You hear the front door open, and Anthony comes back out with an older gentleman, and he kind of looks around and sees you. And,
I hop off and
so he addresses you because you're off doing your thing.
Going to false life, make sure I don't look like a vampire talking to a priest.
I'm not far. If I see people coming out, I'll probably just I don't know. I'm looking at the finely tended grave. Paying respects.
For sure. Yeah. So, hey, welcome to my humble church. I'm very sorry if Yost there was a little harsh to you. Anthony says he wasn't giving the warmest of greetings this morning, but he's a youngin', he's out, headstrong, full of piss and wind. Vinegar, not sure what wind is. Sorry, he's not here. Sorry, I'm just
I don't
joking
know what
around.
wind
Yeah.
is.
Well, piss and wind means like
Could you say that again louder?
piss is guts. Winds is like I'm talking shit. Like I've got sorry, Christian. It's like you're full of wind, but vinegar is also the other one. Salt and vinegar and wind are all the same thing. So he's just being facetious. He's trying to be polite, make conversation. He's thinking
1,500 points for that.
He thinks his. I know, and I've like messed it up. He's basically making sure that you get his meaning and stuff. He's not trying to be rude.
Whoa!
Hey, Super Chat Squad.
Damn.
Super Chat
Thanks
Squad.
for
You're
the
here on a
subs.
perfect day.
17.
I'm butchering some southern accents, starting with my Georgia. Except this isn't one I'm starting with, but he says, please come on in. I tell you what, you just have a seat down here in one of these pews, and we can talk as long as you need to. I'm sure you haven't been receiving too much of a kind reception from the folk around here.
Well, with that, you would be right.
Yeah, well, please come on in. And your husband?
Brother.
I'm wondering back at this point if this seems like they're having a conversation.
I'm Father Petrovich. You can just call me Lucian. It's fine with me.
Lucian.
And it occurs to me.
Bandolier, why are you staring at me like that? Did Cisco get into something? Are you tattling right now?
Right over here.
Oh.
Cisco's right there.
She just stares at you sometimes,
All right.
Like she wants to tell you something but can't.
No words.
Only those soulless black eyes.
So he ushers you in. In here, the light is much more inviting. Even though it's obfuscated outside, it's not clear. That muted light is catching really tall stained glass windows on the far side of the building that you couldn't see from the front, and are lighting the pulpit and the vestibule very nicely in an orange dinge that comes from stained glass windows. And those pictures depict a man and a woman, and the man is depicted elsewhere in the copses and things like that, and then the woman you have not seen before anywhere else depicted inside of the church, anything like that. But Lucian seems to just kind of gesture at some pews in the middle. He doesn't seem to have any kind of purpose to that, and he takes one opposite the aisle of you so he can face you a little bit, kind of thing. So imagine that your legs are hanging into an airplane aisle, and as they're facing each other, and he kind of creaks and sits down. Welcome to St. Andrews, and please let me know what it is I can do for you, or any history you want to know about this beautiful place here, St. Andrews.
Well, Father Petrovich, Lucian,
please. Unless you follow the Morning Lord's teaching.
The Morning Lord, Lathander.
Is Lathander the Morning Lord?
Oh wait, I don't know if we would know that.
Shit.
Lathander is a god of sun in Forgotten Realms.
Gotcha.
He is also called the Morning Lord.
Yeah, that
So
is,
this is dedicated to the Morning Lord, but Lucian may not have heard the name. Liz, what was the name?
Lathander. But
So,
that was Sword Coast,
did
so
you
we're
wanna-
from
Yeah,
a place that's not
I'm just
Forgotten
asking,
Realms.
did John ask Lucian if Lysander was who they prayed to?
Yeah, I said a different name, but yeah.
That's fine. He seems to say no, and then he'll give you a brief explanation of the Morning Lord, who is kind of like the sun. So it does sound like there's some
sun god of another
carryover a little
name.
bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, and then he says, but this church is named after Saint Andrew, whose deeds are more or less forgotten at time, but whose bones are buried down beneath this church for which it's been dedicated. Yeah.
They don't suppose you call that a Hall of Bones, would it?
I mean, I guess you could call any ossuary a Hall of Bones.
That does make sense. You have to forgive me. I'm not the education
Hall
type.
of Bones is what you're saying.
What did you think I was saying?
Hollow
Bones.
Bones.
Oh, Hollow Bones.
Hall of Bones.
So like, because you got hollow bones.
So,
I'm like,
Super Sad, you might
hollow
like this
bones
one
or
too. So
dungeon?
we just had our first Southern mistake where he thought I was saying hollow bones instead of Hall of Bones.
Yeah.
I'm like,
And
why,
this happens
like,
with
why
my
is this
uncle.
The Crips?
I'm sure I've told you my uncle writes child care law for the state of Arkansas.
Oh.
Child care. He writes child care law for the state of Arkansas. Do you write child care law? The fuck is child care law?
Child care,
Some
you know.
Child care.
Yeah.
Taking
He's a
care
dentist.
of kids. And you're like, oh, taking care, child care. It's hard. Yeah, but he's also got a soft palate.
Mm.
So he literally sounds
like Milo,
like Lord Farquaad with a southern accent.
I see.
This is exactly what my uncle sounds like. And he drives a nice car with his driving gloves, and he's been married to my aunt for many a year. He's a staunch Democrat, but he likes to vote with his faith more than with his tax dollars.
Yeah, I've seen that character on Family Guy. Well, Lucian, you'll have to forgive me.
Car law?
Child
care law.
Child
car law.
Child car. Except it's car. They're from up north Arkansas, Jonesboro.
Are they a Warsh region?
No.
Thank
God.
Yeah.
I never heard Warsh till I came out here.
Warsh.
Warsh is Midwest.
My dad
All I know is
my dad loves some
Michigan family all
Tarkos.
say it.
Tarkos.
You know, want some Tarkos? Get a Warsh.
I used to get mags who were like, do you wash your clothes in water? They're like, no, it's water. I'm like, then all of what you said makes no sense then. All of the other colloquialisms don't make sense. But yeah, so
but I defer. My sister here is the educated sort. But so if you have any sort of guidance on that, she's the more book learned person looking into these sort of things. But anyway, I'm trying to get him to talk to Primrose while I'm looking around and all like the decorations stuff like that. See if I see something, especially with the Morning Lord. See if I see something that seems reminiscent to the platinum medallion that Primrose got.
This is the symbol of the Morning Lord for Ravenloft.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
No. I don't see that in here. But hang on, let me read a little bit about that part.
Now, do we want to take our break? Is halfway through?
I guess it's that time.
Yeah.
And Super Sad Squad is here.
Yeah, he got here. It's time for us to take our break. Yeah, it is. It is Lathander.
Whoa.
The Morning Lord?
Yeah.
Okay, so
in the Outlander land of Faerun, the Morning Lord is an alias for the sun god Lathander. However, the Morning Lord known in the Land of Mists is somewhat different. Okay, so it's not Lathander. Come on.
It's a Lathander by another name.
Yeah, he is venerated by the Cult of the Morning Lord, a mostly Barovian faith that originated with the visions of a Faerunian Outlander named Martin Pelkar. So someone from Forgotten Realms brought
like a missionary kind of style, but well,
and the people, and I bet he's not here. You know, the Lathander isn't here, but they're still worshiping. They saw that one priest cast spells.
All right, we will take our break.
Yep.
And then we got to come back and get a move on.
Yeah, all right,
Or
sounds
stay
good.
late if no one else cares, I don't care if I do. All right, we'll be right back. Galen better be here when we get here. Run her back.
What was that sound?
That was me trying to pull my...
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. It's pretty much all the time now. And then because it's caught in my deviation, if I lay like this, it'll slowly drain into the other side.
Oh, God.
And then I'll be blocked on both sides. So I have to choose which side of my head I sleep on. Pressure changes, whack me up. Allergies hit me. It's been bad. I need to just get on an injection medication.
Why are you wet, baby? Oh.
Use the wrong tool the right way.
Corn muffin. No, I don't think so.
Which way, Bandy? Which way am I going? Oh, this way. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your guidance, Bandy. I appreciate your help. Good girl. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. Sister, why is she getting pet? I want pet. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. Nobody. Oh, 2 hours. Yeah, we started kind of early too. We started about like I don't know, like 1:30.
No, 2:50.
Oh, okay.
Like we didn't. You guys got here at noon.
2:50?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna start early. We did not.
No.
At like 2:45, we were still kind of joking around, and I was like, "All right, let's get started." By the time you guys walked out of the crypt and were fighting that dire wolf, it was like 3:02.
Oh my god.
I don't mind staying till 9 if we have to today, but not much longer than that. Great message. All right, we're back. We're back.
Hello.
Me being here means y'all have been going for that's it.
Oh.
Childcare.
Trial car.
Gotta get him. I'm gonna have to start carrying a handkerchief around like an old Southern gentleman pretty soon.
Poison dice. Ah. I die.
Yeah, that's what happens with poison.
I don't know how to time a one shot, man.
Huh?
I don't know how to time a one shot.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough.
Make 12 encounters.
And keep throwing them out until it's time to go, and then do the last one.
There you go.
Hmm.
Yeah, I always
You know, when you put it that way.
I always build X amount of encounters with only like one that matters before the end. And then you just keep throwing those until
I see.
you get about an hour left, and then you do the final showdown.
It's like this stuff where I'm like, this was so much easier after doing Salt Marsh, because after you guys played Salt Marsh, every time you guys were done playing something I wrote, I'd be like, I know I'm gonna do better. And then it turned out that all of the stuff that you guys were like, oh, I liked that, or this part was fun, or I liked that. I was like, none of that shit's in the book. Like, damn it. So with this stuff, like the areas and the names and what's happening has to match the campaign. But it was so much easier to write all this other stuff. Like to not do like a straight module adventure, like to write something on myself was way easier, I thought. I just wanted to run the module because Curse of Strahd sounds like them.
Yeah.
And we want to know what Barovia is like.
I did too. I've that's actually one of my biggest things I have run was it was like there was like 8 people. We played for months in Ravenloft from a little pocket dread realm in the mist that they made up, where every one of those characters had a tie with something messed up about because that's like the thing with Ravenloft, right?
Yeah.
Like
everybody sucks. All right, so yeah, he was just telling you some stuff about the church.
Yep.
Right.
And I'm going to
you were looking around for symbols that looked like that.
Yes.
You are seeing somewhat similar, like circles and suns and stuff like that a little bit. But nothing like that. No.
Okay.
There is some lightness in his Morning Lord's Church. But
yeah,
you're not seeing that exact symbol.
Okay. Nothing with a divot in it.
No, none of them have that cup. No.
Now, when you say cup, is it like a recess in it, or
yeah.
okay?
I'm saying, think of about a medallion about that big, about that wide.
Yeah.
It's
like someone shot a bullet in the back of it. Yeah.
It's not like a dent. It's more like you could get your thumb in it.
Yeah.
There's a hole in it, sort of. It doesn't go all the way through. It's like a little cup.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Right.
All right. Well, we need to
Yeah, so, well then, as you may have noticed, as everyone else has, we're not from around here. And we're trying to figure out, well, our way home, either by geography or provenance.
Well, I can tell you from my own knowledge that Barovia ain't near a whole lot. Which way'd you come from?
The east. The east? We went west.
You did come from the east, yeah. Not far east. He gives you the name of a couple places way east that he knows of, but nothing that you've like heard of. And he's kind of the same way. He'll tell you that he lived here most of his life, so it's kind of like the same thing you were getting from Drasgo and even from Eugenaya, where it feels very simple. Their answers are all very, very simple. Like, I don't know much beyond. He doesn't know much beyond his faith. So
Well, now tell me this: have you ever heard of a family named Cantomir?
Cantomir. Can't say I have. There's been several C named Camir. I swear I've heard something. Oh, swear I've heard something like that, but not around here. Stony's seen anything like that. Did you check the graves out front? I don't think I've seen any out there either.
I didn't see the name in my little parsing.
So that's his first suggestion, is that we go out and look at the gravestones for Cantomir. So, right?
You mentioned the Vistani. It's not just the first time we're hearing about that name. Can you tell us about them?
Travelers, actually the only people that seem to be able to travel in and out of these parts unimpaired by the... Sorry. Unimpeded by the mists. They seem to make their way in and out. That's where the majority of our trade comes from, if it ain't something we can grow. Things like beads and glassworks and such. They mean to get out. And they have a camp, something semi-permanent just southwest of town. If you head out the west gate, come to the entrance a little farther out. Don't mind the pile of wolves. Burgomaster's having us lance their heads and walk the pikes through town in 3 days as part of the...
Is that not related to your services to the...
Nothing what Burgomaster does as far as festivals is concerned has anything to do with faith. These are all just of his own volition, thinking he's going to push the darkness back with joy. Not a lot of joy in anybody's faces around here. I don't know if you noticed that or not. I don't see how slaughtering dire wolves and parading their bloody heads around town is going to raise any spirits or keep any darkness at bay.
Well, these
You're a popular fellow.
Seems like he's a popular fellow.
Who's he? The Burgomaster?
Burgomaster.
Yeah, about Lucian. Me. But Lucian will elaborate a little bit more on the camp, let you know that this time of year, whatever year that time it might be, that the camp is occupied, that he knows there's some now. Occasionally he goes out there to talk to them, to see what they have to trade, and then he brings that information back to town, since the Vistani are not allowed in the walls of Alaki.
Why not? They seem like pretty useful people to have around.
Well, humans ain't a trusting lot. I don't know if you noticed anybody in here.
Has everyone just been human here so far?
You haven't noticed anything different.
Huh.
The Vistani, I don't know if you've ever seen one before, but they's a mite darker, and their ears is a bit more sharp.
They sound like
Face a little longer.
elven folk, but not quiet.
They are elven folk. Dusk elf, they'll call themselves. I ain't never heard that term, but Vistani is their own word for it. That's what we use around here. That's what they call themselves. Other folk around here would know who you're talking about if you said Vistani. You don't know about Dusk elf, though. If you were to say Dusk elf, others might not have any idea what you're talking about.
You trade them information.
No, he goes and sees what's for trade, and then he comes back and lets it be known in town, and then people can go down there and trade on their own. It's just that Dragos told you that if you wanted to talk to the Vistani, they're not friendly. Probably Lucian would be the first person that you'd want to speak to about that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Are they hostile? I mean, are they violently unfriendly?
I mean, everything depends on how you show up. If you come out with your swords up, I don't think they'd let you in the gate. They treat me fair enough. I still don't see why they'd treat you any worse. Just, they're travelers. Treat them with respect. Give them your time and your kindness. They should do the same. I think what makes people uneasy is we're not sure where they come from exactly, or who they work for exactly, other than themselves. And you know how people feel about freedom and working for themselves. No one trusts it. With that, he starts to stand up to. He's inviting
I thought
you
we
to
were going out to look at the graves.
That's what I'm saying. He's inviting you to the graveyards where.
That's why I wanted to have that conversation while we were heading out.
Yeah, sure. So while you were having that conversation, you're heading out, and you're looking around, and you don't see any of the Cantemir graves at all. But he does say that there's a chance that the family was buried in the mausoleum below St. Andrew's, but that won't be anything that we can go look at anytime soon. So,
why is that?
well, a couple reasons. One, it ain't safe. Two, it ain't right. It's interred peoples down there, and it's been sealed up for a reason. And third, it seems like something you might want to talk to the burgomaster about before you did anything like that.
And the entrance to these mausoleums, that's here in the cathedral, huh?
Yeah, it is, but it don't mean I want to have anything to do with it.
Oh.
I preach to the living. I pray for the light of morning Lord to come back through those clouds, and I don't have much time to preach to the dead, and there's more of them every day. I could spend all day preaching to the dead and never get a word out of them. They made their choices in this life.
That's actually comforting to know. I'm not sure what to quite expect ever since we came out here.
Few things die in Barovia. If you get something in the ground, it's best to leave it there. You folks let me know if there's anything else you need. And with that, he ushers Anthony back in and heads back into the cloister of the St. Andrew's Cathedral and closes the door behind him. But it's only a few seconds later that Yost shows back up.
Yost?
The kid with the shovel. He's like, y'all looking to get into the mausoleum. The burgomaster's not going to let you do it neither. Tell you what, come around the back right now. I got the keys. I'll come out the back in a few minutes. Meet you there. If you want to go, let's go right now. This will be the least time he's expecting.
Lead the way.
You got to go out back.
Yeah.
So he does that. He goes inside for a few minutes. You don't hear anything. You don't notice anything. Time passes for a few minutes. You have to go around back. And sure enough, he comes around the other side of the building like he came back out the front. And he's got a key in his hand. It's a large skeleton key. It's old, just like the crypt entrances, which looks kind of like a storm cellar. It's two doors laid into a stone thing. And so you've probably seen something like this. You're going to go down, and then it'll even out, and that's where the mausoleum will be. This is just an entrance. It's probably been repurposed at some point to be a storm cellar. But that was probably a long time ago. But anyway, he opens it up, and he's like, just make sure you lock it up on the way out. I'm going to close it behind you, and I got to get this key back. I don't know if you noticed, it's pretty big. It's going to get noticed pretty quick. So head on down. I'll close the door behind you.
I appreciate
you. You got something to see in the dark with?
Yeah.
So you said
want an insight on this?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Because I mean, he might just, I don't know, is he like just a troublemaking youth type? But that is a 22.
He's a teenager with a job.
Yeah. Cool. I thought so.
Excellent. He wants to see what's down there too.
Yeah.
You guys are his best chance to figure it out. So you walk down, and just a few seconds after you get in, the door shuts, and you find yourself in extraordinarily poor lit surrounding.
Yeah. Oh, all the bright colors seem to drift away. Readjust my eyes. I rub my tattoo.
So as your eyes do adjust to the darkness, you see that the closing of the door in your entrance is probably the only movement that's been in here in who knows how long. There is evidence that people have come down these stairs a short way and hidden here at some point or another, or possibly they used it for storage or something. But the greater mausoleum is a little farther through. Mm-hmm. You can tell from here that it's just a short walk before it opens up.
Someone comes down here, huh?
And at the end of that hall room thing, this basically looks like it's one big room. You can see that there are 1, 2, 3 layers of those little half-moon chimneys where feet and bones are laid to rest.
Oh. How powerful you feeling today, sister? And I'm putting my jacket cloth over my face. 'Cause no one's been here. It's gonna be dusty and who knows what. Because I don't know if we come into something that doesn't like to stay dead down here. If folks above that might would like to hear the crack of my little tool here.
Those bumpkins probably won't even know what it is. Think thunder's rolling in.
From under the church.
Yeah.
What was that?
It's the morning Lord. That's actually a good point. I don't know why I'm even being so cautious with these folks.
I'll tell you, if it's between anger at the locals or keeping our hides on our attached to us, I know which one I would side with.
Same as I, but yeah, just trying to gauge how subtle we. Yeah, it'll become clear very quickly.
How subtle you can
So,
be.
Yeah.
head forward.
All right, so you
Just
head forward.
to
Yeah.
let you know what I have, because it's a special thing. I have Devil's Sight.
Yeah, right. You see in the dark. You see color. You see heat too.
No, and I don't see color. It's still dark vision, but it's 120 feet. It works in pitch blackness and through magical darkness.
Oh yeah, I think I only see like
Yeah, you're
30 feet or
60
Can I have
60?
one of those pencils?
should be 60 feet dark vision for normal. So yeah, just
You just call me a normie? Damn, sis.
for normal.
I have this amazing and magical power, and you call it normal. All right, let's see. Features and traits. Features and traits. It is 60 feet. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and that many shades of grayscale.
Sure.
So head forward.
Yeah, so you walk in and it opens up into a large square room that has a vaulted ceiling. And just by gauging where you were, considering that you were just inside the church, this vault is probably below the pulpit. So this space is very small. This is not a large church. And just like you saw in Dragos's bar, the Bat's Den, it looked like it had probably been repurposed. Like that building has been there a long time. This one is not. This has always been a church. This has always been a mausoleum. This was built to be what it is right now. And it looks like graves. And every single one of the hovels has remains in it. They're put in feet first, so the skull top can be seen in each one of them. All of them are bone. Nothing in here has been fresh, just like you saw before. On the left and right walls, there are 4 columns of 3.
Yeah.
And then on the wall on either side of you, there were 1 stack of 3. And then in front of you are 3 stacks of 3. So it's just wall to wall mausoleum holdings. Investigation.
Like these.
Yeah, it's just like that. Yep. It's just.
Oh yeah.
You're dead. You just need a rectangle to be shoved in.
Like a morgue.
So.
Like a permanent
some
morgue.
All right. What are we rolling?
Investigations.
Investigations.
Yeah, as we poke around. I just want to say I do have my short sword out.
Okay.
I have my sword
Yeah, it's
out.
dark and scary, right? You are secretly under a church in an unknown land.
Yeah, I'd say I rolled dog shit for investigation like
Yep,
6,
same.
but
9.
but I am seeing
No,
like
sorry, not 9.
if no one's been here in a long time,
Yep.
I want to see like are there like there must be dust in here. Are there like footprints here?
So with the investigations that you rolled,
5.
yeah, 5 and what else?
6.
6. That's fine. So
We're not the brightest.
you don't
No.
need a lot of investigation to figure out who these people are. At the top of each of the walls is a family name, and then underneath them would be presumably the patriarchs and matriarchs and important members of that family.
Yeah, so each wall has the big name and all
Yeah,
the
and
ones in that section.
Or, that column has a name, those sort of names. You do recognize several of those names from the graveyard above, meaning that these probably are the important people from those families that are up above, but you don't see Canamir on any of these.
Now,
And as you're kicking up in the dust and you roll this 6, you don't notice until it's too late that one of the little hovels on the ground is a little less dusty than the rest because it has become a hovel that might have some sort of exit, and this is where the rats begin to pour in.
Oh,
Initiatives.
God.
Oh,
no.
you like rats. We love rats in this channel.
Oh yeah, rats.
Rats?
Swarms of rats
they
have only
sent
been.
you guys back to town to rest. I
Yeah.
worked you guys
Rats.
so hard with those giant rats.
Oh my
Yeah, so this is
God.
swarm of rats comes in, at least one. They're pouring out as we speak, and they are after you. They smell something fresh.
Initiatives, I'm assuming, yeah. Is that what we're doing?
That's what we're doing.
All right. 20.
20? Nice.
12.
12. All right. And they rolled abysmally. So, although they caught you, you are on alert and you get the first moves. Rob is up first.
Oh, hell. I just start stabbing, man.
Start stabbing
Start
rats?
stabbing.
You're not
Yeah.
shooting?
Well, I have my sword out. And I can't.
Yeah. Remember that they have piercing resistance because of bullets.
They're,
You can't
Right, well,
troubleshoot.
guess what damage type my
Yeah.
gun does. Yeah.
Rats.
Yeah. All right. I get my whip out though. Oh, it's not like. Oh, you know, I get my whip out, my sword. So I'm gonna crack the swarm with my whip and then stab with the short sword. So first up is the whip. Actions. I get all Belmont in here. Uh-oh. Well, it's a swarm. It's probably easy to hit. I'm just slashing a whip at a swarm. Back, I say. That's going to be a 14.
That hits.
Alrighty. It's going to be a D4 plus 4. Plus 4. So, 8.
All right.
And so I do that 10 feet away as they come out, get back, and I say they're not getting back, and so I just rush in with my short sword.
I see that they're not getting back.
Yeah.
I should have made you roll an investigation. Are they retreating?
Inside. Are they retreating?
Mhm.
And that's going to be a 16 for the short sword.
That hit.
All right. For another 3 damage, but the whip is what kind of damage is it? A slashing damage,
Yep,
and
they have resistance to that, so they take half, right?
They have resistance to slashing?
slashing and piercing. Damn.
So I took 3.
I did 8 and then 3, so half of, I guess it's rounded down for damage resistance.
No,
Rounded
everything's
up?
rounded up.
Rounded up, so 2 damage and then 4 damage. Boo!
That was with your second attack, or the entirety of both of your
That's
attacks?
both attacks.
Both
Oh,
my
that's
attacks,
right.
yeah.
'cause it was-
Started with
it
the
was-
whip
sorry,
and
that's
then
okay. Just making
followed
sure.
up with a short sword.
All right, cool. That's what I thought.
Started.
I realized I was looking at this. And I'm like, how the hell did you get that much damage if you just said it was all resisted? All right, Primrose.
This is a single target, right? As
This one is a single target so far, yeah.
I have an ability. Well, let me hit an additional thing with my sword, but we keep fighting single things.
For now.
Oh wait, is swarm is a single time? Like I could
This
cast
unless,
something on a swarm.
unless there's multiple swarms, this is considered a single enemy.
Well, I already used my bonus action anyway. And it is rats.
Also, because you have homebrew and everything turned on, I typed in rats, looking for these swarm of rats to put in here, and my pigeon rats showed up. Because they're actually in the D&D homebrew.
They're
Oh
thing.
right, because it's all linked to Wiley's.
That's his.
No.
Like,
Oh.
But it's
he's
in
logged
the
in.
D&D Beyond thing
Database.
for homebrew. Like
Yeah.
I dumped it into the homebrew catalogs there.
Oh wow.
So anybody that has homebrew turned
Yeah,
on their
you have
D&D
to have
Beyond,
gone
Yeah, that's
public
gonna be
with it.
otherwise.
I
that'd
did.
be-
I
that would
shared it and
populate with-
everything.
Oh, okay.
Because this is
But
not logged
yours is not logged in.
in. It
You're
might
not,
be it is now, but
if
I'll
you're
have to check
logged
that
in, you
another
can
way.
see your stuff.
Ah, that's what it was. But it showed up with the little picture and everything, and I got all excited. I'm like,
Oh.
pigeon rats, I remember you.
The pigeon rats. You might top me off there, homie.
Just going to slash away at them, I guess.
All right, slash
That's all I
away.
can do.
It doesn't have to be beer, but I just have to keep drinking when I'm playing D&D, man. I don't know if it's all the talking or the nerves or what.
All right. Yuck. 13.
13 hits.
Hey.
Hey.
They're really close to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just swing
There's
at the
a lot
ground.
of
Yeah,
them.
there's a lot of them.
Right,
Swing at the
yeah.
ground.
It's like shooting rats in a mausoleum.
Yuck. 5, so 3. If they're resistant to slash.
You sure
This
are.
is. Never mind. It's considered magical for the purposes of getting over damage resistance, but
I lost that by switching off of the creation mark. I get a cast of magic weapon, and it lasts for an hour instead of a minute or concentration. It's no longer concentration. I just magic gun.
15?
15 is my AC, sir.
All
I have a
right.
better AC than you.
You have a better AC than me?
Yeah.
He's a
Because my
distance
choices were chainmail, which is heavy armor, or leather. So I'm wearing leather armor.
I used my money to buy a breastplate.
I might need a loan for this one shot. I'll pay you back in another one shot.
Take 5 damage, Constitution saving throw.
Oh no. No. Alright, 5 damage. It's a good thing I'm a fighter and I have health. That is one thing. I'm not a rogue. Alright. Constitution. I'm good at those. Theoretically. Alright. Plus 5, 10. Could it be one of those? Easy?
Could it be an 8?
Yeah.
Could it be an 8? I bet it's a 12.
The 12.
Oh, no.
So,
I know my mom.
it gets a good bite onto your ankle pretty good. And when it pulls away and kind of walks off, or, toddles and begins its doing other things, you realize right away that's bleeding more than it's supposed to. So you're going to want to look at that when this fight's over. You're up. Bleedy.
Oh, damn it.
Do they attack us both or just him?
They only have a single attack.
Oh, really?
Do they? No, they've one.
Doesn't say multi-attack?
No. Keen smell, swarm, and bite, yeah.
All right.
Good. I'm glad it was you.
Yeah. Have we killed a majority of these rats?
No, I
No?
doubt it.
No.
How much damage we're putting out? No.
Okay. Damn it. Alright. Alrighty. I'm going to use my bonus action to put Hunter's Mark. You little shit! And, put Hunter's Mark on them. I'm trying to see if that's it. So now I'm concentrating on it.
Yep.
I have advantage on wisdom and survival checks to find them.
Plus D8 to all damage rolls.
Plus D6.
Oh.
I think the ranger has like a special, has a
Oh, he
class
has a special
ability
ability.
that's
Right,
a D8.
right, right.
Yeah. All right. Actually, I think it might be a D4, and this is D6. But So I mark them with my bonus action.
Huh? We can't deal with rats.
We can't deal with rats.
Rats are the worst. Rats are the worst. And then I had to have a free hand, so I stowed my whip, and then I'm just gonna shoot him.
Sure.
Fuck it.
Alright.
I'm bleeding. Wait, I'm rolling damage with the attack. And they're resistant, so I think I will use a grit to add damage to this.
Ferocious shot or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I might use both of them
Furious
actually.
For just the rats?
Well, they're the only thing. Oh, you're right. There's probably more, huh? Yeah. Let me use a grit. Where's my grits? We are in the south. 18 plus lots. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do 2d10.
Now you gotta roll lots.
D6.
Yeah.
So
And a d6 plus 4.
a gunshot rings out in this enclosed location, so we'll do that in a second.
Right. That's all right.
I think Taylor just found the thing in the ground.
The doll.
She's like, oh my god, I think we have mold in the bathroom.
Oh. You left a surprise corpse in the bath.
Pretty much.
Oh my god.
Damage?
All right. That's going to be 16. It's going to be 20 damage.
What type of damage?
But 2 of that is magic. Hold on. What kind of damage
Force,
is it?
I think.
Yeah, what kind of damage is that? It's just extra damage of a weapon attack. So
That's
20.
So
So
Hunter's Mark?
10 damage. Yeah, it says. Till the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 damage to the target whenever you hit with a weapon attack.
Yeah, it's the same weapon damage.
So
then,
yeah,
So-
I'm just attacking
Alright, so 20,
better,
so they take 10.
more precise damage with my
But
weapon.
2 of it was magic, you said?
No, no.
No,
So just
no.
10.
So,
So just
yeah,
10.
and that's my turn. Little shit got me bleeding.
Yes, now it looks like about half of them have broken apart.
Okay.
They're still pressing their attack, but
Oh,
there's
wait. You shot, right? So you have your... And we said pistol's light weapon.
No, it's not a light. Wait, is it a light
He's
Well,
weapon?
we
saying
said it's fine. I don't
it's
see
fine.
why you would have
Oh.
to do this to
Yeah.
hold a pistol. The whole
And-
point of being a gunslinger is to have that offhand
With
pistol.
2 light weapons, you don't need a bonus action to get your extra
Well,
attack.
let's get the sword.
That's why he was saying the
Stick.
play test is
Yeah.
allowing 2 light weapons to go extra attack
Oh,
automatically without
the
haste or
new-
It's a
duress.
trait of the light weapon.
We were
instead
trying
of
to
being
help
a
you out.
bonus
There's your
action.
D4, by the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you so
That
much.
was that thing we were looking for earlier.
That's a natural 1.
Yeah,
Cisco.
Cisco.
it's a good thing it was on the sword and not the gun.
Yeah.
All right, so you got him?
No, I
not
rolled a 1.
Gotcha.
Are you
Cool.
taking
Now,
it?
Nat 1, yeah.
What was
Are
your...
you taking it?
It's my short sword. Yeah, it's just my short sword attack.
All right,
Oh.
you drop that short sword hitting on
Yeah,
the
he's
ground.
already got it,
Alright.
so he can't. You might as well spend it then. Like if you're
Yeah,
not
it's
gonna
not
get
that
it.
because you're
Alright,
not going to
then
get
I-
anything
then-
for it.
okay.
Yeah, re-roll that.
I'll
But now I
spend it.
won't have one.
True.
It's gonna be a 4 + 6 for 10.
10 hits.
What? Oh,
And you get
sick.
it back.
Oh, you got it for having Cisco in frame.
Hey.
He was jumping up on
Thank
me
you,
earlier.
Cisco.
Oh, here's just here. He's helping you out.
6, so another 3 damage.
Sure. All right, so there are a very few rats left. They are starting to scatter, and it looks like if you leave them, they'll run off.
All right, I'll back off and let him run.
They skitter back into that hole. Constitution saving throw.
Another one?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 7 plus, what was it? 5. So 12.
12. All right. So that bleeding in your leg isn't seeming to stop, but it doesn't feel warm or anything yet. But you're definitely going to need to have that taken a look at. It's not a normal bite. Something's wrong in there. You can tell.
Did I take more damage?
Not yet.
Okay. Thanks, GM.
All right. Yeah. So you looked around in here. You didn't find anything that you were looking for, and then you got attacked by rats. But you've investigated that. Oh gosh, darn it again. Huh?
Yeah,
You've investigated what you can. There's no Canomeres down here. Nothing of any worth.
and that's the entirety of this
That
thing.
was it. It was
Like, there's
one
no
room
other-
mausoleum that had about 30 bodies in it. Probably just patriarchs and matriarchs of these families that were here part of it. And it looks like there's no room left. So those burials up top might even be important people too.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's nothing in here.
How many mausoleums were there at? Like,
This is the mausoleum that people told you about.
yeah, but did we see any others while we were
Never
above
see a
there?
mausoleum. There's no above ground mausoleums that you saw.
Well, there are
Sorry,
above-ground
I'm thinking of
mausoleums,
ossuary.
but-
This is more like an ossuary.
Oh,
This is an underground place to store bones. Like
I
the
see.
remains are done. Yeah, they think about it like that. Like
But this is it.
the crypt tunnels in France. Those are ossuary because they've had everything. Bones have been arranged and things like that. But that's kind of what this is. But yeah, there's nothing other than dust and rats. You
It's a
found
single
nothing.
room mausoleum, and this is the only one we heard about. Probably the only one in this small town.
I mean,
the-
one shot, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
and so as you're kind of looking over that and making your way back out, the door's open at
Uh-huh.
the end of the tunnel, and light spills in, and you hear Lucian's voice. Are you down there still?
Indeed, we are just taking care of your.
Oh
little
my
fun
goodness!
rodent
Are you
problem.
okay? Are you all right?
I think I might have been. You have a rat problem down here. I think I might have some kind of infection.
I don't doubt it. I told you not to go down there. What was that ungodly sound? That blast?
It was the power of rat extermination, sir.
My goodness, you caused that sound yourself. Some sort of demons.
No, sir. Just have benefits of finer education. I show my wand.
Best let me have a look at that.
My piece or my
Your
leg?
leg.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. You let him take a look at it?
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, I'll help him with my
You're
knowledge.
close. This was infected in a bad way, but you can see here that the saliva going underneath the skin is making a pocket.
Yeah, is that where all that foam's coming
Sure
out?
is. Bite down on this.
Thank
and
you.
He sticks his finger into your wound and pulls out a pustule of slimy goop.
Oh, goodness
add,
gracious.
add another
I
hit
can't
point.
swear.
Add another hit point of damage.
Oh, that didn't.
Yeah, you didn't push the button.
Oh, I'm used to Gala's now.
It won't light up at the bottom. There you go.
Thank you. Oh, so I just took a huge hit.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
yeah.
All right.
So you take a 20 damage, but Lucian is pretty sure he caught the...
I mean, that's the important part.
Yeah, so basically he tries to explain, it seems like what happens is the spittle catches some of your blood and it starts to replicate a little bit of this poison and it tells your body to just keep on bleeding.
Have I seen that from...
No.
Okay.
No.
That is...
It's disgusting. It was gross, it was bad, and he's telling you, that's why I was telling you not to go down there. This place has been infected a while.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. It's,
You always go around breaking into places like churches and visiting places that you ain't supposed to be at.
when there's...
I was just here, just disobeying what I asked you to do.
I like
I'll
to...
tell you what, I don't want to hear that answer anyway. I think you got what you need. I think you should move along.
Thank you for
And he
your...
kind of turns
healing.
to Yost and grabs that kid and is starting to drag him back into the church. He's ignoring you now, but yeah, you've been told
well.
that beat tracks.
Well, I think it's high time we paid these Vistani a visit, see if they have anything better to say.
You shouldn't have fired that damn... Those that really hurt. I need you to understand.
So
I know it's just literally an ankle bite. Did you see that thing he dug out of me?
So what he was telling you was that you were getting slimy doom, which is an infection. You have to roll 3, basically like death saves against it, and then once you fail 3 of them, then you don't regain hit points anymore. Only through magical means.
Oh
And you
god.
suffer.
Thank you.
You suffer temporary constitution damage until
Whoa.
it's cured. So, depending on how many saves you failed, it would have done 1, 2, or 3 constitution damage until you were cured. So your constitution could have been like -2 for the remainder of the game.
Shit.
But you cleared it up and you let Lucian take a look at it, and he happened to know what that was, which was smart thinking. I probably shouldn't have offered that because he was mad at you, but it's too late. I already did it. All right, so
He
you
was
guys can
he
make
was
your way
he was
down.
at his mind was at his work at the time.
So- You're getting the sense that if you leave town with this greeting that you got and with everybody ushering you out and a couple people telling you to kick rocks already.
First of all, that we're going west. for some
You are going
reason.
west, yeah. And you're near the door. I'm just saying that with the reception you've gotten, leaving will be leaving.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like leaving and needing to come back for your rest or to get something you forgot might be awkward
Uh-huh.
until, some time has passed or something.
Yeah, not much else to do here.
It's true. You could stick around if you wanted to, but it's one shot. Let's get to it, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you make your way past the pile of dire wolves, which is slowly getting smaller on one side and larger on the other as heads are removed and are being taken both directions to pikes, probably on both gates, that sort of thing. And although you saw a northern gate, it doesn't look like any of those heads are going that way because that road that led down to the wolf's den would have continued on, which you assume is that outlet into the lake that you saw from some distance.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get to the gate, it's closed. You're going to have to ask someone to let you out. But they're there. I mean, it's not like something you have to do. I'm just letting you know that telling people you're leaving, you're leaving.
Well, now I know that was a witch, but apparently there might be some lead with the Hollow Bones. If there are more mausoleums in the town, we can't come back here. That might step on our toes a bit what we want to find. But what we can do, ask around for others? I don't think anyone wants us here.
Kind of burned your contact at the church here, firing a gun and breaking into the ossuary.
I just wish we found anything down there. Damn it. Let's get out. It's garçon.
So a guard comes down and he lets you out and he tells you if you're coming back, better be here before dusk because they won't open the gates for you like they did last time. They apparently know exactly who you are. But they don't seem to know anything beyond that. Like, in other words, word from St. Andrew isn't like, you let those guys go. They just know you're supposed to be leaving today. And if you're coming back for some reason, you better be back before the sun goes down. So.
All right, we head out and towards the south.
All right, so you head out, and the road does go west and starts to curve south a little bit, and it's not more than about an hour before you see that break. And it's hard to imagine that it could be quieter than that dreary town out here, but you get that same pervasive feeling that your footsteps are disturbing the silence of this area.
One of my footsteps is very disturbing to me right now.
Despite the rising sun somewhere behind those clouds out there elsewhere, this mist continues to pervade and be pervasive, and you still are having trouble seeing more than 100 feet out in front of you, sort of thing. But stuff opens up to you as you go around. It is still daytime. You're hearing the same kind of basic sounds that you would normally hear from a forest full of predators. Like an occasional bird here and there, but nothing crazy. The entrance to the Vistani camp is very obvious. This old, hard-packed road that has seen better days, or at least better care, gives way off to the south to a very modern, very recently made road. In other words, it's been here for a while, but it gets regular tracking. And further down the road, beyond where it was, you see tracking as well, where this carts have probably gone off and back in the last 3-4 days, maybe. But nothing recently. But this area has definitely gotten more use outside of the town than you've seen anywhere else so far. When you make that turn and the mists begin to clear up and you come to the copse that's kind of where the Vistani camp is, surrounded by the woods like everything else, you realize it's on a mound. And that there's a kind of a large mound in the middle, very large, maybe a couple 100 feet in diameter at the top, forming almost a dais, whatever. And on top are a ring of caravans with what looks like a large pyre burning softly in the middle. And then more permanent structures that look like they might be yurts or lean-tos, houses that have permanent, like, roofs, but possibly have changing undersides. In other words, today this is a shop, tomorrow we can take all these tables down and make a restaurant out of it, that sort of thing. So the permanent structures are more like ramadas, where the things underneath them being less permanent. But you have found where everyone tells you the Vistani camp is, and they do not treat you in the same manner that the townsfolk did. No one greets you at the entrance to the Vistani camp, and everyone there seems to be busy with life. You hear some slight music, you hear some yelling off in the distance where you realize that some of the Vistani are kind of breaking horses, which is the first time you've seen a large domesticated animal in these woods. So you haven't seen any farming any cattle grazing or ranging or anything like that. But
just pig.
Pig, yep. Razorback was something that you heard about. But there's basically these horses are being broken off in the distance. The rest of it just sounds like people are doing village life out here in the Vistani. This place is quite a bit more colorful. And by quite a bit more colorful, I mean slightly. There's some reds and golds painted on some of the wagons. Stripes seem to be a purveying kind of thing. What little brightness is brought is purely from paint. The rest of the surrounding area, the grass seems gray. The wetness in the mud is still sucky and bad. It's still Barovia.
Well, I kind of like that there's no guards here to bother us, but I guess we just walk around and see if there's someone we can find to talk.
I never thought I'd be so pleased to be ignored.
You guys didn't get much rest in Malaki, did you? It's like, now you're at the next place. Now, shut up, hush, sit down.
It was a very good one-shot village.
Yeah. You'll go back. It's not a one-shot village. That is in Strahd. You'll be back, but you'll know the mood when you get there next time.
So, yeah, we're just looking around. I guess we're wandering around looking for someone that might look like
they
gives us a vibe. Yeah, we're vibe checking the mound.
Sure. So when you get closer to the mound, the structure's ringing it, 3 on each side, so basically a row, a circle of 6, and then on the top probably 9 wagons in a circle. When you get up towards the mound, you go between the first 2 structures, and that's when you realize that that's the people are kind of waiting for you to do that. And immediately both people in both stalls stand up, and they've got like plates and like necklaces and ropes. One of them's got like a saddle. There's basically, they're trying to sell you stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, come on over here. Better prices than across the street over there. Don't listen to him. That stuff comes from up farther. Stuff's real good right here. Come on in. There's plenty around the room. Plenty around. But you can find plenty right here as well. Basically, they're welcoming you into their bazaar, is what it seems like.
Right, yeah.
And these are gray-skinned elves?
They are gray-skinned elves. They are dusk elves. They are exactly as Lucian described them, and you can see right away why they would be kind of considered odd in... he's kind of like this. They're elves, but there's halfway to... Yeah, wait, that's wrong. I clicked the wrong one.
But they're not like Shadar-kai.
No. I'm trying to see if I can have a picture from Strahd in here so I don't have to dig out of the book.
Alright, it's a different campaign setting. They have their own damn elf.
But the Vistani are traditionally elves.
Yep. They are Dusk Elves. Oh, that name has been gone for a while. Where is it? There we go. They don't look that much different.
The Vistani? Vistani are humans.
Yeah, Vistani
humans and half-elves.
What am I saying? Velaki?
No,
Velaki's
the
Vistani.
town.
Yes, the Vistani are human, not Dusk Elves. Excuse me.
I mean, they were human.
Sorry,
I thought
humans.
maybe they changed
Dusk
that.
Elves am I
to the
talking about
dish.
from here?
I don't know. I mean, you could have made it. I thought it was really interesting that you made them.
They're
different
Dusk
race,
Elves
but-
now. They're gray-skinned elves. Because that's... Where the
yeah.
fuck did I dig that up?
I don't know.
They're gray-skinned elves. So just think about an elf halfway to a drow. Like they're much grayer. They're sullen. They don't have the cheery, rosy feature that you would see in like a jovial elf. They match Barovia. They look like they've been dyed in the clouds.
Okay, so are we looking for like a wayfinder to?
Well, I don't know what we're rightly looking for, but yeah, we need more information, especially with the. Maybe we should talk to these people about what having our cards read by a witch even means here.
All right.
Everyone here seems like they're kind of in the bizarre part at the bottom. They're all kind of trying to get your attention. It would be easy to talk to somebody here.
Yeah, I guess we're kind of like asking around for mystics.
And you have a wise woman or a mystic around here?
Ooh, yeah, we do. We had a mystic. We do sure have a mystic. It's not her, though. It's a he. It's one of our lords, Velikov. Unfortunately, he's indisposed at the moment. He's in between Kresik right now and here, which is a little farther east or west of where we are now, closer to Castle Ravenloft. He had some business there attending down at the base of Castle Ravenloft, some religious things to attend, so he won't be back in the next 10 days at least. But I can tell you, over there, some of the rustlers out in the back of the campment over there, they got some tracking and map making skills. Maybe they can tell you what you're looking for if she can't divine it, or he can't divine it for you at the time being. At the very least, they could at least steer you in the right direction if what we can't find is, or what you're looking for can't be found here.
Dates? I'll take some dates, actually.
Ooh, these are fine. They come from pretty far west.
Wait, I have no idea what direction we came from.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you 5 for half a gold.
5 days for half a gold.
Look how rich and plump they are.
But you know what?
You hear someone protest from the stall next door. The stall next door. Half a gold? I'll give you a whole handful of gun posts for that.
Gun posts?
And it opens up a piece of leather, and in it, so it looked like thin, almost like the white part of cigarettes, but they look like they're mushrooms. But there's a stack of them. He's offering you maybe like 20 of them for half a gold.
It's one of those for half a gold. Okay.
What are those?
For chewing on.
Hmm.
She takes one and puts it in her mouth. Should I give it a little crunch? And it start to bleed up in your mouth a bit. So, bleed up in your mouth a little bit, burn for a second. After that, wake you right up.
Sure.
Something good to keep on your mouth.
Can't take it with you, can you? I know.
Gum pole.
Pretty good.
All right. So she gives you 20 gum poles. Tells you to stick it in your mouth. Yeah. She showed you how to do it. You put it in your mouth and chew on it. And that's what it does. Yeah.
All right. This is fine.
Are you trying one?
Yeah.
All right. So you take it out. She shows you again. It's mushroom. But when you put the mushroom in your mouth, the flesh of the mushroom, the white part, just dissolves right away. And there's a hard, kind of sappy resin in the middle that feels like it's in a capsule.
Oh.
She tells you to crack it a little.
Okay, I do that.
The moment you crack it, you feel a burning sensation and get a deep earth flavor.
Like my ankle?
And it starts to burn, but it's a good kind of like spicy tingle. But you feel it welling up with your own saliva, and now it's kind of time to spit it.
Oh.
You spit it?
Well, it's like, do I spit it? I spit it out.
Yeah, good.
Anyway.
Okay. What do you think?
That's a peculiar sensation. Is that? Oh, that's not going to make me start seeing new colors or anything.
It
Is
just
it?
keeps us awake while we're on the trail sometimes. Gives us something to do.
Quite like it. Thank you
Sure.
much. I don't. Do I just? Is there a trash receptacle?
I mean, it's a camp, and the gum post. You ate the whole piece. You have a pack of gum posts wrapped in a piece of leather to keep them dry.
Okay.
But you ate all of the gum post piece. There's no trash. The mushroom body dissolves in your
Oh,
mouth.
it is,
But,
okay.
yeah. So you've got it in your mouth, and you're having to spit every so often.
Okay.
You got some chaw, some Vistani chaw.
Excellent. I love
But
it.
they've told you to go talk
Gum
to
post.
specifically Luvash is the guy's name. He's one of the horse breakers out back. The guy says after you buy the gum post from him, he tells you Luvash is in charge around here, while Velikov's gone. And if you got any kind of business around here that's not buying and selling, you're looking for something, you're looking for information, he can help you out over there.
Look at that. We traded.
I'm so proud of you. It's
I
almost
knew it.
like you're a walking, talking human being.
Mouthful of gum pole.
That's really. You want to try one?
No.
Oh. All right. Spit that out.
Are you keeping the pole in there?
What? Yeah.
All right. So you realize when you spit it out that it is slowly becoming pliable. That part that you broke is to kind of begin the
The
dissolving
chemical process. Yeah.
So this will probably be in your mouth for a couple of hours while it dissolves. So
That's cool.
You're cool with it. You're cool with it. There you go. D&D chaw.
I love
just
it.
Just for them southern cowpoke. So,
man.
all right. So you unimpeded, other than just a couple of people trying to sell you stuff and children running around and the occasional dog and animal kind of in the camp, things that you would see in a camp. You make your way out back back from where you were, more south from the big mound, and you find some fenced-in areas that are more trodden, and there are several Vistani males here that are pushing horses around in a circle on ropes. Some of them are riding. But this is the horse breaking part of the camp. This is where they make their money and what they're known for. So, other than the trading and stuff, these are the horse people. This is how they travel. And I'll tell you that because people said that we're not rightly sure how they got in and out of the mist, the rumors would be that it's probably the horses somehow, but no one knows.
Sure,
They don't trade their horses.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just start flagging one down.
Sure, yeah. So, as you wave him down, you call Luvash's name? So when you call out Luvash's name, one of the larger Vistani kind of hops off the fence and starts making his way towards you, and he's followed by a very small second Vistani, a little girl that runs up behind him. He says, Luvash, what y'all need from me around here?
Well, we just kind of dropped in here from the mists and the town back over to the east.
Balaki.
Yeah, they didn't quite like a. Yeah, well, they told us that maybe you folk might know something about what's going on and how do we leave with this mist business.
So you're trying to figure out how to get out of the mist.
Yeah.
From him.
Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
You're not looking for what you were looking for anymore. You want to know how to get out of the
No,
mist.
we're looking for that too, but
gotcha. Yeah, so I thought you were looking for another.
Well, we're looking for a mystic, but
bones.
they're out of here. But
Yeah.
I would no. But the thought occurred to me. It's like
Yeah.
maybe we need to be able to leave if we need to. Is that something that people can do, or is
Absolutely. We got some disillusion potions right around here. Well, head up over here to this cart. So he takes you over to a cart, and they pull out what looks like an old, kind of like a medical box that they open up, and in it are potion bottles.
what?
Where is it? I just need to find the name of it.
I'm gonna check how much money I have. I have 20, but I spent a couple of those.
Sorry. I was ready to get here. Oh, there are Dusk Elves at the Vistani camp. They're all dusk elves now.
I
Fuck
see.
it, they're all dusk elves.
Sure.
That's what I got wrong.
There's a Vistani festival going on. All the non-dusk elves. No, they're just dusk elves. All right, that's fine.
All right, I just need to find where is he? This is seriously. Yeah, so here it is. The Dusk Elf race is all but forgotten, and the few survivors live in secret places such as this. They have dark skin and hair, but otherwise they're similar to wood elves.
All right.
Yeah, so they're just a little bit darker than elves, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
What's that stupid thing, though? Hang on, he has a name for these potions. I just want to make sure that I've got it right. I guess it's not important, but... Yeah, he produces these potions, and he's basically like, yeah, what these will do is when you drink them, you emit a power, basically, like a magical thing. And it will keep it away from your horse or from you. It's basically a radiant sort of magic. And he holds one up and swirls it. It's got kind of a milky character to it that softly glows, you think. It's hard to tell. It might be luminescent, or it might just be that everything here is so dark that something bright kind of glows in a bottle. But yeah. He offers you 2 each for 20 gold.
You know what? I think I would. I think we oughta. I got 10 here.
I'll buy 'em.
But here,
Now remember,
what's beyond the mist, though? Is that will that?
well, we always what's beyond anything. Depends on which direction you're headed.
Well, don't you travel for the? Oh, well, I mean, literally, like what? I mean, you.
So he'll do almost exactly what Lucian did and describe some of the lands that surround this place. You get no understanding of like where you are, what continent you're on.
Okay.
And then he actually goes a step further and tells you like a little bit of Dusk Elf lore that's not necessary, and like, you know, it's almost like he's making it sound like it's not important where he's from, it's where he's going, and that's not helpful,
right.
that
Yeah.
sort of thing. Yeah.
Well,
you can get an insight though.
Sure. That's gonna be a +4 for a 17.
So his talking in circles gives you the feeling very much like that. Hey, everything's heading west. What this guy is saying to you is more of like a, hey, you're not done yet. Why are you leaving so soon? What's going on?
Oh.
You know, stuff like that. Like,
right. Yeah.
Going in the mist.
About where you're going.
Why you barely explored this area? Why are you heading out someplace you've never been before when you've never even been here either? Okay.
Well, thank you.
But he double talks to you like that for a while, but he'll jaw you all day if you want to. They offer you lunch. You guys can, if you needed a full rest or whatever, you could get that during the day. Short rest, yeah.
Sure.
Vosh, what do you know about halls of any bones around here?
Halls of bones? You mean like a graveyard or a church or something like that?
Feel like, yeah. A donjon, maybe?
A donjon. Wow, that's a word I ain't heard in a while. Donjon more like crypt, ain't it? Like some place where they kept live people too. Wow, yeah. Well, I know St. Andrew's got itself a little ossuary
we're familiar.
underneath, but down south of the woods a little bit, south of Valaki, there's a small town out there. What was it? He looks at one of the other Vistani, somebody that you've heard him call Aragal earlier, who looks very similar to Lugash, but Aragal says, Leipzig. I think it was Leipzig. I think that's right, Leipzig. I guess, well, we're about south enough, maybe a little more south, maybe about a half a day south, and another day in to the east, back underneath Valaki. Buried in the woods down there, you'll find yourself Leipzig. It's an old abandoned village, but it had a pretty decent church in it. It's mostly a graveyard now. You can tell by the gravestones and such, but...
Healing on short rest.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were doing like an insight or something.
No. Sorry.
I was like, first off, it's a D10. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm gonna get a good roll out of that.
Yeah, I was like, but yeah, he'll kind of show you. He'll even give you like a little, like he'll draw it in the dirt and be like, here's about where we are. And he's like, if you make it to Wind River Creek, it's too far south. And if you come out the other side of the forest going east, you've gone too far east. Basically, it should be right in the middle. South of Valaki, maybe south of its like eastern entrance.
I gotta ask you something. Have you ever been out here on these roads in these parts and maybe found yourself in the hospitality of an old woman in a cabin?
I mean, Vistani ain't normally welcome anywhereabouts. I don't think I've ever been welcomed in by an old lady into anybody's cabin before.
This one seems like it would probably welcome anyone into her table. Well, we did have such an encounter ourselves, and it was quite peculiar in a way. We had this card, and that card was taken from us by this woman. We were told about this donjon.
What manner of card is it?
A playing card, a king of clubs.
She said tarot card?
Troca.
Tarot.
Oh, Taroka.
Tarot.
When you say Taroka, Aragal is like, oh, them's fortune-telling cards.
Do they
You just
normally
you just
blow up
had
in
one?
green fire?
We
Well,
just had one.
No, normally, I know the old ladies and sometimes Velikov, they use a deck. I ain't never heard about one card being used to tell no fortune.
well, she had a.
Really?
Hmm?
Weird.
What's
Because the Vistani are the Troca readers. Like, it's their cards.
That's what Wiley knows.
Yeah, that's what I know. And now they're Dusk Elves.
Yeah, right, they're just not your Dusk Elves now. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
I might have to fix that up. I need to read that a little bit better. What the Dusk Elf
That's fine.
entrances. Well, I know it makes sense for this, but it might not make sense in Strahd. If it's like, oh, Dusk Elves are something that carries some sort of ancient thing, and I'm like, God damn it.
Right.
But who knows? So for now, they're Dusk Elves, but yeah, the Vistani are traditionally the Taroka card readers, but he's telling you, like,
no.
he's like, I've heard of, Taroka deck, but I don't know much about, 12 kings, you said? Something like that? No.
King of clubs, number 12, had a blue and red outfit on. Green sword right on his cod piece. Anyway.
So Aragal looks at Luvash, and Luvash kind of shrugs, and they kind of give each other a knowing smile. Arabelle, though, is kind of humming a little thing, and she keeps saying, 12 of sticks, 12 of sticks, big old club.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, go on now. Yeah. And Luvash kind of pushes Arabelle away and tells her to get lost.
Oh, well, no. Is that
as
folk song?
Our moms be teaching her stuff all the time. It's I've heard about be ready to break horses and not be playing anymore. Start making dinners and such. But well, unless you're staying, I don't think there's much else I can tell you about a Hall of Bones other than maybe out in that Leipzig graveyard.
What's going on out west?
Where? Well, our leader Velikov has to make his trip down to Ravenloft about once a year and pay respects to the departed queen. I don't remember her name, but I'll just say the queen.
Isabella?
Is something or other. But her last name is what I was going to say because the surname is kind of important. But Queen Isabella has passed some time, and she had some ties to the Stony families. So Velikov makes sure he makes it up there at least once a season, say something to the folks up there, and pray over her body. The trip's not easy, it's not close, and, he's got to take quite a few of them potions along with him to make sure he make it safe back and forth. He's seen a few years, too, so it takes a while.
Well, I'm glad we made trade with you. All right, well, yeah, I think we might do just a bit more trading, but thank you for...
Yeah, sure. So you're more than welcome to trade. They do try to get you to buy jewelry a lot, and like a lot of it's like... Oh, we know. Yeah, we were gonna put him in there and do both frames for fun just because you're not here. But, so they trade you a lot of look like knickknacks, like stuff that wouldn't be useful on the road.
Sure, yeah.
Artsy stuff, kind of. And then the things that they do have that would look like you would need it, like, weapons maybe, or like this is leather that I could work into something else. The prices are silly.
Right, yeah.
Like,
I'm not really shopping, but
you're
that's
looking
just
around,
what
and their comment says, so you can carouse, you can get insights, I guess, or investigations while you talk to the Vistani in general.
Well, what do you think, sister? I mean...
You can talk and still make your investigation rolls.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry, it was the insight or investigation?
Whichever one is better for you.
Oh, okay.
Because you're going to get something either way.
Then I'll do 15.
For insight or investigation?
Yeah.
Insight, okay.
8 for insight.
8 for insight. Okay, so, in every stall you talk to, and you're like, where are you guys from? Or, what's going on outside of the mist? You're getting a little bit of a different story. Some of the themes are the same, but you're being led along.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a warmer welcome here, but you're being treated the same way that you were being treated in Balaki.
Right.
These people aren't giving you any kind of information. They're kind of double speaking you a little bit. They are super happy to trade, especially if you want some of these like 80 gold, like leather pieces and stuff like that. They would 100% love to sell you that. One of them tries to give you a dog, but the mom shows up and takes the dog away. That wasn't for sale, that sort of thing. But other than that, you're not getting anything direct unless you want to really try to pry and ask specific questions and things.
Yeah. So I don't know. This whole place seems like a damn riddle. Should we just go west or something? It seems that everything's just pushing it, but I don't know if that's just a weird part of some enchantment over this place. Obviously, there's some kind of weird magic going on around here.
Well, I don't know what's out west, but I know there's a Hall of Bones to the south.
It's like southeast. Yep. It's in the middle of the forest area.
And
he showed you,
like
I said, he marked on the map, and he said that there's kind of a path. You'll have to look for it, but if you make it to Wind River Creek, it's too far, or Windwater Creek, and if you come out the other side of the forest, you've gone too far to the east. So, but it's in the middle there somewhere. Yeah, and there should be a trail you can pick up fairly easily, leaving the Vistani camp to the east.
Right, I suppose, that is the only lead we really have other than just
going west.
It's a Hall of Bones, right?
Yeah. I'm sure there's only so many of those around.
In a land of bones.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess we'll just start making our way that way. I look at some armor I can't afford.
It's all leathers, but it's priced like, mithril. It's beautiful stuff, and it's very attractive. They're definitely craft workers, they're leather workers, they're horsemen, basically. Unfortunately, it's exactly what you would think about Roma from Dracula movies and stuff like that, and he actually gave me a neat thing that's like how to take the racism out of it and stuff. And so the feeling I was going with these guys, them being a little bit outsiders, they're cowpunchers. These are cowboys.
Yeah.
That's why you were buying chaw, overpriced saddles,
I got that. Yeah,
like kids are running around underneath the feet and things like that. These aren't. I didn't want them to just be Roma. I'm like, these are cowboys, and they're not welcome in town because they eat with their fucking hats on. Sorry, F word, my bad. They eat with their hats on. Like, they're messy. People didn't like cowboys at the outset of cowboy times.
Do I see that kid around?
I will say, sorry, the kid is running around, yes. I left something out, sorry. These guys are also very obviously gunslingers.
No, what?
Arabelle and Luvash have open guns out on their person.
Oh, no
Arabelle, the little girl?
Not Arabelle, sorry. Aragal. Sorry, I keep getting Aragal. Arabelle is running around up on the top of the mound where the carts are and stuff with some of the other children. Yeah.
Well, shoot. And then we just decided I'm not going to be doing the crafty thing. Yeah. So, but no, it's interesting to know. I might.
Sorry. Well, I mean, now that you know that, did you want to do anything in the crafty thing here about that?
I don't know.
Sorry,
what
I didn't mean to tell you
other
that
than
because these guys are cowboys. Obviously, they've got guns.
Do they?
So
I mean,
these do. Yes, these guys have a couple guns. Luvash and Argal are armed with guns.
Sick.
But you don't have to do anything about that now. You can
yeah. That's good to know, though.
Did you want to try to get Arabelle's attention?
Actually, I want to kind of stealth, and find a place where I can talk to her, where there's not a whole lot of eyes on us. Maybe
you want to help him with that. Because he's about to kidnap a little girl.
Yeah, right.
I'm not going to kidnap. I just want to...
Why don't you tell the young lady what you want to know, and then she can go talk to Arabelle. So
you just see me, I don't know, Look, I'm not very graceful.
Little girl, come over here and look at my gun. By the way, you got any information for old G?
I just want to know about that song. I noticed she likes to run between that tent and that tent. I noticed that there's like a
I just go up to the girl and kneel down. Hey there, little Arabelle.
So you are strange. She's very friendly, but you're going to have to kind of performance her a little bit if you want to try to get some information out of her.
Persuasion?
Persuasion, sorry. Persuasion.
Natural one.
Sure, let me do my thing.
24.
24. Okay.
Maybe okay.
So while you talk and joke around and stuff, she's really more interested in pulling on your clothes and looking at your pack and things like that. But while you allow her to do that, you ask her some questions, and since she's getting her way, you're getting yours at the same time. And it turns out that when you were talking about the 12 of clubs, she heard club and thought sticks. The song they're singing is actually because there's this myth that all of the kids propagate here in the town, or in the Vistani camp, that you got to look out for old Luvash. and old Luvash is to the east of town, and he's supposedly outside of a graveyard somewhere.
Luvash is
Sorry, not old Luvash. God damn it, these names, huh?
I'm like you got to watch out for Dad.
Yeah, Luvash. I did write it down here. It's old Gaston. Sorry, you're looking out for old Gaston, and Gaston. The song goes.
No one
Fights like Gaston.
Yeah.
Picks, whatever. But no, Gaston is he's made of he's made of sticks.
The eraser.
Oh, I didn't know I was looking for a single eraser. Basically the song tells you that he's made of sticks. His eyes glow red. He lives beside the fact that he's dead. But that's the story, and she's like, oh yeah, it's to keep kids away from Leipzig.
Red eyes chasing me at night.
Right.
Back to you. Message to you. Red eyes chasing me at night. Looks like Leipzig is where we need to go.
Maybe I will buy some bullets. No, I can make some on the road. All right. Yeah, that looks like all signs in our whatever this curse is points to that.
Sure. So, despite their best efforts, you guys have broken away just before midday. You got an early start. You got away from them. They were still trying to tell you stuff and throw stuff at you. Some of the kids are kind of checking you out, but the marks that Luvash made on not his map, it drew on the ground because you know the map of this area, you know where you are. He said, just go east of the camp. You'll get to the wooded area. Go in a little bit and start heading south, and you'll start to pick up a trail. So let's go on in and do that. Survival first to see if you can't pick up that trail or how well you pick it up.
I think it's a 14. That's right. I don't have survival. But I get a D4 to it.
You do.
Ooh.
That's a 4. Whoa. It's 14, 18.
13.
So you're looking around. You're 13.
Oh, I was just pantomiming.
So you guys are looking around. You're keeping your eyes on the ground, and at an 18, you realize he's told you the truth, but he was kind of a jerk about it. This is an animal run. This trail is an animal trail. You pick it up. If you follow this east, you think that'll lead you to where you're supposed to be going. But it's an animal trail, not a human trail, which means that you're being led out someplace that's not getting any kind of frequent visitors. But that also fits with, Lucian told you about Leipzig, right? No, he didn't. Luvash told you about Leipzig.
Yeah.
Right? He said it's mostly, graveyard at this point.
It's just
like it was a lot of graveyards and ruins.
town.
So it would make sense that there's no roads leading to it, but it's weird that he would send you down a game path to find it.
So, I tell you this.
Well,
we can try to find another path, but this...
I don't want to get lost in these woods.
I'm kind of... I don't want to be stuck out here in the dark either. But, yeah.
Arm yourselves. Okay. So with your weapons drawn and your arm out, you are able to lead her along this game path fairly easily. It's larger. It's a hoofed animal, heavier maybe. Not a deer though. Too short for that.
Maybe a moose?
Shorter than a deer. Like
oh wait, shorter than
heavy,
oh.
like a deer or something, but
yeah,
smaller, hoofed animal of
like
some kind.
Boar?
Like a boar, maybe. Yeah, like a boar would fit really well. But it looks like it's gotten pretty regular use recently. That might be because it's rained recently, and that the boars have just kind of caused more damage, or
that hunters are out in the woods.
Hunters are out in the woods, and this is a safer area for them to run out, or hunters are following this. But this has gotten a lot more use lately. You would know on an animal run like this, if it was this obvious, that you should be on your guard, because that means the animals know that it's being used regularly too.
Right?
So
yeah.
Predators will be looking for this. Things that hunters will be looking here. That's people that hunt.
Yeah, I almost want to think people. We should be like stealthy as we go
if
down.
Like to give it a shot. Stealth it up. So, with the unease of the surroundings settling in, you guys start to begin to take your surroundings seriously and decide to make less noise and movement as you progress along this game path.
Sure do. Not a natural one though. Unless
I love that this games it back and forth.
If you take the natural one, because I failed already, and you get get one, you could hand it to me, and we'll both be stacked up.
But I'll have a natural. Okay, let's do it.
All right.
So, and you get yours
Game
back.
the system.
He didn't spend his.
All right.
Oh, right.
Yep, you didn't spend yours, and the one you got from the natural one
I
goes
passed
to
to
me.
you.
All right.
Yeah.
And
But
I
that's
got
a natural
I got an 8.
You got an 8.
So you're
Alright,
getting a natural one.
So with
you attract animals.
he was leading you, and with a natural 8, you're gonna defer to what he was doing, but he got a natural 1. So he
Looking
thinks
for
that
four.
this is not safe to be on this super
Right.
super thing. So you're gonna step off of the path, maybe 2 or 3 trees in, and try to track it from there. That doesn't work at first, and so you kind of acquiesce, look up a little bit, and are able, despite the mist, thank goodness, make your way back to that path. But you've lost a good 2 hours of the day. Dude.
Oh no. All right.
You're back on that little path, and you're heading towards where you say you should be. He said it's about a day out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're gonna get there at night.
Yeah.
No, you're going to get there at noon the next day. You left the
Oh, no.
Vistani town at noon. So as it gets later in the evening, it's time to start thinking about what you're going to do in a mist-covered forest. Are you going to press on with your dark visions? Are you going to set camp? Are you going to try to go back to Valaki before dusk
No.
and make your way back down here?
Absolutely not.
Should we press on and try to find a way to get what rest we can, or I think we should make a camp. The mist might make it hard for animals to see us too.
That is true, but I don't think the wolves have any problem with it.
Right.
We just try to find something close off the path that's just like a little burrow or dugout or
Yeah, I'll make
This-
a
a
little.
knot next
I'll
to a
make a
tree.
little breadcrumb trail of like broken twigs, or something, you know.
As strange as this is going to sound, the moisture that's everywhere and the oppression of the mist and the trees overhead make the ground very comfortable.
Mm.
It's very easy to make a camp without a tent or anything like that. Fire, unless you have kindling and stuff in your packs, everything here is wet.
Yeah.
Right.
So
We have a
If-
tinderbox, but we don't have anything light.
if you want to light
so-
wood, you're going to need to go looking for wood.
Mm,
Otherwise, you're going to have to kind of hovel through the cold and dreary night.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I've slept in worse myself.
Now, that being said, you do have torches. They won't provide warmth, but they will provide a ring of light if you want to set up torches around yourself or hang up from the trees. There's all the trees that, remember, there's 30. Well, you
Yeah.
can climb, never mind.
You can.
But,
But- Yeah, just
Thing is, I don't know if I want to create light for things to see at a great distance.
like it keeps animals away, but there's also things that will walk right towards that because they know there's something there.
all right, so we're going to forego
Mm-hmm.
lights. Are you going to take rests, or are you just going to hunker down and wait out the night?
I think we should take rests.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of making a camp.
Otherwise,
okay.
we just keep walking.
So you'll walk till the end of this day. It's become night now.
Yeah.
You easily find some place a little off of the path a bit.
Try to get as much
Um,
coverage on one side
You
as
would
possible.
say you think that you're. I mean, it probably wasn't that far. You didn't leave Valaki and go very far until you got to the Vistani camp. Not even a half day, just 3 hours maybe.
Hmm.
Now you're making your way back in. The forest is so darn thick. That's what's making this bad.
Mm.
And like I said before, there's no new growth here. This is old. It's nothing is any light left to get to it. The
Yeah,
clouds
yeah.
and the cover have choked this forest. Whatever's here is either going to keep it alive forever or it's going to die off and there won't be anything here soon because it's hard to tell, there's nothing growing.
Yeah.
So that's what you continue to notice as a kind of a purveying theme in this forest. But you guys make your rest. You can do this in shifts?
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Do you need rest? We don't think we need any hit points or anything like that, right?
Need a short rest to get like grit back or things like that. But that's
Do
it.
you need your grit back? I thought you
No,
got
I already
short
took.
rest.
I've already
I-
taken.
I do
short
it.
Yeah,
I
so
rest.
go
use-
ahead and we'll go ahead and click both. Who's taking the first watch?
I'll take the first
And are you going for short rests, or
I
are you
wanna
going
go
for
for
long rests?
long.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're taking the first. You're going to bed as best you can.
Yep.
All right. So now you've been out for a day or so, and it's been wet and kind of damp to walk through. Constitution saving.
Oh.
Just you.
Just me, huh?
yeah, I'm dead.
That's going to be an 11 plus 5 for 16, buddy.
So,
I'm a warrior.
Now that you've had some time to rest and kind of sit down and worry it a bit, you realize that Father Petrovich was able to get that slimy doom out of your ankle, and it's clearing up.
Oh, Good.
You had one
good.
more.
Oh,
I let
that's
him
right.
temporarily hold it off with some medicine, but he got it
no.
all the way out. You had to get through one more
I
saving
can
throw.
feel it, huh?
That was your third saving throw, so you're through. You feel better. You were just checking, opening up the wound and kind of poking in it because he pulled something out of you.
Yeah.
I would definitely put my finger in there.
Is
too.
there more? Yeah.
There's not. You feel cleaned off and it's not bleeding like it was. So it's a nasty bite, but it's okay. So perception in your first.
That's like a 10? 10.
10? Uh-oh. Oh.
My dice as a player suck.
That's alright, mine suck constantly, so it's really good for you guys, because I can't get anything to do. Well, everything stopped. You hear the owl again that you've heard several times.
The one that started with a wolf owl.
You were like, it's a wolf. I'm like, that's clearly an owl.
Soundboard?
It was reloading, that's what I was thinking. And nothing works when I need it to.
Right.
But yeah, you hear some of the regular old, distant howls of that sort of thing. But you're not real sure.
Yeah.
But it sounded like two sticks got knocked together a couple of times throughout the night. Not like somebody was like,
yeah,
but more like a. But it sounded like two, like if you took those sticks, like wood sticks for orchestra.
Yeah.
It sounded like two of those, like a hollow. You heard it twice throughout your shift, but nothing else.
Well, I'll see if I hear it 10 more times.
You're gonna hear the boom.
Yeah.
But yeah, your shift ends without incident. Other than that, you wake him up.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it is evening and Valaki's not too far away. You are starting to hear some general wolf noise in the distance, which means that if what's been happening the last couple of days is true, hunters are moving into the forest just north of you, pushing wolves this way.
Yep. And that's the
and
direction
that's when your
I'm facing.
shift starts.
Yeah.
So you take your rest and you perceive.
Yep. Just turn in the chamber in my little pistol.
Are you making that sound, or are you?
No,
trying to be quiet? Okay.
no. I wouldn't. That would be an idiotic thing to do. I am trying to be. Oh god. Oh fuck.
Did you also get a tip? Oh, you get your, yeah.
This is perception.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's an 8. My perception is +4, so that would be 12. But that might be. I don't know. You know what I mean?
It's just the dark in the woods where it's haunted and wolves are coming towards you.
That's true. I'm fine with the 12.
All right, sure. So he had described kind of a hollow clicking sound to you.
Mm-hmm.
You heard it too. Maybe 2-3 times in your whole shift. Very, very randomly. Like there doesn't seem to be any kind of pattern. Just like it's much louder and closer than he described it.
Oh.
And it's never in the same spot twice.
Okay.
But it is closer each time, but that's all you can really discern. There's no movement in the bushes. You don't see anything out in the dark. You have dark vision, right?
Yeah.
Like you have like vampire vision.
I have devil's sight.
That's right. Okay.
I think I might try to stealth in some of this old growth by the camp.
You're gonna leave the camp?
Not leave. I'm gonna hide.
Okay. Make your stealth roll
and see if something comes out. If they'll be looking at
bait.
Yeah. No offense. That's going to be a 22.
22?
Yeah.
So you do your best to kind of, stretch out and then lay in and then drag yourself through the undergrowth till you're some distance away. And you wait for a minute or two and then you hear a very distinct kind of like a running sound, like up to the edge of the camp out of distance, but it stops there. And then you hear the clicking sound. But
I think
although
wake up.
It sounds closer, it's much quieter.
Alright. I'm going to sneak back to Primrose. Watch on my damn back and shift you awake. Wake up.
Does he wake me up?
Does he wake you up?
Yeah,
That's
what
what
I
he's-
just said.
So I was waiting. Yeah, he woke you
Oh
up.
yeah. Sorry. I guess
Sorry,
I was
I'm
waiting
sorry,
for
I
a jump
realized that
scare or
you
something.
I realized that you can't tell him that you woke him up either. I have to. You woke up.
Yeah.
You woke up and you.
I'm like, yes.
There's something stalking us right now.
Look around.
So when your blade appears, you hear
Gross.
crows, and then you hear
Your sword is so ugly.
and a scarecrow comes out of the woods, clacking its hands together. Initiatives.
Oh, jeez.
Its eyes blazing red under the sackcloth head.
Duh.
It begins to scream.
Meowsers. Meowsers.
No, Dave isn't jamming this night. It's this guy, Mitch, instead.
Yowzers. Oh, that's Taylor. I was like, oh, that's not. Oh, that's expected.
Damn.
As it runs at
She has a
you,
quota she's got to fill. You know?
its low, guttural crows turns into a crow. It just starts screeching the word crows at you.
Hey, nice
Initiative.
delivery, by the way. I
Oh,
got
that extra long wait.
Yeah. That was honestly giving me.
Also, the quieter.
Yeah,
the closer
yeah.
it gets, the quieter.
I have a +4, so I have a 21. I was waiting for this.
Yeah.
19.
Pop out.
All right. Well, you guys got the. He came out
Yeah.
a little too scary. So
Too loud.
Wiley or Rob, you're first. Wait, who had 21?
I did.
You had 21. All right, Rob, you're up.
All right. It's not holding anything, is it?
Just got its weird
It's
clawy hands.
crazy. Yeah, it sticks when it's doing this, banging its hands together. You're realizing that the hands are probably sickled.
But that doesn't sound like something I can decide. No, I'm just gonna full blast. Just I was waiting this gun. I was spending both my grip points to just shoot this thing.
Sorry. This was what it. Sorry, it did get the jump on you. Sorry.
Yeah, so we got a surprise round.
Yeah, so it's got one. It was supposed to do something. I'm like, wait a minute, how did I miss this?
Oh.
So, it was you were the one that moved around and weirded it out. So it comes out screeching at you, and you have to do a wisdom saving throw.
But I was stealthy.
I mean, you were right next to me.
But you woke him up.
Yeah.
And then she armed herself with a hex blade, and the thing was like, oh, combatants.
Wisdom saving throw. That's gonna be a 12, I'm sure.
Just barely. You hear in your mind the word crows really wrap in there, but the eyes of that thing are not natural. When you look at them head on, they seem to be in front of the face. It's terrifying. You just barely passed that.
Oh God.
So, all right, now it's your turn.
Okay. Yeah, blasting at one of its creepy ass eyes.
All right, so you fire your gun. That first goes into the woods.
Oh yeah.
And you see kind of the same. You're starting to kind of be ready for it now. What little birds there are flutter from this area. Whether that hits or not, the scarecrow seems a little shocked by something so loud, but it doesn't stop its attack. So roll your damage or your attack. Sorry.
Oh God! Please don't miss.
It's been fun to get to like RP this gun for you, or I'm like, this is a thing.
Yeah,
this is loud as heck. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be that. That's for sure. I would miss, and my gun would jam, and my grip points would be gone. Oh, please don't be a. No!
Is it a 3?
It jams.
Yep. So the gun
pistol's a 3.
For every point I use it, it increases that threshold
right,
by 2.
Yeah. So this is your third shot. So 3 is where the threshold is. Is that what it is?
No, it's because you grit.
Every time I spin
with this certain power, with the overcharged shot, it makes his misfire.
I rolled a 2 and then a 3, man.
Yeah. So the moisture, it overpowers it. You see that, you hear it.
Yeah.
And you see a little smoke come out. It's not enough.
All right.
Wiley, you have a second.
Well,
before...
my bonus action. I'm running up with that.
Well, you don't even have to run up. It's coming at you.
Oh, yeah. Shit.
All right. He's some sort of construct. Hopefully you can chop into him.
Oh, man.
I love it. Wait till you hear.
This is 8 plus 4 I'm sorry, 8 plus 6 for 14.
To hit?
Yeah.
Hits.
All right. and I do D6, and I do 6, and I don't think I add the because if I have a light weapon, I can use my bonus action to do this thing, but I wouldn't get. So I don't think I get the +4 on the D6 with my short sword, even though I missed with the.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because
so
this is your second attack. Your
right.
offhand
So
attack.
your attack was
6 damage.
6
Piercing.
Oh, you should have.
piercing. Yeah.
Hunter's marked him.
I should have, but I'm scared.
So you pierce through an old ragged shirt and seem to glance off a stick and do about half as much damage as you thought you were going to do.
Yeah, no, that's spooky, man. Oh. So there's nothing scarier than a big monster having resistance to whatever you do to it.
I think it's just scarier because it's not big. It's just an average sized person made out of sticks with glowing red eyes that's screaming the word crows in your brain.
That's all pretty damn scary.
This one was fun because I was like, what if there's a scarecrow bad guy for D&D?
Yeah, absolutely.
There is a scarecrow bad guy for D&D. It comes from Ravenloft. I was like, hell yeah.
Where else would it go?
Yeah, right.
I was like, this is awesome.
Okay.
All right, so
I looked it up. My pack blade is considered a magical weapon.
cool.
Just in case.
Yeah.
That matters.
Cool.
All right.
Because I'm doing such a terrible job of protecting my sister.
All right. Primrose blade was already armed.
Yep.
No action required.
I am swinging away at this thing. 9. 15?
That hits.
Yay.
This is slashing or piercing damage.
And I'm going to hexblade curse it. It is slashing magical damage. For 10 damage.
So when you strike into its shirt and like where its wooden frame would be, your blade hits sooner than you thought and digs into some sort of strange red glow that seems to spurt off like blood and then disappear into the earth, or sorry, into the air before it even touches. And it takes that, it feels that sword and turns its gaze on you. Wisdom saving throw.
Oh no, it's gonna keep doing this shit, huh? Crows!
Natural 20.
Whoa.
Yeah, you hear the word crows in your brain, but you've already seen him deal with this. You're not going to be frightened by something he's not scared of. You won't have to make that roll anymore.
Yep.
Natural 20. Yeah.
The half vampire. It's like, no.
It's like, crows! You're like, no. Hush.
No, I get it.
All right.
The big
back
crows that were watching us, have you been following us this entire time?
Back to the
Yeah,
top.
maybe if they were dire crows. This would be...
Sorry. And then it swings a claw. At you because it's mad, yeah. Yep. So here we go. Claw time. Oof. Dirty 20?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Ooh. 7. The sickles just land solidly, and that's about as much damage as this thing can do. But yeah, it gets into you. And now you must succeed on another wisdom saving throw. Oh no, you don't have to. It screams at you again, but it's not having the intended effect.
Yep.
Now it looks mad. You can see the orbs seem to scowl at you, but yeah, it's not able to get whatever it's trying to do done to you.
Okay.
You weird dampier thing, you.
Yep.
All right, Rob. Unless you have something else. Sorry, anything else?
No, that was
my
you.
turn. Haha.
Okay.
I was thinking about moving, and I decided not to on my turn, and
Yeah.
I should have moved. Now that I think about it.
I keep deferring to you because you're always the GM, and every time he's making a think face, I'm like, oh, what is it?
Oh, what?
I'm going. I'm going to just kind of roll off around this thing after I went in with the short sword, and I gotta put the sword away and
Fix your gun.
yeah, fix my damn gun.
Roll it.
Yep.
You know,
Or is it automatic, or do you have to roll it?
no, it's automatic. I'm pretty sure. I spend an action is what it
You
said.
do spin an action.
So hanging on the side of your gun, you would have a chamber clear a little stick,
Yeah.
and that can go into the butt as well. You would have a piece of chamois. You would need it.
Right.
So
You would
Yeah.
be able to.
Yeah.
So that would be automatic.
And
You
maybe
would
I have
throw
one
that
just,
through and pull it in once.
It's kind of ready to go because of all the damn dampness in here.
Mhm.
Yeah. So,
Just a chamois
but I
through
do
once
it
in
really
action.
quick because I'm using
That's
my.
what I'm saying. A chamois in a single action through the.
I have one.
This is-
He's out.
yeah. So basically,
GM still has one.
I have mine too. So basically, what you're doing is real quickly putting that. If you want to do this quick,
Yeah.
you're slinging your chamois through the barrel
Yeah.
and coming
the
through.
Ah.
You can now load 3 bullets and skip that burned chamber. You won't have to clean it right now.
Oh, okay.
You only get your 3 shots left.
So, okay.
Well, he has. So the way misfire works.
Oh, you have all yours. So,
Yeah.
So I'm just saying
It-
that's what
it
you would
just
do.
takes
You would
an
clean.
action.
Yeah, you use your action to clean it out quickly. You would have your push pull, but I would say for you, if you're a gunslinger, your chamois would have a tie on it as well. So basically, you shove the chamois through, pull it out the other side, throw that little hook through your chambers, and just pull it through each one. So it's basically like you're sewing a chamois through the
Oh, I
bolts.
see.
So pull the chamois through one side, thread it through the other, pull it out, and that's double timing it. So in one action, I'll give that to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I got
you're
my.
supposed to do that. You get
So I'm
your-
reloaded.
You're reloaded, everything's
Okay.
ready to go.
So you're not reloaded.
You're not reloaded. Sorry, your
You're
jam
fixed.
is cleared.
Your
My jam is clear. Right,
So
right.
however many shots
So that's
you
the
have
action I
left is what
take,
you got.
and then my bonus action I am gonna put Hunter's Mark on that.
All right.
And which do that, and then like I said, I was doing that really fast because I'm going to action surge,
Nice.
and then take my shot. No grit
Perfect. Yep.
Aw,
Fire
coward.
into it. You've got a better idea.
though. He got no
It seems
grit.
so much less frightening when your sister is beating it up.
I know. Yeah, so true.
Your sister, the vampire.
And it doesn't jam, but that is a 2.
2 misses. Yeah, you fire. He
Is it a
fire.
one on pistols?
It's a 1 on pistols, I believe. Let me. There's a lot of because
Oh, do you have a crit failed 1 and 2?
I don't know.
there's
some
different
that are
misfires on a 1. I
Yeah,
rolled
okay.
a 2, so I
Somebody's good.
missed.
Oh, you gotta.
Oh, never mind. Maybe I don't miss. I immediately spent
Oh.
it.
Super sad saves the day.
A natural 20.
Yeah,
How about that?
That goes right through. And let's see here. Yeah,
I'm hitting that damn pumpkin head of his.
normally this would have resistance to bludgeoning and piercing and slashing, but it is pissed at him.
Oh.
It is screaming. It's going after him. You've got all the time in the world to walk up with a natural 20 and shoot this with all of the damage you would normally get. So ignore its resistance.
Resistance,
because
right.
you're putting a gun to its wooden
Stuff.
head under the sackcloth.
All right.
Let's see what we got.
Please don't be a.
Because it doesn't matter if it's a ghost or a being or what. If it's construct, destroying the construction destroys it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Generally, yeah.
I mean, that's what you're doing to a construct, is breaking
Yeah.
it to the point
14 damage.
14 damage. So that bullet goes through the sackcloth and out the other side, leaving a small hint of fiery smoke. And the claws and everything just immediately go limp, and you find yourself supporting the wooden body of a scarecrow. The sackcloth smells just rotten.
where... Ooh,
Ooh.
push this damn thing off me.
I take the sackcloth. This
Take
thing-
the sackcloth?
Yeah.
All right.
This thing might ward off predators.
You're going to put it in your stuff?
I
It's...
was going to bury it and check it out in the morning, actually. What do you think? I'm doing it. You can't stop me. I killed the thing.
Screaming into your brain, and then your sister kills it or you killed it, and now you're trying to like save part of its body.
Yeah. Ooh,
Yep.
I can't stop you. I light it on fire. Prestidigitation.
Nice.
Who did that? Hey, we don't have time for this.
We don't have time for that thing.
We might need to know what that's made of.
Sackcloth, rotten kind.
The wolf howling is much closer now, and I will say that when you fired your gun at that dire wolf the day before, although you kind of shook it for a second, it didn't seem perturbed by it. So that shot going out into the woods may have the unintended consequence of attracting some of the wildlife rather than scaring some of it. But you hear the wolves into the distance. They are definitely coming south from the north.
How much
like you
rest
expected of them?
How much rest did she get?
I'd say you got a short rest because you got only made it about halfway through. But You are awake now. You can continue your press in the late night and try to make your way towards Leipzig.
Yeah, I think we should get...
You can go back to bed, because this whole encounter only took a few minutes. If you feel safe enough.
I don't feel safe.
Yeah, right?
We should probably get
What
moving.
a terrifying thing to
We can
like
stop
wake up to a
again.
scarecrow full of blades, and then it's like, all right, it's your bedtime. Fuck that, let's go to Leipzig.
Yeah, I want to impress. I want to communicate. Like, if you start feeling fatiguey, we could stop again. But for now, we should get a move
Well,
on.
brother, I'm in my prime.
So,
If this is your, have you seen? Don't tell me that when you don't have your face on.
what a rude thing to say to a southern woman. Even if it is your sister.
It's gotta be. You can only say that to your sister.
What is that?
The joke here is that
Oh, that's what you're the
False
vampire.
life.
That's
my false
right.
life. I'm a fucking vampire.
So, hey,
I forgot. You've said it a couple times, and I was
Yeah.
like, "What a rude thing to say to your sister." And then you said it again, and I'm like, "Dude, stop!" Oh, beautiful,
Yeah.
southern.
I'm a vampire. I need to
Yes.
flush my life in there to
Yeah.
make me
So you
look
both
human.
have dark vision, and you've got your devil vision, but with the perceptions you've been rolling and stuff, you feel better staying on that game path,
Yeah.
not leaving it
Just
alone.
get on
But
it
you
and
make better
go.
time on it anyway.
yeah.
Perceptions in the dark again. You are wandering aimlessly through the woods, following a game trail.
Well, I mean, the game show would be our aim.
24.
24.
Finally. Whoa.
Sorry, that's threw me off. 7 plus survival or perception?
Perceptions, yeah.
11.
11. So you did hear that, not that loud. You would have not heard it, but it seems to be like mixed with the sound of running water that has appeared at some point. You guys are noticing now as you're saying this that you do hear a creek somewhere to the south a little bit. And you were hearing those like kind of weird grunting noises.
And you very clearly see me not notice that and just keep on going. Not a
Dude,
fuss.
the soundboard is a lot of fun. Like this was just to test. Sorry, Chip said that.
Yeah.
But like I found really good ones for Strahd. I can do like all kinds of sounds and things like that. It's really fun.
I wonder if so it's a preset
Yeah,
soundboard.
this is a Halloween soundboard. I've got like screaming woman, swarm of killer bees, chains and monster grunts, demonic laughters, footsteps, all
Oh,
kinds of
There's,
fun
cool.
stuff.
there's D&D ones specifically.
Yeah, yeah,
Look
but-
at combat. And
Oh.
I just was
sound
like,
of clashing swords. Or
yeah, I was like, what other kind of props can I
That's
bring?
dope.
I was like, the smoke machine's gonna be too much, but I was like, that's cool. The light on my face. I was like, I'll bring a soundboard. You know, it'll be
Yeah.
fun. Yeah. And then the light didn't work, but you do in the distance. You do hear some grunting. It's very quiet, and it sounds occupied. Like it doesn't sound like it's coming at you or angry or anything like that. It just sounds like animal noises near some water.
There's
you,
something grunting off in the distance.
Where?
We'll say, well, I don't know. If I wanted you to remember something, to see if you remember something that somebody said, is that insight?
I
That's
use
an
insight.
Insight. Do an insight check.
Insight to remember?
Yeah.
Because that should be intelligence.
Now, hold on. Are you talking about like a historical fact or
No,
something?
I'm
or
curious if you
just-
remember something that I said that I can give your characters a hint if you remembered something, but I want to know how well you
Yeah.
were listening to what that person was saying.
Because for things like that, it's a flash of insight.
Right.
Literally
right,
has
yeah.
the word insight in the name. Like
Yeah,
if the players are like struggling for an answer and all that kind of stuff, the flash of insight is what I use.
Oh, okay.
But you can use either. It doesn't matter.
All right, insight. I just wanted to see.
20.
All right, so it seems like despite what's happening here in the woods and the unorthodox nature of this path, that sound of the river is probably
The creek that
the Windwater.
we got too far.
Yeah, the Windwater Creek. If you had gone south past that creek, it's too far.
Mm-hmm.
So you sound like you're on the edge of as far south as you should ever go. And that sound, is out by the creek edge, whatever that is. Yeah. But
There's something possibly grunting there, and I also hear the sound of running water. Seems we've made ourselves way down to the creek, and it's time to start heading east.
Any
or
direction.
only east, yeah. Like you were heading east, but now if you go any farther south, you're going to end up at the creek. And if everything that Luvash told you is true, which so far seems to be correct, even though he's kind of double speak to you a little bit, and he didn't tell you anything about Gaston. That was the scarecrow that the kids were singing about.
The stick man.
12 picks of sticks. And she said it keeps you. It's to keep the kids away from Leipzig, because if you walk into the woods, there's a fucking scarecrow right there who's gonna run out and get the kids.
Oh my god!
So it was more of like that's a real warning. So far it seems like, even though he's not told you about that, you figured it out on your own. But Luvash has been telling you the truth. And it sounds like you should be coming up on Leipzig now. Now that it's later in the night, you should be coming up, earlier in the day now. But he's right. Don't go any more south for whatever reason.
Yeah, start cutting east.
So as you
You're
go,
going to have to be guiding us from here on out.
Me? Yeah. Well, there's a creek, so
the croaks for the toad people. That was Oaklefent for me, where I thought, my God, why would I orate as such? I was like, this is terrible. It sounded so good in my head, and then we did it for real. But it was all right. Anyway, you continue heading east. The creek sound is very slight. You rolled pretty high so you can hear it, but it's off in the distance a little bit. The grunting, it's not following you, but it is going the same direction along the river's edge. And now that you're listening to it, you feel like it's probably 2 or 3 things.
Probably 2 or 3 razorbacks.
Should we deal with them?
If we don't have to, I'd say we shouldn't.
Her impression was that they're not coming any closer, and they're not necessarily following you. They just are walking alongside. But you've been hunted a couple of times already.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And hey, if there's something out there to distract dire wolves from us, it would be a.
Should we go quieter? That'll make us slower.
Hey, yeah, let's roll stealths again. That's what could go wrong.
Let's just go.
Alright, roll secondary stealths, yeah. This is your second time stealthing through the woods, right?
Yep. 19.
21.
A better understanding of the surrounding areas.
For real this time.
Yeah.
Now that you know that the river is nearby, you can kind of mask your sounds a little more effectively. Dragging your feet is a little better. It makes more of a slosh sound, that sort of thing. And you realize that probably worked better than you meant to, because now those grunting sounds are spreading out closer towards the path.
What's that dog eating?
A shoe.
Hey!
Whose shoe?
I don't know.
Oh, it's my shoe. God damn it.
It's too long.
Put him on the... Oh, it's one from our... I actually left there as a decoy.
Oh, he got the decoy shoe.
So we could have it.
All right. Well, he figured it out. But so as you guys continue to sneak east and head towards Leipzig, you're still hearing those creatures do the same thing, but now it sounds like they've spread out a little bit more.
They're not. They were actually staying away from us when they heard us.
One of them is whistling.
Whistling.
Mm-hmm.
They're
like
hunters.
Not chewing on things. You know it's not okay.
Inside.
What in the hell?
14.
12.
It sounds like one of the songs Arabelle was singing, but a lot like sadder. Like the whistle is more like if the song was. This is more like a.
Is it coming from Creekside or?
It's coming. It's one of those 3 creature sounds. One of them is whistling.
Oh,
the other ones are grunting. So it sounds like she's slowly putting together that it's 2 animals and a person or something. Yeah, something they can whistle. Who knows? Because the last thing you ran into was not a person, and it yelled crows at your face.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna message him. We should just stop and let this group go on ahead of us.
No. All right. We'll see how this goes.
We're gonna stop moving with our stealths. We just kind of saddle up against a tree.
You got your stealths already. Where
these things go?
I've looked for a tree. Just a place for us to tuck in.
Yeah.
There it is.
We are being pretty stealthy right now.
No, for sure. And this is not the best roll, but I just want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. So.
You gotta stop chewing on people's clothes, dog.
Surprised that he didn't destroy anything.
Oh man, you got lucky.
If you gave him time, he would have.
Yeah,
this is a bad roll. This is because this person would have been able to do that. But So as you come to your nice stop, your plan worked. You hear those sounds move on, and the whistling kind of slowly turns into a raspy sort of song, but instead of the click click pick up sticks, it's more of a stab stab grind and jab.
Oh my
Put
god.
'em in the pot and crabs. And it whispers as it gets farther, and it just kind of says this terrible poem as it walks away. The sounds, the quieter you get and the more you listen, the more you realize you were probably right that those were razorbacks, two big ones being ushered about by some other thing, spouting very sardonic poetry.
I love how the voice you went for the stab stab song was the like a pitch perfect. Who's the robot in Futurama? Rodrigo? Stab, stab. Not Clamps.
Oh.
The stab, stab one.
Stab.
You sounded just like... Sorry.
It's okay. No, it's
I would
fine.
be
It's
also
so
scared if he
but-
popped out.
So
Yeah.
you can wait a sufficient amount of time, and after about
Hold on.
sorry.
This is something that we should probably let it go, but there's also, unless we deal with it, dog shoe inspiration for me.
Oh.
Do we want to just deal with this now? Seems that everything we don't deal with, just something that's going to jump on us later.
Well, it seems like all the stuff that you're dealing with, you brought about yourself too. You broke into the crypt.
Oh, we didn't do anything to that scarecrow.
That's true. Except wandered. They told you.
And
to
the
watch out.
dire wolf.
Well, I mean, you're in its hunting grounds. It was hungry. It's
Yeah.
been hunted.
No.
It was a road.
If it's singing, so we'll hear it again if we have to deal with it, but we don't know. Wow.
It doesn't seem to be. Yeah.
The great monster hunters.
You
will
know,
sit
I
here
knew
and
you were
hide.
going to say that. Fine.
No, you are must insight again, real quick, because that's true. Off of what she's telling you, didn't hear it, but you said something good. I don't see if you got it.
What is a? It was a 9.
It's a what?
A 9. I don't know what I'm rolling.
Inside.
Insight. Oh, I'm sorry. So that would be a 13.
That's enough. So basically, what he's saying is that like it's not making any attempt to disguise itself,
Yeah.
and the fact that your movement stopping changed its
Oh,
mobility.
it doesn't know where we are.
No,
we can get the jump
no.
on it. Oh.
You guys changed what you were doing, and they changed what they were doing.
Oh.
And now you're just hanging out, and they're walking off. They haven't made any attempt to conceal themselves, but it seems like his insight is telling you that they might have already known we were here, and they're letting us go too. So
All right. Let's let
it's up
him
to you,
go.
though. That's what his glean from that.
I think we were in the Feywild.
Well, that could be true. For y'all, then we're about to be made into fairy tales ourselves. What was it that I said? We're going to get baked into bread and eaten by some witch.
You did say that. I really hope that's not true. Although I know I would make a delicious. I named some kind of
Meat pie.
yeah.
All right. So you.
Yeah, we'll just let him go.
All right. You are letting him go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So the singing continues down the river some way. The razorback sounds continue as they root about for something. This is what it would sound like if you were tending warthogs or hogs. They're rooting for something, probably mushrooms or edibles or something like that. But they go on, and you don't hear anything after a while, and decide it's safe to move forward. And with your stealth rolls you rolled, I'll continue to say that you sneak forward,
Can we wait an
quietly
hour?
looking for stuff. Sorry.
Can we wait an hour?
Sure.
Oh.
You pass a little bit of the remainder of the night away. I mean, if you're going to sit in the woods for another hour in the dark.
I'm just giving an hour while we take a breather.
Huh? Did you need an hour for something?
For
Short rest.
For a short rest. Let's get a grip back, you know?
Yeah, makes sense. Some hit points if you need them.
Short rest. Oh, those wolves are still coming, huh?
At this point, they're starting to sound like they're to the west of you now, in addition to being to the north, as they're being pushed away from Valaki. So, when they start making it to the edge of the woods where you guys entered the forest and make it to the Vistani camp, they're going to start pushing them back into the woods too, and you guys will be receiving wolves from 2 different directions if they start to get pushed in.
Oh, let's get out of here,
All right,
then.
so
Yeah.
you continue to sneak along. No changes happen. You do occasionally hear that whistle because Whistle will travel farther, and this place is so darn quiet. But it's never any closer, and you don't hear the pigs ever again. So whatever it was, it's gone on its way, and you've managed to avoid it. Just as the clouds are starting to light up again with the obscured sun, and little, basically spears of light are going through the motes of dust and mist in this kind of choked up forest, you see the first inkling of the road having evidence of stones beneath it. At one point, this was a much more tended road. Or sorry, you see that off of the game trail a bit, excuse me. So now you've found what looks like the trail to Leipzig, about when Muvash told you would find it, kind of close to the end of an entire day's walk. So you start to deviate. Do you want to deviate and follow the path? So you follow the stone path, and almost just kind of out of the woods again, a town kind of appears before you. On either side, a stone wall goes around, barely standing in some parts. In the crumbling pieces, you can see that the majority of the front of this town has been a graveyard for a long time, and not like a flowery way of talking about a graveyard, like, oh, that place has been dead for a long time. There are hundreds of graves in the stones in this little tiny town. Like, for a place this big, it's almost like this is a graveyard, and then some people built houses behind it. It's huge as far as graveyards are concerned, and considering what the rest of this area looks like. The real interesting part is that the old growth has come up through this. So some of the roofs have been toppled off, trees are growing up through it. Other ones have fallen on other areas, but throughout it, it's very disused. Pine needles are everywhere, coming up in piles of other dead leaves, and flora, other flora has built up, rocks on all the stones and things like that. And it gives you this very small feeling. This area looks like a microcosm of the forest floor, where mycology would take place, where mushrooms are eating the leftover decay and there's nothing left. There's no young plants coming up anywhere around here. It's still dead like everything else, but these large plants that have come up through it and are leaning over it make it feel like it's a very small little place despite its size, and gives you that impression of minuteness as well.
Like a Lao Tzu painting.
As you look a little farther into the town and kind of gaze on it, it is both sides of the wall have graveyards, and then behind them, just beyond where the mist is starting to, just before where the mist is starting to cover what you can see, you see a row of houses on either side. And then off in the distance, taller than other things, you do kind of see, sticking up high in the mist, a piece of, pole or something that's leaned off to the side that bears the same symbol that was on Lucian's church, St. Andrew's.
I'm going to look around for a shovel.
On just the other side of the wall, you notice a sackcloth-headed scarecrow.
Is it moving?
It is not moving.
Are there crows on it?
There are not crows anywhere in this copse. Or ravens. Or sound.
Do you think that... Did we see crows when that last one attacked us? It just said crows.
No, we didn't see them.
He didn't say anything until he brought a sword out and it went crows.
Oh, and I think this is the Feywild, so I think that might be like a thing. If we don't have weapons drawn, if that is the same kind of similar creature, well, we can always pull out weapons quick as we need them.
You can also test for living scarecrow right now by pulling a weapon out.
Yeah.
You pull your weapon out?
No, that isn't. Oh.
It happened. It happened.
Yeah. Other than in your own mind, some movement from the scarecrow that turns out being just in your own mind. Nothing happens. The scarecrow remains motionless.
So far.
You
keep an eye on that one.
I will.
Oh. Anyway, I'm looking for a shovel. You see any around here? We might have to dig out a church. Or a mausoleum or something.
So there's no shovel around here, but there are gravestones that you can look at if you want to walk around.
We're walking towards the big
church,
but as we walk, kind of look at graves.
Yeah, for sure. So you're walking through. A lot of this area is obscured by mist, but as you walk in, you're realizing that it does it's almost like teardrop shaped. So it's smaller in the back because you can see the edges of town are kind of pulling in. The graveyard is shrinking on the edges, kind of thing. But it is 5 or 6 rows of graveyards, 20 graves long, in 2 different plots. So, 100 graves here, 100 graves here, 100 graves here, 100 graves here. It's just, 2 big, huge plots. You pass through them, and sticking out through some of the gravestones, even in different parts through it, are those old growth trees. Like something, whatever happened here happened so long ago that these trees were still in that. Yeah, they were still able to grow, or whatever happened here that happened everywhere else happened exactly the same, or it had later died, or the new stuff died. But whatever it is, this place does look particularly odd, having parts that have grown up through the ruins, but in an old way. If that makes sense, yeah, it's very strange to see this kind of deprivation and degradation to a structure without any kind of new life around it.
That is weird. I mean, in a cool way.
Head towards that church.
Perception.
Yeah. I'm looking. How good am I looking? I'm looking great. Wait, it's on the top. That's a 1. Okay. 18 plus 4. 22.
22?
Did you say 19 plus 4?
No, 18. 18 plus 4, right? Because I rolled a 17 plus 1, and then plus 4.
And you rolled a
24.
24. Okay, so that's pretty good. So
yeah,
as you're walking through, you're basically there is no way to go other than these 2 plots of these 4 plots of graveyard as you kind of go up a little bit of a hill. It's very shallow. I'm not talking like real high. Like the second level would be like half as tall as this. So it's very slight little incline. But off to the left, kind of behind some of the older housing structures that have kind of collapsed, you wouldn't have thought you heard a sound if you both hadn't heard it. But what it was a couple of birds flying off in kind of a startled manner, and with what you've seen of what you've come to know about this forest in the last couple of days, that's enough of a look.
Oh yeah,
like it's enough to garner, or maybe I want to check that out. But it's up to you. It's the only thing you saw in here. Other than that, the place still...
I'm sorry, not the birds. What were you describing?
Yeah, so off in the distance, you heard a snap or a sound.
Oh, yeah.
You both heard something. You couldn't hear it, but a couple of birds came
Birds
up. And like I
came
said, you wouldn't have believed you heard anything, but you both rolled up in the 20s. So you both heard something and looked over it before birds flew away.
Right.
So it's kind of like you heard something and looked, and birds flew up. So it corroborated that you heard something over there.
I'll keep my eyes out that way if you want to just look at what we're walking towards.
Why don't we both go there and investigate?
Because it's okay. Yeah, all right. Let's spend a long time here.
Let's try to finally get the jump on something else before it gets a jump on
I
us.
know. That's what I wanted to do, but all right.
You in a hurry to get down into a dungeon?
Yeah, kind of. I want to find what's going on here so we can get home.
Head over there.
You guys are heading over there?
Yeah.
Are you sneaking over there?
I was going to say we should sneak,
over there?
yeah.
Here, take this.
It's dangerous out there.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
And you feel alone because I did a good stealth check.
21.
Oh. I got a 16.
I don't know who you're talking to down there, but just hear that in your head.
Yeah.
Don't see me.
So as you cross the end of the graveyards, there's a street that pulls off to the left that has 2 houses, and then another street that seems to have a single house in between those 2 in the next spot, and then the street after that has 2. So it's like 2, 1, 2, that sort of thing.
You keep putting your hand in front of that camera, like so.
Anyway,
like blocking, look.
Off to the left, behind those 2 houses, before you get to the next street, where the third one is where you guys are sneaking towards, and you're not 200 feet down the street before you see just this ratty man, sort of. Something's wrong. His face is distorted, and his eyes shut closed, and he's hairy in the wrong spots, and his right arm is just red and like hanging grossly from a ripped up piece of shirt, and it's doing this. And it's looking right in your direction, and it's mumbling, "Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Woo, woo." And it's starting to move towards you.
Different sound. Oh.
Hello?
We either gotta say hi or fight this thing, I think.
Does this thing look alive?
Yeah, and like I said, it's a mutated man. So now that he's coming out more into the light and he's coming out of the mist more, you're seeing that half of his face is just contorted and fat and hanging in lumps, but covered in hair on the outer edges, and he's hairy here and in his face. He has kind of a rat nose, but a human's face.
Uh-huh.
The skin around his right eye, which is not kind of compounded by that thing, looks pulled back grossly. His right arm is red and too heavy for him to lift, it would appear, but it's not touching the ground yet. His left hand being in front of him, the claws on it are quite long. And as he barks and makes noises, you can see glint in his teeth. He's definitely chewable. He can definitely get a hold of you. Yeah. He doesn't seem like he's heard you. Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's seen you yet, but he is definitely smelling you.
We either gotta rub some dirt on you. I guess we have this rich.
He's smelling you, not
So
me.
as he's making those noises,
You can't see me.
as he makes those noises,
You know where you are. You're not invisible.
a second thing comes out from behind, and its eyes are huge. This one looks a little more human, but smaller and shorter, and its eyes are big, soft orange discs, kind of like that Flash Gordon sepia color. And it starts to look around, and that one definitely makes eye contact with you. And it says, "Water to the north." Bring it round back. Bring it round back.
Hello.
It taps the smelling one, and it looks more at you, and they start to approach.
Hello.
I'm staying hidden.
Yeah. I stand up. I don't have any weapons.
As soon as you stand up and put your hands up, they seem to be a little more upset.
Oh.
You see their teeth and claws are now basically ready.
We're just passing by. Do you want some mushrooms? I was about to bite a mushroom, put it on the ground for that stink.
They don't seem to know. Let's see here. Wisdom check. You can do a wisdom check too here, actually.
I'm watching them.
9.
Is this just wisdom or insight?
Wisdom. Oh, it's insight. Sorry, insight.
Insight.
Yeah.
So
everything's insight today for some reason.
What did I say? 9. So 13.
13.
9.
9 for you. Yes, 13. What they're saying is common, but it's just repeated. It doesn't seem to make any sense. That's why they're saying hello. And the other one is saying bring it round back. Water to the north. Like
these are just calls.
And then the rest of it's been bird calls and dog barks, pig sounds. Like
all of these are things to
they're
lure
mimicking.
things in.
They're trying to figure out what's working for you to either draw you in or run you away.
I actually, well, you know what? I will step back and just see what they do if I start stepping away from them.
You step away?
Yeah.
So the moment you make a non-menacing gesture away, they press. So, initiative.
Oh.
You showed fear.
Well, can I turn around and...
So, the hairy one that can barely see, you roll for their mongrel folk. You roll for senses. One got dark vision, the other got perception, keen smell.
Right.
And then he rolled against your thing, and I was like, damn, like he smells
the
you.
Smelly one.
And then when he started making noises and you started to talk to the one saying hello, the dark vision one just sees you.
Yes, he still does.
Yeah. He hasn't had to re-roll any. He keeps forgetting to re-roll. That's why it's right here, so I don't forget anymore. All right, so initiatives, they rolled terribly. What'd you get?
I got a 17.
I got a 9.
It's all right. It's better than them still. So same order as last time. Rob, Wiley, and then the 2 mongrel folk. One
All right.
with the big arm, one with the big eyes.
Bonus action, marking the one with big eyes.
All right.
Hunter's Mark.
Spells. Oh, come on, D&D Beyond. Don't do that stuck thing you do. All right. And so I'm marking that, and...
The last 30 minutes went like...
Oh.
I was like watching the clock, and now I'm like, oh, now that you're here, of course we're out of time, but it's all right. We'll keep going if it's cool with you.
Safe. Have it your way. And I'll just Hunter's Mark's bonus action and just line up a shot.
Yep, all right.
Those wolves are coming on us, I'm sure. Hey, I wish I had that 19 crit thing of yours. 19 plus a lot, plus 8. So that would be a 27.
Yeah.
Thank fuck, that hits. Okay. Oh, wait, I was going to make... Oh, no, that's okay. I can save those. So just a regular shot. That is a 10.
Plus the D6.
Plus, plus D6. That's a 1, so 11 plus 4 for 15 damage.
Yeah, so with that just and going off in the middle of this woods where
I seem scared
he's
now.
Chewed, and that hits that guy with the eyes soundly, knocks him off his feet. He gets back up and both just run. They just retreat into the woods, making a much angrier animal and person noises, kind of screaming as they go out. And as the sounds get quieter out into the woods, you realize that there's a lot more of those sounds out farther in the woods, kind of coming from a lot of different directions. So you've run the mongrel folk out of the town, but it sounds like there's
a lot of them out there.
They'll come back in
they might
greater
be
numbers.
But you do find yourself up a little farther in the town and can see off to, now that you're facing off to the west again, you can see off to the north is the remnants of a ruined church.
Let's head up
Let's
there.
go.
Sure thing.
I start jogging. Like, yeah, let's go.
So you get there, and when you walk up to the front of the church, you can see that pole was kind of collapsing. It seems to have been inside of the church, and parts of that have fallen, and this has come over and fallen down. And when you look around the side of the church and go to the back, it appears that the whole back of this has kind of fallen into a mudslide from the recent rains and gone down a good 60, 80 feet into basically a sinkhole.
Yeah.
Some of the trees on the far end have leaned over it now and are kind of creating a bit of a dome over what looks like ruined church bits and things like that down in the dirt.
There's a famous church in Denmark that happened to, and all you can see is the steeple.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then this is more of like when you do go to the edge of where the mudslide is and look over, you can see that not only was the church sheared off into this mudslide, but part of what appears to be a mausoleum a layer or two deep below. Up above, you don't see any way to get down there other than, climbing down.
Yeah, I'm already getting my rope out.
And right as you just make that decision, after 2 days of waiting, it begins to rain. And for the first time, you see major signs of life in this valley, and birds leap from the trees at the sight of the rain and fly farther west towards Castle Raven, kind of all at once, giving the appearance of the top of the forest coming off and letting more light in right as that light is snuffed by the water pouring down, making the climb down difficult terrain.
Yeah, no kidding. It's all muddy. It's gonna be all. We gotta find places to put these pythons in secure that they won't slide off.
Well, you let me know how that works out for you, and I walk down there.
No, how
Climb.
how am I supposed to protect you when you just leave off like that?
You're the one.
You're
that needs
showing off.
protection.
Athletics, disadvantage for rain.
Oh, can I cancel it out with like rope fight and shit?
Do you have your like Dungeoneers and stuff?
I got my pack. I took that with me.
Does
to
it
the
have
crypt.
Titans and rope in it?
Let's find out.
Yeah, because if it's a Dungeoneers pack, or like if it's a calligrapher's pack, or if it's full of gun ammunition,
That's a good
no
point.
ropes.
All right,
If you
what?
don't have Titans, you don't have
This
Titans.
is backpack.
I'm going to help him down by just walking to the
I
place.
don't have
and-
Titans. I don't have Titans.
No, like-
Athletics, then who's helping you?
Yeah, I'm just
Alright.
holding the rope, putting it in different places, let him climb down. Then I just step down, and because I'm just walking.
Oh, I can't do a cool acrobatics anime jump down.
Not what acrobatics are for.
Kids certainly drive.
But you can't help me with that.
No.
All right.
And it's 60 feet, so fall damage.
That's a 7.
7.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So on your way down, despite the Titans and despite the fact that your sister's trying to help you, this is a heavy deluge.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be, but you're looking for any evidence of Canamir through the darkness underneath these mausoleums, and you lose your grip and
Sure,
fall
of
the
course.
last 30 feet.
Well, sliding down mud safely, I'm sure.
Sure, if there was a safe bank of mud that gradually started like this from
Yeah.
where you fell.
Can I try to?
But it's rubble.
Can I try to whip something? Whip
You
through
tried.
my whip. Just like coil around something.
At
All
disadvantage.
cool like.
Disadvantage. I want to see if this works. I want to make it tough for you. How does fall damage work?
D6 per 10 feet.
It just
Gotcha.
hurts a lot.
So 3d6 for 30 feet.
Yeah, that's a lot of fall.
Let's see
Alright.
if he can.
Is this an attack roll or just
Yeah.
I want you to like crit fail both.
on disadvantage?
It's a one,
Huh? That's a natural 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So I get something.
Does he
You
grab
do-
me?
no, he
Oh.
gets whipped perfectly, just snared, and your hand slips right off of it.
My whip.
You lose your whip.
I grab it.
13 fall damage.
Fuck. Oh.
I go and get his whip,
Oh.
and I walk down there and hop
Drop it
off,
on him.
and I drop it on and go. You just had to be first,
And an
didn't you?
additional psychic damage.
You just had to be first.
Firstborn, first serve.
What's your life
First
looking like?
come. Huh?
What's 13 fall damage look like on your body?
It looks like I'm down from a 31 to an 18.
That's not too bad.
It's not great.
But yeah, but you do find yourself at the lowest level of the mausoleum, which is apparently just 2 levels, just buried deeper into the ground than you would have expected. But you can,
slippery as hell. How are you still doing that?
but you can walk in now.
Inheritance.
You've very quickly made it into the lower level.
I got a card that a witch immediately stole.
We know who. We both know who rightfully earned that inheritance.
So you find yourself in the on your way down.
Yeah.
You noticed, but you saw that when things collapsed and such, the bell fell out of the steeple, went through the first layer of the church, and is in the first layer of the mausoleum. So whatever was there in between the church and there was wooden at some point, even though it's become caked with mud. Who knows how long this thing has fallen down, but it looks like the mausoleum is actually beneath something else too. So there was a church, something, and then a mausoleum. So who knows what that was? It was wood. It's been a mudslide.
And we're down at the lowest level.
You're
of
at the
the
lowest
mausoleum?
level, so you've gone below a level of mausoleum to the lowest level of mausoleum and can make your way in pretty easily into it. In sort of the same fashion that St. Andrew's mausoleum was exactly the same layout and shape as the
Church
pulpit.
above it. Yeah.
This one is laid out like the church above it, where it is a kind of a cross shape. So where you're going into is basically 2 hallways, but they're not hallways, they're connected by arches in the middle
Yeah.
support. But that's lined on all sides, or on both sides, by 2 each. So 4 columns of 4 mausoleum rows that go back and feed into a darker, bigger room that you can kind of tell is bigger from here.
Ugh.
So you can make your way into the mausoleum from right here and be on the lowest level.
If we make our way in enough and get out of the rain,
Did you get my whip?
I threw it on you.
Oh, thank you.
I tossed it down on top of you.
It sounds silly, but you guys have been making survival rolls like crazy and such, and you've hurt yourself pretty bad falling down. With the mongrel folk out into the woods, this might be an okay place to camp.
Yeah.
This seems defendable. You're down at the bottom of a pit. You're in a kind of a cursory look around. Doesn't show any signs of use. Like no one's living in this. In fact, the the landslide might have even been recent.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing. Is if this was age-old landslide, then obviously things would be living in here.
Right.
This
But-
looks so new.
Who knows? Maybe the mongrel folk aren't hanging out here because the land's not
I'm
livable
fine.
anymore.
Let's keep looking around. I feel like my second wind's gonna come around any time now.
So you're saying we can make camp?
So if you want to, this isn't. You are out of the rain
Yeah.
in a dark hallway that ends in a room, but you are surrounded on three sides by walls. Technically protection. Who knows how far this goes in? You can see to the end with your fiendish.
All right. Let's take
But
a
it
short
goes down.
break.
It opens up. You know.
Let's see. Let's see if they follow us.
Short rest.
Yeah.
All right. Short rests. Perceptions.
See, this is why I didn't want to do it.
I'm just telling you what you see during your rest. It's not
Uh-huh.
necessarily a bad thing.
It's Ravenloft. It's always bad. It's just Warhammer.
One
fantasy.
of those scarecrows was a scarecrow.
That's the no news
and a-
is good news.
And a cryptic poem from a 7-year-old warned you about the dangers in the forest.
Hey.
The blue.
Oh,
The
blue ones,
blue
right.
one,
Because you can have both.
yeah. You can't.
You
All
can.
right.
You can have one red and
Yeah,
one
one
blue. Yeah.
All right.
I keep clicking instead of filter by campaign. I
I'm
keep
using the
clicking
rest
create
of my hit
new.
dice for a 2d6.
2d6
plus 3. Or 2d10 plus 3.
Like
Sorry. I don't know
2d6?
why I said 6.
You're a rogue all of a
I was
sudden?
gonna say,
Yeah.
every time you tell us your rolls, they're different.
Listen.
To look at your sheet.
So 4 and a
That's
2,
two.
6 plus 3. That could have gone better.
Plus 3 each.
Plus 3 each. Oh, okay.
It's your constitution is plus
Good
3, right?
night, Galen.
Night.
Our princess sleepy baby.
So I'm
You'll have
sorry.
to hear about
what did I
the
get?
ending
6.
tomorrow. We're very close to
plus
the end,
6,
but
so
it's an
12.
incentive to wake you up. They think they found the Hall of Bones.
The hollow bones.
This is all an experiment in destiny, and I'm still convinced we're an illusion or in the Feywild making a big old joke on how dark the history is we've been finding. There's probably a coliseum of butterfly winged folk just waiting to applaud us once we open this door. And
Now, where did you get your head filled with all this madness?
you were cooped up in that tower. I did traveling.
You went to the Feywild?
I think so. I've been in some wild places full of fae. Where do you think I got this mark?
Perceptions. Did you get any perception?
Oh, perceptions? You want us to keep playing DM? Jeez. Alright. That's a 16.
All right, and you got it.
Natural 1.
Natural 1, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
bird. I found a bird.
found a bird?
Is this the Feywild? The
what was,
butterfly?
what was your perception? I'm sorry.
16.
Okay. Despite what you think, he is, or she is absolutely convinced that she hears that mimicry in the distance behind that rain sound. And it sounds like the mongrel folk are searching around the church looking for you guys.
It's a good thing we're on the lowest level. Hopefully that's the level we'll need. We'll see if we can let's find a way and see if we can bar the way we came through.
Yeah. I mean,
No, but I
further
mean-
in.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So do you want to press it?
Yeah.
So as you go in, you are seeing that this is set up like St. Andrew's, and that the bodies that are here in these walls have a family crest name on basically a stone carving, like a
Yeah.
plinth of what looks like one of those wrapping scroll things, but it says a name on it. And you are seeing some of the names. They're different from the ones that you saw at St. Andrew's, with the exception of one. One of them is one of the same names that you saw at the St. Andrew's Cathedral. So these people may be connected in some way.
ancestry.
So you walk into that bigger room, and when you do walk in, it opens up on the left and not on the right like you thought it was going to. It only goes in a stone or two, and there's no bodies there. What you see instead is a large stone staircase that leads up to the next level. The back wall does have 5 rows of bodies that go 3 high. And the left wall has 3 rows of bodies. So you're basically in another similar mausoleum. On the other side of that stone staircase, though, you see that there's just a wall. So in other words, this looks like it was just support structure for the space
Stairwell.
up. Yeah, so while you find yourself in here, investigations, while you look around to see what might happen or not happen.
Busy. I'm just like, we need to find something in quick. Come on, Anissa. What am I looking for down here? Anissa. I don't have a +3 intelligence anymore. I have a +1, I think. Yeah, +1 intelligence. So that's going to be a 17 investigation.
Sure. And you?
7.
All right, so 17. As you're looking around in the room, and kind of it's dark in here, but you guys have dark vision and stuff unless you're illuminating the stuff. But the far right middle body, the skull there, the name over the mausoleum piece is Capadera.
What? Whoa.
Capadera?
Or what is your last name?
Capadara.
Which one?
Your actual
or you mean Cantaware?
Not Cantaware.
It says Capadara.
Capadara.
Capadara. It says Capadara.
I whistle you over. Look.
Well, that's not the legacy that we were looking for. Well, let's see what it says. Let's see what's.
I'll take whatever's in there over what's up there.
Sure. Are you gonna disturb the body? Look into the little.
Look in.
Sure. You can tell right away that it's not laying like this. The cloth that's been pulled over it is jumbled over here for some reason. Every other body, when you look in the other ones, they've all got a cloth on them. All the bones have come to rest like this one. This one does not like that. You see the sheet on the chest is empty.
Now, that can't be a coincidence.
And then over to the left is a jumble.
Over to the left is a
jumbled cloth.
Oh,
like the shroud has been pushed off to the side.
Oops. Oh, you're arming.
Reach in. I'm pulling out a sword to reach out and kind of. I don't want to poke it. I don't want to stab it, but I want to nudge it and drag it.
Sure. When you drag the sheet back a little bit, that jumble is the arm of the body. Instead of it being here like this, one arm is down here and the other one is like that. And there's a metal cuff right here and a metal cuff right here.
On the finger?
Mm-hmm.
And is it chained or just...
Remember, you're looking right here on the top of its
the
head, and it's just a little metal cuff that's been put over the finger and a little metal cuff that's been over
attached
the wrist.
to what?
And
it's
not,
stone.
Is it
it's not a bracelet. It's just been...
Where's that pointing to?
It's pointing to the wall behind you, next to the stone case.
You keep looking, try wave your amulet or whatever around it. I'm gonna go check that out. Here we are again.
Explain your demon vision to me one more time.
Devil sight?
Devil sight, sorry.
So Devil sight is 120 feet dark vision that can see in perfect darkness as well as through magical darkness.
Gotcha. So you don't notice it. It's pretty hidden there. But your sight, even with your investigation, with that, you guys are both big dick contest and you're no torches apparently. So because of that, she notices it first that right about that Canamir's, or what is that? Your freaking last name?
Capadoria.
Capadoria.
That Capadoria's finger is about the same height as one of these stones, and that stone has a disc-sized divot in it.
Try waving over here.
With right in the center,
a little
a fingerish looking shape. Yeah. As soon as you put it in there, it's almost like it's not taken.
Razor blade spins because your
It's
finger's
not,
off.
it's not that it's taken out of your hand. It's that it's so perfectly fit that it just falls into the stone. And as soon as it makes contact with that little piece falling up, the whole wall just comes loose for a second, and you see dust come down from the rafters up top, and you realize that this wall is not connected like the rest of them are. And it slowly just and comes off a slight little hinge and is now ajar on one side.
Can we get in that?
No, but any pressure you put on that door slides the wall into a cove against the other wall. So this is on some sort of slider, and it's easy to the touch.
Yeah.
Wow.
To move aside.
I think we may have inherited a cursed realm.
You could stay here and be king of it.
King of the Fae.
Or king of the tentacle monsters.
After pushing the wall, you had your chance in Ghost of Saltmarsh. You had your chance in Ghost of Saltmarsh.
No, he thought his first thing was that we were still in the crypt with a black tentacle in our head.
Oh,
and that was all.
Gotcha.
So that was a callback to that.
Whole
Like,
illusion.
now it's Fae. Black tentacle.
The more they eat, the more I think this is a nice magical realm.
You wake up in your Spelljammer chair and you're like, God damn it, man.
I hate these holidays.
Are we on a boat? Are we not on a boat? Where are we?
And he gets up and it zaps him.
Your seamless lead into that when you changed the name of the
That was
ship,
so
and all of a sudden
choice.
our captain was just dead all of a sudden.
was-
I was like,
A woman.
and you were like, you're just like, yeah, anyway. And I was like, okay, I'm supposed to just be experiencing this. This was like a very weird opening.
It wasn't obvious
perfect.
until it was obvious.
It was so perfect.
And it was much more obvious. It was obvious quicker to some of you than it is to others.
Yeah.
Once I kind of realized what was happening, and those weird pirates kept coming out with like fishbowl head, and they were like mutated. I was more.
That's when I started thinking, like, oh wait,
Now I got angry. Where I'm like, where are we? Like,
What's
out
going
of
on?
whatever spell this is. Like,
What is this?
it wasn't strong enough anymore for me to like my characters couldn't. Be he couldn't be removed.
I
from
was
the
thinking, like,
situation.
these are either Spelljammer characters or fucking he's rolling GURPS on us or something. I don't think he's doing that.
As you slide the wall in, after it goes in about a stone or two, you hear a sound, just a and a ding, and the medallion is pushed out and falls to the floor, and you pick it back up, feeling more comfortable with it close to your skin. Strangely, but the wall comes open easily all the way, and you find behind it a room that looks like it hasn't even been touched by dust. Who knows how long this has been here? It's not adorned with any kind of ornation. You don't see any brickwork anywhere. In fact, it looks like it's been as closely smoothed with plaster as it could possibly be. Almost alabaster. It's just not reflective like that. And right in the center, at chest height, is an altar identical to the one that you found in the Canamere crypt. And right in the center of it, that you just for a second thought it glowed, but there's no way in this light, is a large, round ruby. Just sitting there right in the center of the altar.
Is it a round ruby or is it faceted?
It's rounded, like an eye.
Like a big red eye.
Where have we seen this before? So, like, I get your attention, and I'm like rubbing that ring and wearing a chain around my neck, and I said, "No, sister, I'm gonna do my best to protect you from whatever the hells are going on here. But you be careful with what this could be."
I'm gonna walk forward tentatively.
No.
That is not what I want.
That's awesome. Welcome to Wally World.
That was me laughing as I saw you go for the big.
Touch it. Yeah, forget that. I'm not even gonna push the other button now. It makes
Come
no
on,
sense.
do it.
No.
We want to see what it is.
No.
No whammies.
God, man, it just sucks. I've been trying so hard to like set a mood, and then like you guys walk into this dark crypt. You found some.
I mean, that's where you.
I know,
hear
but I think
that.
it was too loud for that sound, or whatever. But you do hear a sound though outside of the crypt, towards that empty area. But it sounds like a thrush of some sort of flying animal, like a winged animal. Yeah,
Flutter.
like a flutter, but like a pile of them, like a lot of it throughout. Who knows?
Oh, the bat curse is next after wolf curse.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
You have like this. It's too much to ignore, right?
What?
That this is like a red.
Oh, yeah.
Eye and
I'm...
yeah. So I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
this
make
is
you,
you're like a boo right now in the
I'm
in
not
the
gonna-
in the
I'm not gonna
Cave
make
of
you roll
Wonders
this
with the
because it would be apparent to you at this point. That fits in the amulet.
Yeah, that's what I...
Yeah.
I'm like,
It's
that's
the
where that's gonna
rest
go.
of the inheritance. That's the feeling you get. These things have been kept apart in secret and in darkness for who knows how long. They have to have power.
As I stop touching, as I'm watching her get closer and closer to that, I let go of the what's actually my ring around my neck, and I just calmly load the bullet that I've melted Anissa's ring into one of the chambers of my pistol. As I just watch. What are you rolling?
Pink.
So you set the amulet on top of the eye, and it's almost the same as when you put it into the wall. It's gone. When you turn it over, you can see that it's so barely over the top, and you are pretty sure that it's glowing now. And now it's glowing bright red. Holy cow, that is hot. It is hot. It is so hot.
I'm going to mage hand it up.
Yeah, so
nice.
I mage hand it up.
And it appears to be smoking your mage hand. Your mage hand is starting to dissolve, and it falls through your mage hand onto the floor.
Oh, sick. They do have an HP.
So, step back from it sitting on the floor.
Uh-huh. I'm pausing for Tim's quietness as I have my gun out, ready for it. I don't know what.
Is it just sitting there on the
It's
ground?
just sitting there.
It's
not sizzling. It wasn't doing anything apparent. It just burned her hand when she put it back together.
I think it's now yours.
I don't know if Damn it. I walk over and I try to touch it.
Sure.
Oh, no.
When you touch it, you get... roll it.
Roll what?
Insight.
Insight?
To see what I... Well, no.
I mean, I'm good at insight. I'll roll insight all day.
What's your history?
My history is +1. I studied how to find and kill monsters. History, huh?
Do I have history? I have +2. I failed at school too.
Do we know anything about this sister? We can't justify a history health check. We're both idiots. That's a 3. No, I gotta
try.
Okay. How about a 15?
15. You're sure, like, as soon as you touch it, all of this happens like that. But you see a large red eye looking at you close. And as it closes, it turns into a mist that dissipates. And you see a man and a woman separated by an ocean. And you see both of them turn old and die. And you see their love that was left in the center split.
The paintings we saw in the church. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Please.
You didn't notice it at first, but when they did separate and cross that ocean, they left something behind floating in the center that wasn't apparent until their deaths. And it was their love, and it split into a sun and a moon, red as night, and were buried with their bodies. Without any kind of a history knowledge, I can't... The names wouldn't make sense. The faces wouldn't make sense.
That is my history knowledge. Obviously, I studied something.
You put enough of it together to realize that you did see those in St. Andrew's Church.
Was that the church that we were in?
It was the woman and the man.
Yeah.
You don't remember their names.
No,
you didn't study, but you did
like,
say something. St. Andrew's bones are beneath in the ossuary, but you don't know if that's the Morning Lord in the windows. You guys didn't ask any questions about the stained glass. He looked around to see if he could find pictures, I
was looking for the amulet.
Evidence. Yeah. Well, you were looking for evidence of the family too. The Cantemeres. You were looking for evidence of Cantemeres, but no one thought to ask Lucian about who those people are. So you don't have that knowledge, but you saw them. You've seen them.
So
in
those
the
are
flesh,
the same pictures.
just for a moment, and now you have this in your hand. And as that vision fades away, the warmth that you feel in your heart just kind of makes you put your hand there, and you realize you're holding your wedding ring. That one of these people is related to your wife in some way.
Well, his wife's wedding ring is in his gun.
Oh, what's the ring around your neck?
His ring.
Oh, it's your ring. So either way, you get that
Okay.
feeling. You touch your wedding ring and get the feeling that your wife wanted you to know that. And no sooner does that wonderful, warm feeling happen that the entirety of the crypt is just flooded with that fluttering sound. Black, screeching bats flood the area as mist starts to come in. Initiatives.
Oh, man. You're hearing like 7 voices. I have rolled a 13. 13, obviously.
What?
I told you 13
13.
times.
Also 13.
13.
Hey!
Oh.
Lucky number.
What is this Kismet fucking session of D&D? Holy shit. We came up with this backstory independent of what you made up. Well, I mean, or did we, you know, so... Yeah.
I couldn't believe how well it fit.
You kept going on like, that's insanely...
And wait till you get to the snare. All right. So, they definitely went first. Bats caught you off guard and immediately start attacking one on each. First on Rob. I think that a 22 is probably going to hit.
Let me check. Yes.
Sure thing.
Let me know. Oh.
And
to go fuck yourself.
Luckily, you don't have to worry too. Ooh.
Or do I?
Ooh.
5 Constitution saving throw.
5 Constitution saving throws?
No, 5
In a row.
damage. Constitution saving throw.
At the same
Does a 16
Okay.
hit you?
Yes.
Yay! I'm rolling damage.
5 damage and a Constitution save.
3 and a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no! It can't be. I can't be poisoned right now. I need to be resilient. Because I just got a natural 20, baby.
Yeah.
17.
17. Yo, you re-rolled a 9.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I was like, you got a 17 and you're re-rolling?
That's what I got with the reroll. Because I wasn't going to take a full.
Bear the storm, baby.
So, those bites happen. That Constitution roll is more of like a psychic one. You're like, holy crap, slimy death.
Yeah.
All that's just a... You immediately know this doesn't feel the same, and you shout that to him. So these are not...
Let it go.
They're not spreading that. But as you yell, don't worry, no, yeah, you hear just a guttural...
What direction?
Coming from the entrance of the
room that we're in?
The room that you're in, and from behind the bat swarm as you're fighting a moth, you get the feeling that someone has walked in.
Oh. Yeah. Well,
And
I know what direction that sound came from. I am just...
And hang on. Suddenly from the ceiling,
Oh.
person just drops in the room right in between you and says, Strahd's gonna be so happy that you brought it back. And swings at you.
Okay, me?
Yep. So he is sticking at you with his claws.
What's that intercept thing? That would have been a cool fighter thing to take instead of +2 to
19.
hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Sweet. Finally. Oh, it's a 12. Good rolls right at the end. Oh. So, he gets his claw right into your shoulder and stares at you again. Now that he's close, you can see that his eyes are red. And he says, Fidget's gonna make him proud this time. And you take 15 necrotic damage.
What?
As your arm just feels the brunt of death coming from the outside. Something very similar to what you felt coming off that amulet moments before. It is your turn.
I see my sister. Yeah, I'm like going. I'm like, yeah, like get my sister's name out of your fucking mouth. I shoot on the way, and then I just come in with the short sword. No, I mark them. I mark them as I run over and not in melee range, I guess yet. No, I'm charging them. I'm going to just run into them, but with my movement. But I'm shooting and cursing them.
I'm sorry, I told you what his eyes looked like, but this person looks like it was probably elf before it was clearly a vampire now.
Yeah.
It's pale, sharp features, ears that are way too long. It has a nose piercing. It did call itself Fidget, but its eyes are red, but not that crazy red that you were dreaming of or that you saw.
Yeah.
This is more of like a blood angry red.
I'm shooting it. Does it have? It attacked with claws.
It has gear, but you haven't seen it use any of it yet.
All right. I'll use one of my grit for an opening shot.
Sure.
God, if these things are resistant to our damage too, I swear to God. I mean, they probably are. They're fucking vampires. Vampires are terrifying individuals. All right. Okay. I marked it. I'm shooting. Oh, I need to hit it first. I'm out of inspiration. Fuck me. Okay, an 18. 18 plus 8.
Yeah, that'll hit.
So I'm using. I have a violent shot. So I'm rolling 2d10 plus a 1d6 for Hunter's Mark, and plus 4. That's a 7. That's a 5 for 12, and a 2 for 14, 18 damage. Wow!
As it kind of recoils from your blast, it holds onto your sister's
And I made
shoulder.
sure my my wedding ring bullet is the
Not
last
the
shot.
one.
Yeah.
It's not breaking eye contact with her or letting go of her arm, despite the fact that you just shot it.
Oh, okay.
And it's using its free action to mutter something in a language you've never heard. What languages do you speak?
I speak Infernal.
I speak Infernal.
We're the Infernal twins.
That's the only thing you speak?
I speak Infernal and Gnomish.
Halfling, I think.
Because
Maybe Elvish, I don't know.
I had a gnome teach
Oh, you had a
me.
gnome teach you how to...
No, actually, no. No, you know what? Anisa was an artificer. She taught me how to fucking make a gun.
Common Halfling Infernal. Yeah, that's it.
I have just common and Infernal.
Oh, it's infernal.
Is it Infernal?
It turned out being infernal. Yeah. So you do
Wait,
both. You
what?
both
Did
hear
this,
it then.
Did this just happen now?
Yeah,
Because
you said
I'm
it's
out of a... Super sad. You're
So
so
you
good.
I'm
do-
out of... What?
You do hear it in a heavily
I'm
accented.
clearly the favorite.
Yeah, it's infernal, but in a strange accent you've not heard. But he's basically saying, "What's one of you doing working with one of them? How did the Canamere come home?" But it's
as
not
he's
said.
digging
It's
him
not said in a nice way.
Yeah.
He's threatening you, but it is.
Give it to.
Yeah.
It is your turn. Yeah.
Make it a
Oh yeah,
inspiration. All right.
they're getting beggy here at the end.
Oh man, it's the best player participation.
I know it's not necessarily the
Or
end either. you
viewer,
don't know,
yeah. Oh man, what's one of you doing? Okay,
So
Monster Hunter.
You shot
You
it.
heard him
Yeah.
say that, by the way.
Yeah, I speak
What's-
the same language.
What's
Yeah,
one of you doing working for one of them?
yeah.
Haven't the Canamere come home?
And I say back in Infernal, because it's language. See, I don't know why you have it, but I learned it when I got turned.
That's what I was curious, because
Yeah.
it is. It's. I couldn't remember if Vampiric had, like, if Vampire was a language or if it was Infernal. You said Infernal. Like, let me make sure because you were turned and these guys are old. So
I picked it as when I went out and did my bounty.
you're a
hunting
monster
because-
hunter.
You're a
Yeah,
monster.
yeah. Because you can make deals with devils, not necessarily demons or
So how
werewolves.
fun! You guys accidentally made characters that would be really difficult to keep secrets from in Barovia.
Yeah.
Like, that's really cool because that's like what people speak, Infernal. But
So I say-
so that's what he says. You can say whatever you want to me.
Yep.
Go ahead.
And I say, we have a deed come back. Now get out of my house. And I have protection from good and evil on myself.
When you did this, I was like, "You're doing this as a spell." Yeah. All right. Cool. So, what does good and evil do then?
So protection from good and evil does a whole lot of stuff about protection from possession, saving throws against it, but mainly is if they fit this list, which they do, because undead is on that list, disadvantage to hit me.
Gotcha.
I can't be charmed, frightened, possessed by them.
Cool.
If I am already, then those things fail, but or
Cool.
end. But yeah, that's.
Hope you're ready to be a target.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Ready?
You better be, because
That's my job.
yeah, I don't have any hit points left.
I'm the ranged tank, I guess.
And you blasted him, right?
Yeah, I'm also ranged, but I'll always just close it anyway. So
It is still your turn. You just
That's
yell
an action.
to yell at me.
No, to cast a spell.
Oh, duh! You just
Yeah.
spelled duh.
I actually no, I will do something else. I'm going to Misty Step. Away
nice.
How does Misty Step work?
So-
I have a hold of you.
From him. Yeah, so I am just 30 feet away now. I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
I turn into mist and reappear.
Oh, you turn into mist.
But not that miss. Okay. Well.
So you turn into mist and turn back into yourself, and you get the feeling that that's not going to work again for some reason. And as you notice, I'm just giving you a quick aside, the room is filling with that mist as well. Like the mist from Barovia is
You're getting
coming
like
in.
it's like if you like use a Star Trek teleporter, but like the fields carry in like or
Yeah.
like
It's
the
more- no,
particles
like,
go
you
into a
can-
field of.
You'll be able to do it again. You can do it again. It will be...
Oh shit! I can't do that.
You can't Misty Step?
I can't because I cast a spell.
Oh, that's right. It's 2 spells.
That's not a cancer.
It's
So
not a cantrip.
I'll just
It's
say,
a-
so you'll get that. Let's say that you tried to Misty Step
Yeah.
then, and I'll tell you instead that you began it and then stopped. You realize that this mist that's in here, this yellowy flavor that's kind of hanging on to everything, that mist does have some sort of magic to it, and your mist form almost was weird reacting to it. You felt kind of a weakness in your constitution, so it would have been a roll for constitution. To cause that damage. So just keep that in mind. The mists, you got a taste that those mists might mess your mists up.
Oh, weird. They're like partially ethereal. Which, I mean, they would be like Realm of Dread has got to be ethereal adjacent.
And also, like the Ravenloft mists bar all form of teleportation that will
Yeah.
take you away from the plane.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that it also fuck
Yeah.
with this
They're
kind
also
of thing.
not. It's not like I can't tell you.
Yeah, all right.
That's what I'm
Let's
saying.
go.
Like,
Let's
this
go.
is so weird for
Yeah,
me to do
yeah,
a
yeah.
one shot in the campaign world because I'm like I know all this stuff. I can't tell you any of it. But yeah, okay. So you didn't Misty Step. You felt a bit of a sickness when you tried. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah,
Your
I have
turn is
nothing
over.
else.
Bats. Now that Fidget, he called himself, has you, the bats are focusing. So first bat on you.
Are these things beasts or are they undead?
They're beasts that rolled a natural 20.
Yeah. All right.
So
Oh no.
I have 3 hit points.
yeah. So
Anything you do to me drops
Oh
me.
god.
the
I don't have any
first
healing.
Yeah,
swarm.
no one has healing.
So while Fidget's got her by the shoulder, that swarm of bats just piles on her, and you just see her go limp.
Right there. Can
And
I like?
he drops her, and then the other bats go. Then he goes. Then you get an attempt to do something. So no, you don't get to help right now. It's all their turns at once. He drops her on the floor in a bleeding heap, and the bats immediately come off of her and start to flutter around you. The second wave of bats is on you. Second swarm, sorry. Woo! 21.
That hits. Yeah.
All right. That is 4 more damage. Constitution save. Oh no, you found out that there was nothing wrong with these bats.
Yeah.
They felt weird. It was just a scare tactic.
That's right.
But they bite you for what is it? Plus something? Nope. You got 6 more damage. And then
They're in my fucking hair.
yeah.
My beautiful hair. That still feels bad. Bad news burst.
While you're fighting off, bats, just it doesn't make sense. Fidget is just here in your face with his hands on your shoulders.
Who is?
Fidget.
Oh
The
no.
vampire that
Yeah.
came in here, the one that said Fidget's going to make him proud this time. 19 to hit.
It's
Oh. pfft. 11 necrotic damage.
owie. Okay, and then
And then he lets go and touches himself like this, and you can see that right on his cloth right here is the sun burned in.
You're still holding the amulet.
oh, wait, I thought
You picked it up. You have it.
Holy moly!
You ran into it. Fuck. You just touched him with it.
Okay.
It's your turn.
Whose turn?
Your turn.
Mine?
Unless death saving throw.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Actually, he's before you. Sorry, he's
whatever.
before you. But whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
I know. Yeah. I mean,
it's gonna be a grapple.
Yeah, no. They're not bothering you anymore, huh? No, I mean, and you're down. They're not like attacking you.
I mean, if we want to get technical, there are 3 of the bats are on him.
I was like, my instinct is like just to dive on you and try to ward things away with his amulet.
The bats are getting off him off her because something's wrong with the blood. You don't taste good.
No.
Damn it! I don't have any way of getting you up. You're just like down.
I'm just down. Yeah.
All right. Oh, God, there's like so many things. I'm just going to
grab him.
Yeah, just try to like slam him down. Leave us alone.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay. So what is this?
So for new rules for grapple is melee attack.
Melee attack.
Unarmed melee attack.
Would this be? Oh, can unarmed be finesse? Is unarmed finesse?
Yes.
No. Is it unarmed as finesse? Cool.
Ooh,
At least for monks it is. It should have it on your sheet. Everyone has unarmed.
Yeah, look the roll up.
Da, 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 da.
I think we've been braining a lot of this one. We're like, all of the information's right here. We don't have to ask.
It should just have the bonus, whatever it is.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, it's just +2.
Okay, so it's not finesse.
Oh, it's only with monks.
Yeah.
Should have been a monk.
Gunslinging monk
with a gun.
Yeah, inspiration. It's desperate times. Rolls.
That's a 13
so 15?
plus a 15.
Yeah, so you get him. You get him down, and you go to the ground with him. And as soon as he hits the ground, and that thing's in his chest, you see the red in his eyes now. You see what you saw in that flash, what your sister said she had been dreaming of. You see an angry, upset vampire immediately. His claws go into you, just like yours went into him, and you are taking the necrotic damage again, except...
Bonus action, second win.
No, so just out of nowhere, the most intense heat and light come off of that symbol as this vampire is just engulfed in screeching flame as he won't let go of you. And both of you begin to just combust violently. And in your last couple of seconds, you're pretty sure you breathe in the remaining dust of this body and hear the clang of your family's holy symbol hit the crypt floor and your lights go out. Somewhere deep in the distance, looking from a darkened window, someone watches a small light glint and then go out. And if you could see a reflection in the glass, it would probably be smiling. Scene.
Ah, jeez, man.
Death saving throw?
Well, so the glinting would be that the final abolition of that thing, you're breathing in the dust of this dead vampire. You are on fire, too. It turns out that crypt, that alabaster wall, it's wooded through. It was collapsing and stuff. The interior is not wet. It catches fire. So way off in Castle Ravenloft, someone knows the holy symbol is back in Barovia, and the people that are responsible for it are dead. And he has a vampire that he doesn't have to pay.
I never shot that fucking bullet. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I know, yeah, right, yeah.
It's
oh,
over.
Man. But I want to more.
What a dark chapter in your kids' lives. You wrote a tragic backstory and it fits so perfectly.
Oh, man.
I love that you kept being like, there's no way we wrote this independently. I'm like, this was all independent. So all of the story hooks and fixes and stuff were so barely put together by me.
The whole like twin that had like faulted each other and like had reason to fear the other, but that love was still there though. Like it's like we're
The
still.
fact that you got part of it, and it is the holy symbol for Curse of Strahd.
Yep.
It is anti-vampiric, but it had been mutilated, and it turned you, which is why your dad hid it for protection. It had been separated and taken from the lands of Barovia for a long time, but it was discovered very quickly that the medallion had a different purpose when not united as a whole. It was no longer a holy symbol. It was missing the eye.
Oh.
And so it was changing your father or your mother or somebody, and so it was locked away as a big secret. No one knew it, or that might even have been before your father's time. Who knows how long that shit was down there. But for some reason, when your dad died, you guys just had to go and dig it up.
We had to go find it.
And as soon as that turned you, a whisper went out somewhere that amulet was out there somewhere.
The mist comes
that
and
I know where it
it
is. I bet I can bring it closer and put it back together, because there's nothing a vampire wants more than to know where all of his enemies and all of his Horcruxes are and stuff like that.
Oh, man.
Bringing the holy symbol back to Barovia so he could keep an eye on it would be something that Strahd would want to do, and you guys fell right into it.
Gee whiz.
You found the Hall of Bones, then?
Sure did. I
And
wish
you
we found
found
the way home first.
Well, the fun part is you actually found
would've been back.
the opposite of what you thought you were going to find. You found a Capidaria
Yeah.
in
It's-
Barovia
And
instead of
Cantomir.
finding those other people in your world.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. So somebody was a
man.
trader or a merchant or somebody. You said your dad was what? He's a businessman. So it looks like that might have held true, that someone in the family did travel. Maybe they were Vistani. Maybe that's why you got a better welcome, or why. Who knows? Yeah, lots of fun stuff. You guys ignored 3 of the encounters. One of them would have been pretty hard.
Well, the last one was pretty tough, I thought.
Well,
Yeah,
the last one was the snare, so you weren't supposed to get out of it. I was worried for a minute, like when you burned it, like we were holding the thing and I got up on top of you and I grappled you and I was like, wait, he would have that thing in his damn hand. And I was like, you burn him. And then I was like, wait a minute, this will kill it. Oh, wait, but he's supposed to catch fire anyway. So I was like, retcon. Let's do it. But yeah, so I had written the ending where he's going to basically Strahd sees way off in the distance somewhere just to...
I gotta learn to follow my gut, because my first instinct was to jump on you and just try to use
It wouldn't have stopped the bats.
But yeah, it wouldn't have stopped the bats. But I have more HP than these bats, and maybe they would have said, if I could get them. I don't know. Yeah. But like, oh man, it's so hard not to get analysis paralysis when the chips are fucking down, man. You have and you have 3 maybes. 2 of them might be really stupid. One of them would just be not daring, but like what I probably mechanically should do. You know what I mean? Yeah.
My gut is always like, do damage.
Yeah.
And then I think about it later and I'm like, wait a minute, I have all these other plans and stuff, and I go, wait, that's a double guess. Damage, and then I do the damage and I'm like, I should have done those other things. Like, no matter what I pick, I'm always like, should have been the other one.
Yeah.
Should have been the other one. But what did you think?
That was amazing. Yeah. I had a blast.
Glad. Got to see what a gunslinger looks like. You guys could put out some good damage. I like the Hexblade's arming, unarming.
Oh, yeah.
Like, as long as
So
you
cool.
yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Really, like, not being able to take your weapon away. Like, not being able to make you disarm. I took his away, like, right away. Like, whip, gone.
That's the
like,
reason, that was the reason I learned that's why I never used it, but I learned it was the disarming trick shot, because I wanted to get that stupid sword out of her hand. She got crazy about it. But no, it just reappears back in your head. No.
Well, there was
disarm me for a turn. You have to use an action to get it back.
So there's a couple of things that changed for the South and for fun for me. So, like, obviously wolves, that's clearly in the forest and Vampire Town or whatever. But the witches they're all familiars. They all like cats. Yeah, whatever. We're in the South. This is the Bayou almost. So they raise razorbacks because they root for. They root for mushrooms. They get worms. They can get all that creepy crawly, find frogs for you, do all kinds of neat stuff. But they'll also gore you. They'll kill you.
Right,
like a razorback is 300 or 400 pounds, 500 pounds sometimes.
That's no joke.
So that's why I was saying you're seeing hoof prints in the dirt, but it's a heavy, short animal. And so what you saw on the edge of the Wind River Creek was what Uvash told you. Watch out for it. That's too close. But it's a witch raising warhogs on the Windwater River.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's where what's her face came from.
At least we figured it must have been boys.
Eugenia came from that creek.
Eugenia. Actually, she said she was from Old Bone Grinder, which is farther to the east and a little more south of the forest area.
Was it on that river or that creek?
The creek might have helped propel part of it, yeah. Actually, I think it does. Actually.
Oh man.
That's
Well, yeah, this
stuff's
was
tied together.
really fun, man. Thanks for putting this
for
together.
sure. I like that long pause for the waking him up was like, do I wake him up?
Yeah, no,
yeah, but what do you do? Like,
yeah,
that was
you did a
perfect.
good job.
Yeah.
But like, but I was like actually like,
Mm-hmm.
is something? Is it gonna happen? Like I kept feeling like I was gonna get a jump scare.
So there was that one, the witch with the
But how would you do
razorbacks, and then the mongrel folk. I could have thrown a couple more at you and like made that more interesting or whatever. But the rolling, what they get was kind of random, and I was like, I'll wait till they get here and we'll see what we get. And I got find you,
Yeah.
and I found you, and then you shot one so bad in one shot. I was like, dude, that's an explosive. Like they're out of here. Like this is my fault for finding you, like in one shot. You know?
Sure, yeah.
But if you had searched around in the town more, you would have found a little bit more tie to like Valaki, maybe. You would have found that the.
Can I keep this card, by the way?
Yeah.
I love this
That
card.
the mudslide, it's just too convenient. It's just too convenient. So Fidget might have told you that, like, you know, someone brought the reins. It's just too convenient, you know. What's with that? But that's what's really fun about Ravenloft. It's like, why would this? Who cares why this would happen? It's the vampires that control the entire land and the people and the populace. You guys encountered a hag right in the very beginning. Someone who asked you for payment for stuff.
Yeah.
Tried to pay you for things that you gave her.
I mean, it seemed very clear that was a hag the moment we.
Yeah, well, it had to be obvious, but it also had to be super polite and non-threatening.
Yeah.
Like, and even some of the wording was incorrect. You're like, beast? Oh yeah, Razorback. We just call it beast around here. It's like,
roast beast.
Slip of the tongue, you know.
Yeah, you're not the Grinch, so you must be a witch.
Try some of the honey.
No.
Sleepy honey.
I wanted to try that.
I know, and you guys didn't even try Luvash's potions before you didn't try to go into mists or nothing.
I was also thinking of just smashing one of those on the ground in that chamber with all that mist around.
He didn't tell you how to take them.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was.
Potions, yeah.
But I was thinking like, no, I just felt like I would just use the turn.
Luvash and Argal will be a lot more fun when we play campaign. But here you just needed a little bit of information, and you guys were passing through. They knew that there was no reason for them to engage you any more than if you caught Arabelle's poem. That was it. I'm really glad we went with your talk to Arabelle plan rather than sneak a child off.
And I wasn't gonna like grab her or anything like that. I was just gonna show up and like, oh hey.
I really thought you were going to try to give her some gum pole.
No,
don't do that.
I was literally just going to show up a place where someone was going to scold. Because my idea was like, if I asked her what the singing was about, that an adult would have been like, "Shut up, child." And so I wanted to get in a place where I could like ask her a question when no one was like around.
I forgot to do it when we stopped for the first rest in the forest. You were supposed to do a Constitution check for your gum pole.
Oh no!
I don't know if you've ever done chew before.
Chew?
Have you ever done chew?
No, chew. No.
So. First time you do it, it's like 10 cigarettes.
Right.
So you put it in your jaw right here and dip or whatever you want to call it, and you got about 20 minutes and you got to get rid of it because you will be sick.
You're like ingesting it.
You feel green. No, it's going into your body. It's soaking into your lungs and stuff like that. So
I just figured you would just naturally swallow
you get it out.
saliva.
And the learning curve is very heavy. In other words, like the first time it's terrible. Second time you're like, oh, not so bad. And the third time you're like, pro, I can leave this in all night, sleep with it, you know. But that first time your body's not ready for it to get it that way or to get it that amount. Because I used to smoke pretty heavily. And the first time I did it, I was like, what happened? Like it's just gone. You're sweaty and you throw up. But gum pole was just fun. I thought, what could you do for, like, what would these cowboys have? What would they be selling as like a drug or something? Chaw. They'd have chew. Everyone would have chew in their mouth. Yeah. So I was like, it'll be a mushroom and it'll have a hard thing. So you basically slowly break it down in your jaw.
Did you make that up?
Yeah. The acidity of it is what's bringing the moisture to your jaw.
Yeah.
So when you're walking around in this moist place and stuff, and you're getting hot outside and feeling dehydrated, this will kind of help you with that. But it also, I didn't give it to you because I completely forgot that you were taking gum pole. if you pass your Constitution saving throw after the first hour, it's advantage on perception, which was a whole lot of in the forest.
Oh, yeah,
because it's keeping you awake, and that's what the Vistani was telling you.
Yeah, we would have lived that last fight.
She said, "Yeah, right. That's what it would have done. No, it would have been. You would have after 3 hours, it would have lost its potency, and you would have had to get another one out.
I was
your Constitution rolls, but
I love this whole thing. That was super cool. Man.
It was fun, and it was neat for me to kind of go a little overboard, and I think I have a way better handle on how a one-shot campaign works now.
You let yourself slow down in points where you needed to like set like a mood, and that was pretty sick. Good for you on that, because sometimes, especially when you're doing a one shot, you're like, "Oh my god, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going." Not you necessarily, but like in general, that's how it's helps, easy to feel that way.
Right. It helps that this is what I'm working on in my work too.
Yeah.
But, like I tend to either go too long or talk too much or talk too fast, and I have to slow it down and be more brief and like let other people make their decisions, so my lessons are more succinct.
Yeah. Well, this is more time, by the way.
So I'm having to do that here and do it at work, so I'm getting more practice. But I've taken what people said to heart, and I hope that this made a little more sense. The props were small. I wish this one had worked. This one really got me.
They ripped off.
Of course.
And just
one shot. It works now.
One shot, but it would have been like,
I'm
taking
sorry,
that card. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
It's time to wrap it up.
It's time to wrap it up.
A little almost 9, but anyway, this has been another edition of the Wilyverse, where we are still 2 weeks into 3 weeks of one shots. Last week being the Sangwar event, this week being a one-shot in the Barovian lowlands, and then next week we will be doing L5R. Rob will be setting up a campaign for the other guys while I'm out of town in Laughlin. But thank you very much for coming down. It's really good to see you, Super Sad Squad, and Fish Chain. Thanks for being here in the beginning. That was awesome. Super Sad, thanks for all of the inspiration and keeping these guys alive so that we could get to the plot at the end there. I might have made that a little too hard there. Came out a little strong. I didn't realize that Vampire was going to do that much damage in each of those rolls. I wanted him to be unwinnable, but not like, you're just going to die before you learn who he is or what he's doing here. But it turned out being a lot of fun. If you like what you saw, if you want to see any more, you can click on the link down below to take you to our YouTube page, where there's over 1,000 hours of all the other stuff we do, where we've done persistent 5e campaigns, one-shots, things and riffs, and Suede, and we've done a lot of little board games and miniatures and things. It's really worth a shot. We're also sponsored by DriveThruRPG, and if you click on the link down below, you can find a great website where you can find all your source books and rule books on PDF, and we have a lot of their stuff. You should too. And speaking of our stuff, you can click on the link down below and find the Wilyverse merchandise page as well, where you can get that cool Wilyverse merchandise that Rob's wearing, not me today. But yeah, there he is. But we can get it on shirts and hats and bags and pants. It's really cool. You can get it on everything, and the quality is really high. We've all been like washing our clothes and trying to get them to break down more because they look good, but it's worth it in anything that you buy from any of those sites. Obviously, we get a little kickback for that, and we use it to buy Red Bulls and games and stuff to make more content for you, so help us out. We will see you, not Wednesday, next Sunday. Same bat time, same bat channel for L5R with Rob running it. See you soon. Thanks for coming, guys.